Trigger warnings for the Boys of Chapel Crest series. Dubcon, non-con, bullying, violence, knife play, breath play, nyctophobia, somnophilia, acrophobia, fits of mania, psychopathy, sociopathy, depression, bipolar disorders, physical, mental, sexual and emotional abuse, body modifications, captivity and confinement, buried alive, dead bodies and their parts, animal death, forest animals, dysphoria, drug use and abuse, eating disorders, hallucinations and delusions, homomysia, father to son, kidnapping, medical experimentation, murder and attempted murder, mutilation, needles, selective mutism, aphasia, TBI, nightmares, obsessive-compulsive disorder, overdose, panic, anxiety attacks, PTSD, psychiatric hospitalizations, detainment, religion, scars, schizophrenia, murder, seizures, self-harm, sleep disorders, slut-shaming, stalking, obsession, suicidal ideation and attempts, dissociative identity disorder, borderline personality disorder, narcissism, verbal abuse, victim blaming, whipping, flogging, group scenes, on-page sex, cannibalism, masturbation, abortion, child death, torture and electroshock therapy, blackmail. Listener discretion is advised.
Chapter 1. Asylum. I bolted upright so fast I fell off my chair in Serena's hospital room and grasped my head, gasping for air.
"What's wrong?"
Sin demanded, lifting his head from her mattress where he lay while she continued to sleep soundly. His voice was scratchy, and his eyes were bloodshot. I hadn't bothered to question him earlier, but it was clear to me he'd cried several times just lying beside her for the last few hours. Fuck! It was the only thing I could get out as I stumbled to my feet and tugged open the door. "Watch her!" I rushed out of the facility and ran as fast as my damn legs could carry me to the woods, slipping on the ice the entire goddamn way. Run as fast as you can. You can't stop Dante's knife. He's a fucking madman. I can fucking stop it. Jesus fuck, could I not catch a damn break? I stumbled forward, letting my sixth sense guide me. You have to hurry, fucking faster. I don't have wings, motherfucker. I crashed into the dark woods, tripping over branches and logs, cursing the entire way. The screams met my ears before I reached my destination. Surging forward, I launched myself over a fallen log and darted around several trees, my breath coming out in little white puffs. Breath clouds. Tired ones, because tonight had been the ultimate shit show. Imposter rabbit. They just won't have it. Play silly rabbit games. Get placed the ultimate blame. I tripped over a fallen branch and bounced off a tree, my shoulder shrieking in pain. Quickly, I righted myself and shot forward. Move faster, you're fucking too slow. Too slow, turtle. Fuck off, I snarled, shoving the second taunting voice out of my head. I stumbled upon a gruesome scene. 3 watchers surrounding the screaming, bloody body of fucking Bryce Andrews. Stop! I threw myself forward and knocked Church aside. His bloody knife went flying into the white snow as I fell upon Bryce's trembling body.
"What the fuck are you doing?"
Church demanded, snapping his knife up from the snow and coming back at me with a crazed look in his eye only lunatics wore. I knew it well, since it was the same look that greeted me every morning when I looked in the mirror. He rushed to me, knife at the ready. He's going to fucking gut you. No fucking shit. Church swung the blade at me. Instinctively, I held my hand out, earning a nasty slash across my palm that had me cursing his name to hell and back. He'd finally snapped and lost his fucking mind. It was only a matter of time. Tricksy Dante Church can turn on a dime. Stitches jumped into the fray, trying to tug Church off me while we fought.
"I'll fucking go through you if I have to."
Church snarled at me as I tried to hold his hand with the knife away from my pretty fucking face.
"Dante, stop!
Ashes joined in to try to wrestle Church off me as I lay atop a poor, busted-up Bryce. Church seemed to have developed superhero strength since the last time I'd seen him. He's out for revenge. Clearly. I managed to get my leg between us and planted my foot in the center of his chest. I shoved hard, sending him flying backward. He landed with a grunt several feet away from me. Quickly, I got to my feet, ready to continue to defend the dying rabbit at my feet.
"He hurt her,"
Church growled, getting to his feet.
He raped her. Move the fuck out of the way, Seth. He needs to die.
I ground my teeth together. Asylum. My fucking name is Asylum, and he isn't the one. I frowned. He can't be the one. It's not him.
She said rabbit. Guess who is out here bouncing around in the fucking clearing in a rabbit mask? How many fucking rabbits are on this campus?
Rabbits do tend to breed quickly, I muttered, the shit in my head a blurry mess. Church let out an angry snarl and lurched forward. I shoved him in the chest, leaving my bloody handprint on his shirt, but he came back at me. Twisting my fingers in his hoodie, I gave him a shake. Fucking listen to me, Dante! Fuck! What do you think killing him will do if he's the wrong guy, huh? If he's not the one, it'll fucking rip Serena's heart in two. She'll hate you forever. I exist in her hatred. Wallow in it, believe me. Don't do this. Church's chest heaved, his green eyes flashing through the moonlight.
He's right,
Stitches said, looking to a bloodied Bryce in the snow.
What if it's not him?
And if it is?
Church challenged, glaring in the direction of Bryce.
I've been out here when she didn't think I was. I saw her and him. I know she cares about him.
Then we owe it to her to make sure.
Ashes murmured.
We overreacted.
I released Church and stepped back. We good on this? No skinning this rabbit? No more killing out of habit? He doesn't die tonight, and instead we find out who else might?
Fucking rhymes,
Ashes said, sighing.
Dante?
Church continued to glare at a now silent Bryce on the ground behind me. I knew he was unconscious and needed help before he succumbed to whatever the hell Church and the guys had done to him.
Fine.
Church tucked his knife back into his boot and let out a deep breath.
But when we find out who did this, that motherfucker dies, even if it's this little prick. Deal?
Without a doubt. And I can guarantee it'll be a lot more creative and fun than this, I said solemnly, an inkling of a shadow in my head. It was still too cloudy to make out, but it would eventually emerge. They always did in the end. Church gave me a grunt and stiff nod, and I completely backed off and turned to stare down at the disaster that was Bryce Andrews. You fucking owe me, I muttered, dropping to my knees beside him and taking in the bloody mess that was once an imposter rabbit. And so do you. We're in this together. No more fuck-ups. This was huge. I know. I couldn't get back in time. I'm sorry. Enough. I have shit to do. Just tell her I'm sorry. Please. Tell her yourself. I snapped off the voice and focused on the task at hand. His face was beat to piss. Cuts littered it too. Church had spared no mercy on him. He practically gutted him. I placed my hands over the deep wounds on his chest and abdomen. You're a mess. Don't die, you dumb fuck, I said, putting pressure on the biggest wound. She'll be pissed at us all. His lashes fluttered, but he remained unconscious. I need help carrying him. Be careful. Don't need his intestines on the forest floor. They can get slippery, I said. We gathered around Bryce and got him lifted. It would be a long walk through those woods, but it was worth it. I smiled, the shadow taking form in my mind. Yeah, definitely worth it.
Chapter 2. Sin. I was supposed to keep my distance. No touching allowed, but I disregarded it, knowing it could get my ass killed, and clutched her cold hand in mine. I stared at her bruised and swollen face as she lay in her hospital bed. My throat was tight, my chest hurt. I felt so fucking sick to my stomach. Raped. She'd been raped. A soft cry left my lips at the thought of her being harmed. Again. Fuck. Again. She didn't deserve this. I stared down at her hand and noted her nails were broken and jagged. She'd put up a hell of a fight. It broke my heart further. This shouldn't have happened to her. I couldn't get it out of my head that it was somehow my fault. I'd created this entire fucking nightmare, and now everyone was paying the price for my terrible deeds. I'm so fucking sorry, Siren, I whispered, bringing her hand to my lips and pressing a shaky kiss to the top of it. This is all my fault. I've failed you so much. Please, just come back. We need you. I need you. She didn't move. Her lashes didn't flutter. She simply continued to lie like a broken doll beneath her covers, her breathing shallow. God, she was broken. She won't be able to come back from this. It was a thought I couldn't get out of my head. She retreated into the dark recesses of her mind. She'd be gone, out of reach from even asylum. Nausea twisted in my guts like an angry serpent. You have to come back, I whispered. I haven't gotten to tell you everything, Siren. A tear trickled down my cheek, and I hastily wiped at it. I wasn't a crier, or hadn't been before all of this. A rustling outside her door had me removing my hand from hers, the cold from her touch making me ill. Hastily, I wiped at my eyes again. Stitches entered the room, his attention focused solely on her.
Angel?
He murmured, his voice rough as he came to her. He reached out and brushed her hair away from her face and studied her for a long time before he looked to me.
Anything?
There was so much hope in his voice, it broke my heart. I shook my head, hating my answer. Nothing. His Adam's apple bobbed, and he nodded his head.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I expected that.
He sat in the chair opposite me and took her hand in his. Neither of us said anything for a long time, until he broke the silence.
We found Bryce in the woods.
He launched into telling me everything he knew about Serena and the rabbit, ending it with Bryce being brought in. I think he's going to make it, I asked, my mind filled with all sorts of shit regarding the rabbit. Fucking hell, things needed to come out about that shit.
You'll be fine. He's busted up, but they're working on him. You lost a lot of blood, but you know how church can get.
He visibly swallowed.
And we can all get.
I looked away from him and stared out the small window. It was dark. Snow was falling again. I hated the snow. There was just so fucking much of it in northern Michigan. Where's Asylum? I asked finally.
I don't know. He helped bring Bryce in and left. Said he'd be back. Didn't ask where he was going. Guess I didn't really care.
Sounded about right. I glanced at Serena. What's the plan? She can't stay here. If Sully comes back...
She'll stay the night here.
Church came into the room, Ashes behind him. Both crowded Serena. I was forced to move away to make room for them. I backed against the wall, watching while they all doted on her. And tomorrow? I asked after a long moment.
She'll come home. Ashes is going to take Stitches and make preparations for her at home. I'll remain here with her.
Church kissed her forehead while Ashes held her hand. All the guys were covered in blood. Based on what I knew, Bryce hadn't fared well out in those damn woods. Stupid asshole.
You can leave.
Church straightened and looked at me, his voice hard. Despite knowing his level of anger, I remained against the wall. I don't want to, I said softly. I'd like to stay.
Go, Sinclair. You're done here.
Dante, man, come on, I pleaded, stepping forward. I hated being this pathetic sack of shit, but I'd learned some rather hard lessons as of late.
Sin, just go home, okay?
Ashes said before Church could snap at me.
Get some rest. You've been with her for hours. Let Church take over. Go make sure Asylum isn't doing something stupid. You can come back later. Promise.
I swallowed hard before glancing to Church. A muscle popped along his jaw as he glared back at me, but he didn't say I couldn't. It was the best I was going to get, so I nodded and stepped forward. I paused at the side of her bed and stared at her for a moment. All the pain in the world constricting my chest. I wanted to find who hurt her too, and choke the life out of him. And I would, whatever it took. Where were you? I asked, sitting up in bed. I'd tossed and turned all damn night, my dreams too fucked up and vivid to really get any meaningful rest. In them, I just kept seeing Serena fighting off her attacker, A fucking rabbit. Asylum and I had a lot to talk about.
Out.
He muttered, flopping down in bed, his hand bandaged. Where? I demanded. You fucking know, Mirage.
I know.
He snapped, looking at me with tired blue eyes.
Bryce was a fuck-up. Shit is compromised now.
Listen, I want to go home. And I can't do that if I'm keeping secrets.
For her, you will keep every fucking secret told. Don't run off and tell things so bold. If you want to go home, it's important to keep silent. If you open your mouth too quickly, things could get rather violent.
He raised a dark brow at me.
Again.
I gave him a look of disgust. So when?
In time. Until then, just play the game.
I shook my head and laid back down. Staring up at my ceiling, I let out a sigh. I was sick of games. It felt like I'd been playing them my entire life. More often than not, I also seemed to be the biggest fucking loser. Will Bryce be okay?
He will. Eventually. She is who I worry for.
His bed creaked as he lay back in it. What do you know?
Not as much as I'd like. I'm in shock. I suppose that's the best way to say it. I'm hurting.
I swallowed thickly. Me too.
I was there, Sinclair. I was the one to push inside her body the first time. I felt her pain, her terror, her fear. The knowledge that we couldn't stop it. That if we tried, it would only get worse. And it was me.
He let out a soft snarl.
It was me doing that to her. I don't fucking rape women. I did my best that night with her to keep the monsters from seeing her. I tried so fucking hard to keep her dignity. Imagine it being someone else doing this to her. Then for him to mutilate her, beat her. Fuck. This will not go unpunished. We will find who did this, and he will pay for his sins in blood.
He will suffer a long and slow death, I whispered.
He is just the beginning. No one fucking tries to tear the wings off of my firefly. Fucking no one.
He didn't need to elaborate. I was there. I'd seen his reaction to it. I could hear it in his voice. But he wouldn't be the only one bringing retribution. I wouldn't stop until I found who did this to her. Then, well, I'd probably end up committed for the rest of my life. But she was worth it. She was worth everything. I'd do whatever I had to, if it meant saving her. Now that I could see that, there would be no stopping me.
Chapter 3. Church. I couldn't sleep. Instead, I stayed awake at her side, trying to not lose my mind. All I could see, though, was red. My fury was beginning to take over. Shit would get bad if I let go. I exhaled, my legs bouncing. Nausea twisting deep in my guts had me fisting my hair. The thought that someone had forced my girl, robbed her, terrified her, hurt her. My body trembled, the tears rolling down my cheeks. I didn't fucking cry. That wasn't who I was, but the image in my head wouldn't stop playing on repeat. It brought with it an influx of ugly fucking memories from my childhood in the underground. My specter didn't deserve this shit. She was all that was good in this fucked up world. I was just about to tear my hair out and go on a killing spree, vowing to gut every motherfucker in this place until I found one who bled the truth for me when a hand grasped mine. I snapped my attention to Serena, whose colorful eyes peered at me through dark lashes. "Spectre," I whispered, my voice laced with emotion. I grasped her hand back and brought it to my lips, where I pressed a fierce kiss to it. "Oh, God, Serena, I..." Tears trailed gently down her cheeks, further breaking my heart. Fuck, what can I do? I tried to find the rabbit baby. It was Bryce, right? She let out a tiny whimper and shook her head. "I saw you with the rabbit in the clearing. I followed you," I said thickly. "I knew. Fuck. I don't know what I knew. Just that you met this fucker in the woods and he hurt you. Bryce was behind the mask. We found him in the woods." More tears streamed down her face, and she shook her head slightly. "No, it wasn't him." My heart fell. Then who did this? Who hurt you, Serena? She trembled and squeezed her eyelids closed. Fuck, baby, you need to tell me we can take care of him so he doesn't hurt you again.
Katie. Katie.
I stiffened. We hadn't told Katie what happened. She doesn't know. We didn't tell her. Your parents don't even know. We want to handle this. She let out a soft cry, crushing the broken pieces of me further.
Seth, please.
I studied her for a moment before nodding. If she wanted asylum, I'd make it happen. In that moment, it was anything and everything for her. Okay, I'll get Seth. Anything you want.
Home.
Okay, baby, we can go home. I'll have Doc come in and check you out, and then we'll go, okay? She closed her eyes and went silent, her body still trembling. Her lip had started to bleed again. Doc said it looked like she'd been bitten. The fury that radiated through my body at that was enough to drive me to the edge of my sanity alone. The rest shoved me off the ledge of it and left me tumbling into the abyss of crazy. I kissed her hand once more before getting to my feet and poking my head out. Get Doc O'Brien, I said to one of the wards. He nodded and left. Doc O'Brien was the only one I trusted here. I had no idea if he was in my father's pocket, but based on his fairly newcomer status, I felt confident my old man hadn't sunk his claws into him too deeply. Yet. I returned to my seat and held her hand again. Moments later, O'Brien came into the room. He was young, maybe early 30s, dark hair, dark eyes, a kind smile. Maybe that's what made me think he wasn't part of the shit my father had going on here.
Mr. Church.
He greeted me, going to Serena's side and peering down at her.
Serena, how are you today?
She said nothing, as was her fashion. He didn't seem concerned with that. She wants to go home, I said as he checked her over.
I think she should remain here for another night or two, just to be safe.
I don't want Sully or my father finding out. You know that. He sighed, a frown on his face as he stared down at her.
I understand. It's just, they're probably going to find out. Maybe not today or tomorrow, but they will. People here talk. You know that.
And when they do, she'll be home safely with me. I locked eyes with him. She can't stay here. You know what happens here. He cleared his throat.
I've heard rumors. I'm not privy to it all. I don't have that insider track, I suppose.
Believe me when I say you don't want it. He nodded and went quiet again for a moment.
Let's talk in the hall, okay?
I glanced at Serena, who stared at the wall with no emotion on her face. Fuck, baby. Don't retreat into your mind. Please stay. I'll be right back, I murmured, leaning down and placing a kiss on her forehead. She didn't acknowledge me, which only raised the alarms in my head. Quickly, I followed O'Brien out into the hall.
You understand she's badly injured, right? She has substantial wounds, both physical and mental.
I know. I just want her home with me where she's safe. She's just not safe here as long as she's stabilized.
It's been 2 days. Her wounds will need a lot of care. If I release her and something happens, an infection sets in, or she regresses...
I will make sure she's cared for, I said fiercely. He studied me.
Tell you what. I'll give her time off from school. I'll call it a mental health break. You take care of her. If anything at all changes, you make sure you call me. I'll put my personal number on her discharge papers. I'll give her meds for her pain, and some for her anxiety since, once all this settles in. I'm sure it'll be hard on her. If you need anything, call me.
Fuck. Thank you, I said, shaking his hand and meaning it.
Of course. I'll have Brenda get her meds and paperwork together. Just don't hesitate to reach out. My first goal is getting people better.
What's your second goal? He gave me a sad smile.
Making sure they stay that way. Go to her. I'll have someone I trust come in and help move her home.
Thank you, he nodded.
Be safe, Dante. Lots of monsters hiding in this place.
And with that, he left me. Don't I fucking know it? I returned to her room and sat in the chair beside her bed. She continued to stare at the ceiling, her tears now dry on her face. We're getting you out of here. You'll stay home with me. Does that sound okay, baby? She said nothing, but I didn't really expect her to. Instead, she squeezed my hand lightly and hummed that damn song I'd heard her hum before. It was better than nothing.
Chapter 4. Serena. My entire body hurt. I kept retreating to my safe place, peeking out long enough to make sure things were still okay. But okay still felt really awful. I didn't even know the extent of my injuries, just that I had many, and it hurt to even breathe. The knife Adam had used had torn me up, and I was scared to even know just how much. Which was why I stayed in the dark corner of my mind, humming my and Seth's song, hoping that this was all just a bad dream I'd wake from. Something ugly lurked on the edges of my mind, beckoning me closer, though. I wasn't alone in my safe place. I knew this. It scared me, so I tucked myself deeper into the darkness, hoping I could make sense of everything soon. I'd felt this darkness before, but it had never been so pronounced, so alive.
She's been like this all day.
Stitches murmured, his warm hand in mine as I stared up at the ceiling in Church's room. He'd brought me here after the doctor released me. I'd been here a long time, it seemed. I didn't have an accurate count of time. It was all the same to me. Could have been a week or a month. I just didn't know, nor did I care. The only thing I wanted was the nightmare to go away.
She's humming more than usual.
Ashes commented. My pyro.
That's good, right?
She hummed when she was in the med ward last time. Look how that went down.
You said she asked for claws. Maybe we should get her. We can't keep pushing her away. She's nuts and will fucking set the house on fire just to smoke us out.
Stitches said.
Or Seth, get asylum. You always tell him no when he comes to check on her.
Mirage, I whispered. There was a scurry of activity as the guys gathered closer to me.
What's that, baby? What did you say?
Ashes pleaded, cradling my face.
Come on, Heaven. Just talk to us.
I said nothing, my heart hurting. I needed to see Mirage. And if I couldn't see him, I needed asylum. Asylum, I murmured.
Okay, fine.
Church placed a warm kiss on my forehead with so much fierceness it made my heart jump.
Malachi, get Seth.
There was a scraping of a chair, and then the sound of Stitch's heavy footsteps leaving the room.
He brought her back before.
Ashes commented, squeezing my hand.
At what cost? They grew closer after.
Well, I mean, it's worth it, right?
Is it? What if he's right about all of this shit? That he gets her in the end?
Church asked, his voice soft. Get me in the end? I'm not leaving you. I'm not. God, why can't I just scream it for them to hear? Why was I so messed up? I love you all so much.
She loves us. I know she does.
Ashes kissed the top of my hand.
I'm not worried. Much.
Church snorted. I closed my eyes, desperate for a little escape. The curious tendrils of the monster lurking on the edges of my safe place raised its head and smiled. Sleep couldn't come soon enough. The room felt heavy. I opened my eyes and peered blearily through it, my body aching so much I wanted to scream. My gaze landed on him a moment later. I let out a soft whimper. He sat forward in his seat, his blue eyes fixed on me.
Firefly.
He whispered, cocking his head to the left. I said nothing as I stared at him. Slowly, he rose from his seat and moved to tower over me. I sank a little deeper into the bed when he reached out and ran his thumb along my busted bottom lip. It was still swollen and stitched up. Eating and drinking were too much of a chore, so I hadn't been doing much of it.
He hurt you. He will pay, Firefly. Do you want to help me make him pay? Do you want to be stronger and take him out? To slay, to kill, to maim? Your revenge to claim?
I stared up at him, my heart in my throat, not understanding what he was saying to me and sad he wasn't Mirage. He leaned down and ran his lips along my jaw. When he got to my ear, he stopped and whispered,
I'm telling you, we will let you kill him. We will find him for you and let you kill him, Firefly. All for you, my forever girl. A gift. Do you accept? You and the monster in your head.
He didn't move away from me. I lay beneath his warmth, so many thoughts racing through my head until one stuck. That creeping darkness on the edge of my psyche became clearer, the intent much darker than I could have ever imagined. My monster. The heat from his body flowed into mine, opening my eyes to a world of potential. All the hurt, the fear, the pain, the unknown.
You choose.
Asylum whispered into my ear.
Tell me.
I let out a shaky breath, that decision going from a little flicker to a bright, burning flame of want as I embraced the monster inside me who wanted to come out to play. Yes, I rasped.
Yes, what, my forever girl?
I want revenge.
How do you want it?
His lips brushed against my ear, his warm breath sending goosebumps scattering across my skin, making me shiver. Not with fear, with desire. So much desire. I want to kill him. I exhaled, sealing his fate. Asylum shifted and brushed his lips gently against my busted ones, taking care to not put pressure against them in the most gentle kiss I'd ever gotten before. When he pulled away, his blue eyes sparkled with all the wickedness in the world.
So be it. It shall be done.
His words should have terrified me, but instead, they doused the flame burning inside me in gasoline, igniting some dark part of my soul I didn't know I had.
That dark part you feel in your soul, Firefly, the one you've just illuminated. That's where we live. Welcome home, my little Firefly. No more hiding. It's time to come out and play.
I liked the sound of that.
Chapter 5. Ashes.
He's been up there a long time.
Church paced the living room, his fingers raking through his blonde hair every few minutes while he cast quick looks to the clock. It's okay, I said, trying to cling to positivity. Stitches sat forward on the couch and rested his elbows on his knees, his tatted fingers twined together. He looked exhausted. Hell, we all were. None of us had been getting much sleep since we'd brought Serena home a week and a half ago. All had gone fine. Church stayed behind with her while we attended classes and therapy. Katie has been threatening our lives over not being able to see her. We told her she was sick, But after the first 3 days, it was becoming a hard sell. When we'd gotten Asylum to come to her that day that she'd asked for him, she'd slept through it, and he hadn't been back since. Now, here he was.
I'm worried, man. Whoever did this is still out there.
Stitches glanced at me, and then to Church. I nodded. He was right. It wasn't Bryce. We hadn't seen him since we'd attacked him in the woods. We were beside ourselves, trying to figure out what the hell was going on with Serena meeting whoever it was in the woods. We were being patient, though. It's all we could do at this point with her. We'll keep her safe.
We said that last time. Look what happened.
Church swore softly and stopped his pacing to stare up at the ceiling like he was contemplating it all. We were all quiet for a moment before I said what I'd been thinking since this happened. Maybe you're right. Maybe we can't keep her safe. Maybe.
Don't fucking say it, Valentine. I'm not in the mood.
Church said, glaring at me and going to his chair to sit. He slid back and scowled.
What are we going to do about Katie? She threatened to feed me my own cock today on my walk back here after therapy.
Stitches looked at each of us in turn.
She pulled out a fucking spork and told me it was what she'd used to mutilate my dick from my body before she toasted it over a fire and force-fed it to me.
I shook my head. Katie was wild.
Claus will lose it if we tell her. Serena needs to be healed. She needs to decide if she wants Katie to know.
It could be weeks. We can't hold her off that long. I'm not even sure we can last another day. I breathed out and rubbed my eyes. Plus, it's the holidays, man. I couldn't take this damn stress. I pulled my lighter out and went to flipping it open and closed, counting softly as I did it while igniting the flame for a moment, before starting all over.
Fuck the holidays. We don't celebrate that shit anyway. We'll figure it out.
Church turned his head as Asylum came downstairs.
Watchers,
Asylum said, inclining his head at us.
How did it go?
Church demanded.
It went, well.
Asylum flashed a grin at us.
Little Firefly has made a decision. We must help her carry it out with precision. To win the game, we stoke the flame. It's going to get bloody, boys. Buckle up.
I raised my brows at him. Asylum was nothing if not entertaining with his rhymes. He tended to confuse and frustrate me more than anything as of late, though.
What happened?
Stitches asked. I gestured for Asylum to sit. He did so at the end of the leather couch and surveyed us with his blue eyes.
She has made a choice. We are going to guide her through it.
She spoke?
Church was all ears while he stared Asylum down. She'd come a long way in the last few weeks and was communicating more. Then this entire ordeal pretty much sealed her lips and made her regress. It was 2 steps forward and a million back. Asylum nodded.
She has. It's unlocked the next step. It's a good thing because everything has just been a haze to me lately. Her choice tonight let me know where she is on things.
Did she say who hurt her?
Stitches demanded before I could ask it. Asylum's hands visibly shook.
She did not. I didn't push it either. She will tell us eventually. We just need to have patience.
What if he hurts her again? Whoever it was. I swallowed hard. I swore I'd protect her, and I failed her.
Me too.
Stitches whispered.
I think we all failed her. So many things could have been done differently. I need to find this motherfucker and kill him. I need it more than anything else in the world right now.
We were all feeling it. It really sucked. It was definitely a contributing factor to my lack of sleep as of late. I restarted my lighter ritual, hoping it brought me some comfort, but knowing it was just igniting the agitation within me. I was a moth to the flame, it seemed, because I couldn't force myself to stop. It was my one vice, and I was going to use the hell out of it.
Relax, Dante. All roads lead to our destiny, even the rough ones. We must endure the pain so that we are made stronger in the end.
Asylum's gaze traveled to the stairs. I couldn't help but wonder what he was thinking.
Her. Always her.
I glanced at Church, who wore a frown. I swore this guy could get into our heads. It unnerved me.
No worries, Asher. It doesn't work like that either.
Asylum looked at me.
I'm not in your head. Your thoughts are safe.
I cast a quick look to Church and Stitches. Then how? I asked, not even knowing how to finish the sentence. He shrugged and pointed to his head.
Voices, messages from beyond. I just know. I don't get to choose when it happens. It just does.
So you're not in my head. Can't hear my thoughts. He cocked his head left at me and narrowed his eyes.
We just feel you. That's all.
Like with Serena?
Stitches called out. Asylum nodded.
Yeah.
I'd have pressed the subject more if I thought his answer would change, but I knew Asylum. He never gave away secrets. At least not until he needed to. I worried about what all this meant. I didn't want to lose my heaven. The thought twisted my insides into a tight, painful ball.
Why do you think you'll lose her?
Asylum murmured. I looked at him, blinking rapidly and stopping the flipping of my lighter lid. If he wasn't in my damn head, it sure as hell felt like he was. Stitches glanced at me while Church narrowed his eyes at Asylum. The corners of Asylum's lips twitched before he spoke.
We could all be a big, happy family someday if you relax a little.
We were quiet for a moment. I didn't even know what to say to that. It wasn't a shocker Asylum wanted in with us, but he'd never really come right out and said it. Everything had been a hint at it. But hell, maybe this was just another hint of what was inevitable. On the other hand, I knew she'd been scared of him, so I was confused about what the hell was actually going on.
She chooses.
Church murmured, a sad look in his eyes. Despite it, his voice was firm. Asylum's blue eyes sparkled.
Indeed she does, Dante. I think you'll like where this is headed.
But not Sin. I'm open to the possibility of you, but I will not entertain Sinclair Priest, not after what he did to her and all the fucking shit it led to.
I glanced at Stitches, who frowned and sat forward. I'd never really considered anything past Sin locking her in the coffin with Asylum, but Church's words made me think. It really all snowballed from Sin's decision. Perhaps none of this would have happened had Sin not done that. Asylum didn't move a muscle. He simply sat where he was, surveying Church. When he finally spoke, his voice was soft and uncharacteristic of the psycho I knew.
I am not without sin when it comes to my Firefly, my forever girl. I think we are all guilty in some way in regard to her. Perhaps if we bonded in that darkness rather than repel one another, then maybe some good, some revenge, some beautiful retribution could come from it. Let's not be too hasty. Let's allow her the time she needs to blossom, to become our little monster.
I narrowed my eyes at him, his words sending a chill through me. What are you planning, Seth?
Asylum.
He corrected, looking to me.
That is my name. As for what I am planning, well, it's not really me. It's her. She wants revenge. I've promised it in any way I can make it happen for her. We.
His leg bounced. He reached up and tugged at his black hair and let out a snarl.
I fucking said we. God damn it.
I shot a quick look to Stitches and Church to see them watching him with the same confused looks on their faces. Asylum let out a ragged breath before snapping his head up and letting out a groan.
Fuck! Shut the fuck up! You can't get a fucking moment of silence. Just give me a fucking minute. I'll tell them. I'm going to fucking do it. Fuck! Fuck!
We watched as Asylum got to his feet abruptly, his chest heaving, his blue eyes flashing. He went to the wall and banged his head off it several times.
What the fuck?
Stitches said, getting to his feet with Church and me.
I said fucking shut up!
Asylum whispered. We stood watching Asylum as he continued to stare at the wall, his breathing deep. Finally, he turned to us, a trickle of blood running from his forehead and down the bridge of his nose.
She wants revenge. I've promised to let her have it. She wants to kill the person who hurt her. When she gives a name, we will secure whoever it was and let her have her way with him. There are no negotiations on this. She chooses. We've agreed.
I swallowed thickly at his words. Did she say she wants to kill him? I asked, nausea twisting in my guts. The thought of my sweet heaven murdering someone made me sick in all sorts of ways. Not all those ways were bad, though. Some of them were a joyful sickness, the kind I tried to not let out. Because I wanted whoever hurt her to be dead, too. But I wanted him to suffer first.
He will suffer.
Asylum locked his eyes on mine.
We'll make sure of it. Are you in, Master Valentine?
I nodded without a word. I wanted this for her. I wanted her to have her revenge, to feel in control again. She needed it. And I'd never deny her what she wanted or needed. Asylum nodded back at me and looked to Stitches.
Malachi?
If it's what she wants, then so be it.
Asylum looked to Church, who stood emotionless in his spot, his green eyes dull.
Dante?
Asylum asked.
Will you let this happen?
Church went quiet for so long that I didn't think he'd answer. When he did, his words were fierce.
On 2 conditions,
he said, stepping forward.
We play with him first if we get him.
Absolutely. Playtime is my favorite time.
Asylum's eyes glimmered with wickedness. He licked his lips.
And the second condition?
If her hand fails her, I get to be the one to kill him.
Asylum cocked his head to the left, the tiniest smile on his lips.
Are you certain that's what you want, Dante? You eat everything you kill.
I am, and I do.
Church said, the gleam back in his eyes.
I'll let you use my favorite fork.
Asylum grinned.
No need. I have my own.
A wicked smile spread across Church's face. Chills raced along my skin.
Then let's get our little monster ready, shall we?
Asylum looked at us each in turn.
Let her blossom in her own unique way. We shouldn't force it, but we should encourage it.
We all gave him the confirmation he needed. His eyes sparkled, the blood still trickling down his face.
I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship,
he said, nodding. I didn't say a word, but I had a feeling he was closer to being right than wrong. We just had to figure out how we were going to get past the Sinclair priest problem, because I actually did miss him and wanted him back. Church needed to realize he was worth it. I sent out a silent prayer that sin proved it in the very near future.
Chapter 6. Stitches. I tossed and turned before I punched my pillow until I was breathless. Whenever I tried to sleep, it failed me. All I could think about was the pain my angel had been in. The pain she was currently in. Her silence always spoke volumes. I didn't want her to be silent. I wanted my girl back. The one who was coming out of her shell and really starting to live. The fear I had of her retreating into herself made me sick with worry. I just couldn't let that happen again. It was an ugly place I had no desire to revisit. I shuffled to my feet in nothing but my boxers and went upstairs to Church's room. The door was cracked open, so I peered inside, expecting to find Church in bed with her. But she was the only one in it. Carefully, I stepped inside the room, grateful he'd left his bedside lamp on. I assumed he was out hunting. It was just his way of relieving stress, and I couldn't say shit about it. It was better than my way, which was beating on things or trying to kill myself to escape. I slid into bed beside Serena and stared at her while she slept. Her pretty face was still slightly swollen and bruised. Beneath the new white nightgown Church had gotten her, I knew she had stitches and wounds littering her body. The motherfucker had cut her with his blade. If he'd have gone any deeper. I didn't like thinking about it. I exhaled and placed a hand over hers on her stomach. "I love you, Angel," I whispered. "Don't go, okay? Don't leave us again. Stay, baby, please. We need you here. I need you, Serena."
I'm here.
She whispered back in the sweetest voice.
I'm not leaving.
"Fine, baby," I choked out, tears springing to my eyes as I drank her in. "It's so good to hear your voice." Her lashes fluttered for a moment before her colorful eyes appeared. I sat up on my elbow and stared down at her. "Do you need anything? Pain meds, water, anything?" I said, both eager and desperate to please the pretty, broken angel in front of me.
Help me.
"Tell me what you need." I took her hand in mine and kissed her knuckles.
Asylum. Mirage.
She licked her cracked lips.
Seth.
I swallowed. Do you want me to get Seth?" Her eyelids drooped a little before she went silent. "Angel?"
Malachi.
She answered in that sweet, soft voice that sent butterflies flapping wildly through my guts and chest. "I want you to feel better. What can I do?"
Stay.
She said, her lashes fluttering until they closed completely.
Forever.
"I'll always stay, Angel." I scooted as close to her as I could get without disturbing her injured body. "I promise." Her little smile touched her swollen lips. Her breathing grew deeper until her small body relaxed, letting me know she was completely asleep again. I lay beside her in the bed, studying her beauty. Even hurt, she was breathtaking. Knowing she wanted to kill the one who hurt her should have upset me. It should have made me want to protect her from it all and do it for her, but if she were serious about it, I'd hold that prick down and let her gut him until she felt her vindication and got her satisfaction. She deserved that. I woke in bed with just Church, our arms wrapped around each other like we'd been hugging in our sleep. I blinked rapidly and looked at my watch. It was well into the afternoon. I tried to untangle myself from him, but he grunted and tugged me closer. "Dante, man, stop," I said, trying and failing again. "Serena, she's gone." His green eyes snapped open, confusion in them for just a moment before he shoved me roughly, sending me toppling over the edge of the bed. I hit the floor with a thud, cursing his name. "Motherfucker, my tailbone!" I groaned, trying to right myself.
"Where's Serena?"
He jumped out of bed and rushed around the room and into his bathroom before coming out. I managed to get to my feet and dash to the door before he could. With him on my heels, we rushed downstairs. I skidded to a halt when I saw Serena lying on the couch, her head on Ash's lap, while cartoons played on the TV. Ashes looked up at us and stopped raking his fingers through her hair for all of a moment.
She came downstairs on her own. You two must be hard to sleep with.
Regret slammed into me. I'd fallen asleep beside her. Based on the way Church and I had woken, we were probably jostling her too much. I took in her face. She was sleeping soundly. Church moved past me and sat at her feet. He put them gently in his lap and covered them with a throw blanket. Sighing, I shuffled into the kitchen and opened the fridge. My stomach gave a rumble and I winced. I'd barely been eating again. Life had become far too stressful lately, but I was feeling it now. We were out of nearly everything, I said, closing the door. We didn't even have milk to make cereal. Hell, we didn't even have cereal.
Snow is coming too.
Ashes called out.
Just saw it on the news. It's supposed to hit late tomorrow. We're usually stocked up by now for the winter months. We're all going to be eating the things Church kills.
I doubt you'd want to eat all the things.
Church said. I grunted. He was damn right about that. Well, we need to get some food brought in. I went back to the living room and settled on the couch, taking in Serena's head on Ash's lap. My stomach growled again and I crinkled my nose. I had to eat. Quickly. I pulled out my phone and put in an order for a couple of pizzas and breadsticks.
Pizza?
Church called out. I got to my feet. Yeah, I'll go meet them at the gates. By the time I get there, they should be near arrival.
Want me to go?
Ashes asked, his voice strained. I knew he was trying to be kind by offering, but didn't really want to leave Angel. Nah, man, I got it. I'll be back soon. I ran upstairs and dressed before coming back down and grabbing my jacket. I slid my feet into my boots and headed out the front door. The cold air bit at me as I put my head down and started the long walk to the gates. Snow was flurrying and my breath came out in big white puffs. I fucking hated the cold. I had no idea why I continued to live in it. I was of age. Leaving was an option after I finished my time at Chapel Crest. I'd spent my entire life thinking this was as good as it was ever going to get. But now that we had Serena, I dreamed of more. And more was someplace warmer than fucking northern Michigan with the snow up to my fucking asshole. When I reached the gates, I stood there, my hands stuffed in my jacket pockets and my head ducked low. The wind was beginning to blow. The snow, which had already accumulated on the ground, was whipping across the main paved path as it wound its way through campus. Small drifts were forming. The only good thing about this upcoming weather was that classes were typically canceled. Didn't need any psychos getting frozen to death on their way to their classes. That would just be fewer bodies for Sully and Everett to play with. On the other hand, knowing what I knew about Everett, he'd probably love it just as much. I breathed out and closed my eyes. An ugly image in my head of me on my knees and crying softly for my mother as someone's warm body brushed against mine from behind. Warm lips, tongue, the heat on my cock. I swallowed hard, biting back the scream threatening to erupt from my mouth. More than anything, I wanted to smash these ugly memories into a million pieces so I couldn't discern what they even were anymore. But I couldn't so far. I'd been trying, God help me, so much. I didn't want to be weak. I didn't want to be some sick fuck's plaything. It's what I'd been. It's what I was. I wiped hastily at a tear that slipped down my cheek, not wanting it to freeze to my face. I've been trying so hard to move past it all. Being strong right now for my angel was what mattered.
Hey.
Sin called out, jolting me from my painful thoughts, which had wandered back to my closet and the rope I'd put beneath my bed. Hey. I stared as he walked toward me with Asylum, who was too busy looking down at his phone to say anything to me. Seeing the pair together was still odd to me. They seemed inseparable these days, though. I was glad Sin had someone to talk to. If they talked, I assumed Asylum probably just drove him nuts like he did to us. They stopped in front of me. Sin's hair was shorter, I'd noticed it before. It looked good on him, all shaggy. He was also thinner, with dark circles rimming his gray eyes. A surge of sorrow swept through me. The pang of missing him hit me full force as we locked eyes. I shoved that feeling away, too.
How's Siren?
I think better. She isn't locked inside her head like she was before. He visibly swallowed and looked away from me as he shuffled the snow at his feet.
I'm glad,
he finally said, looking back at me.
I worry.
I know. I gave him a sad smile. It was good to know he was acknowledging those feelings. While Church was still pissed, I knew Sin might be able to redeem himself. Hopefully. I prayed he did because I missed his grouchy ass. Life just wasn't the same without him. It was hard putting the past where it belonged. It was a task I'd been trying to work on.
Malachi? Wolfie?
Asylum grinned at me.
Dinner?
Yeah, we're almost out of food.
What? Why?
The concern in Sin's voice had me glancing over at him. I shrugged. I guess we've just been busy with everything lately. Sin frowned at me.
You guys need to be stocked up. You can't rely on this shithole.
Don't you?
I looked to Asylum, who winked at me.
I always have a little something tucked away for when times get tough.
I didn't inquire further because my delivery arrived. Apparently they were getting food too. I took our order and turned away from the pair, ready to get back inside and see Serena.
Stitches.
Sin called out to me. Yeah? I stopped and turned to him. He gave me a sad smile.
Will you tell the guys?
What? I prompted, shivering.
Nothing. Maybe I can tell them sometime.
Yeah. Maybe. I gave him a smile, which he returned. Hope in his gray eyes.
Always a pleasure, Malachi.
Asylum said, opening their breadsticks and taking a bite. I rolled my eyes at him. See you guys. I began my trek and looked over my shoulder to see they were headed into the woods with their food. I frowned, wondering what the hell they were up to. Making it a point to mention it to the guys, I picked up my pace and went home, eager to see my family. What was left of it, anyway.
Chapter 7. Sin. Why are we out here? I asked while we made our way through the thick, snowy forest. My concern over the guys not having themselves stocked for the winter was eating at me. And Stitches, fuck, he looked so sad. When Stitches was sad, bad shit happened. The last thing I wanted was for him to take another nosedive. The fact I wasn't there to stop him from it made me sick to my stomach. I could only hope Ashes and Church would be there for him. Knowing Serena was a determining factor in all this, and was safely tucked away with the guys, brought me a little hope that Stitches could hold his shit together. If not for himself, then for her.
Why not? You love staring at the same four walls of that shithole we call home?
Asylum cast me a quick look. Beats being cold.
You won't be cold. We have hot sandwiches to eat.
Real fucking picnic, I muttered, clutching my bag of food tighter. I grunted as a bunch of snow went into my boot. Asylum and his weirdest shit plans. We walked in silence for what felt like forever, before we took to a large hill. I watched as he practically slid down it in his long black jacket, his hood filling with snow on the way down.
Come on, Sinclair. The water's fine,
he shouted up to me. For fuck's sake. I followed him down the hill, getting even more snow down my boots. I landed with a grumble at the bottom, dropping my baggie of food. Asylum was quick to scoop it up and hand it back to me. What the fuck are we doing, psycho? I asked.
This?
He nodded for me to follow him along the hill. A large pile of brush and pine limbs stood in front of us and against the large mound. I watched as he continued forward before disappearing behind them. Sighing, I followed him and was surprised to find the opening to a small cave. I ducked low and was able to still walk inside. The small hall opened up to a large chamber. "What the hell is this?" I asked, spinning in a circle as he went around and lit several lanterns.
"I call it the bear den,"
he said, grinning at me before moving to a small propane heater and lighting it.
"It's our home away from home."
I took in the furnishings he had in here. An old couch and a few old overstuffed chairs. A bed, complete with blankets, a small table, random barrels of who knew what, wood for a fire for when his fuel ran out. "How long have you had this?" I asked, going to the chair he gestured for me to sit in. I flopped down on it, grateful for the heat the heater was putting off. He shrugged.
"Oh, since I arrived."
"I'm surprised Church doesn't know it's here."
"It doesn't run along his normal hunting trails. It's why I chose it."
He bit into his sandwich and took a seat on the old couch.
"It's pretty hidden. No one has been here. Ever. It's how I like it."
"No one?" I raised a brow at him.
"Well, except for us."
He tapped his head before going back to his sandwich. He didn't elaborate. Not that I needed him to. I knew the basic rundown of shit. We ate in silence for a long time. When I finished, I tossed my wrapper into the small garbage bin by the door and sat down in the chair again. The place was warm now, so I removed my jacket and slipped my boots off before placing them in front of the heater to dry.
"I have a door,"
Asylum said, nodding to the old wooden door that he clearly wedged against the opening when he needed to be closed off.
"There are some openings above us that I can have fires in here too. I don't typically light them and opt for the propane route, but in a pinch, the fires work well."
I said nothing as I stared at the glowing red top of the heater.
"Come here. I'll show you my supply room."
He got up, and I followed him, curious about what else he had hidden. I'd completely missed a small room off to the side near the back of the cave. It wasn't much for its size, but inside there were all sorts of canned foods, water, pots, pans, dishes, blankets, pillows, and random other things, like a first aid kit and snacks.
"I don't completely depend on Chapel Crest,"
he said, leaning against the doorway and smirking at me.
"I'm prepared."
"I'm surprised," I murmured, stepping out of the small room. He walked with me back to the seating area where we sat again. "Why are you showing this to me?"
"Well, there may come a time when we need a place to go. So now we have one. If I ever tell you bear den, then get here. Pretty simple. About half a mile north, I have a truck parked. There's a tree outside marked with a slash. Follow the slashes through the trees, and that's how you will become free."
His blue eyes sparkled at his off-rhyme. "Good to know," I muttered.
"Keys are under the floor mat. Full tank of gas and some supplies inside the cab."
I nodded, intrigued and a little impressed with the care he'd taken to having so many things in place. But it was Asylum. The weird prick probably had a vision he'd need this shit, so he'd put it all together.
"Now, let's talk."
He sat forward.
"Firefly, my forever girl."
"What about her?" I swallowed thickly and looked back to the heater.
"She wants revenge. She wants to kill the one who hurt her."
I nodded. I wanted that too. Maybe not her killing him, but I wanted him dead. "Did she tell you that?"
"Yes."
He sat back. I could feel his piercing blue eyes on me.
I agreed. I spoke to the Watchers. They're all for it. So now we have to get her to come out of her shell a little more, and hopefully we'll have answers. Then
He pulled a fork out of his jacket.
we fuck him up.
I looked over at him. "With a fork?"
This isn't just any fork, Sinclair. This fork has been forking amazing at removing eyeballs from motherfuckers' heads.
He did an elaborate twirl of the fork over his fingers, a big grin on his face. "What did you do with the eye you took from your stepdad?" He continued to twirl his fork.
You know the answer to that. I made him eat it. He had a taste for human flesh anyway. I didn't really see the problem with giving him a taste of his own.
I figured as much. "How many people have you actually killed?" I asked. He was quiet for a moment before he stopped twirling his fork and let out a soft laugh, glancing to his left. I watched him interact with the fucking air for a moment before he focused back on me.
Would you believe me if I told you?
Try me, I said. He licked his lips.
Tell me how many you've killed first.
I scoffed at him and looked back to the heater. Well, there's my old man.
You didn't pull the trigger there,
Asylum said, brushing me off. Yeah, but if I weren't part of the equation, he'd not have done any of the shit he'd done. He wouldn't have shot me, hurt my mom, any of it.
He put the gun to his head and pulled the trigger. That was all him.
He cocked his head to the left and hummed for a moment before a small smile turned his lips upward.
And he would have done it with or without you.
How do you know that? He tapped his head.
I just do.
You know that, but can't tell us who hurt Serena? I looked back at him. He sat forward again, a muscle dancing along his jaw.
It's very fucking cloudy in regards to that. In fact, I only know what I know about your old man because I took a basic fucking psychology class. He was predisposed to violence, depression. It was inevitable for him. With or without you, he'd have done it. Maybe even to a larger extent. End of story.
We stared one another down for a long time before he spoke.
How many people have you killed, Sinclair?
I swallowed hard. Do I count the ones I've helped Dante with? Or just the ones I've personally killed?
Just your count, Sinclair. I already know the level of monster Dante Church is.
I closed my eyes, seeing Bells' face in my mind's eye. I heard her muffled cry. The way her body felt as she sagged against me, the life leaving her. I shook the image away. 3. Asylum raised his brows. What? I looked over at him.
Not really all that impressive as far as numbers go.
He shrugged and twirled his fork again. Sorry, I don't run around murdering people for entertainment.
That's too bad.
He winked at me.
It can be a hell of a stress reliever.
You don't even like killing people. That's what you've said.
I don't hate it. I should clarify that. I really don't. I just enjoy the torture more. Fuck, the screams.
He let out a low groan as he stared up at the cave ceiling.
Gets my dick hard.
Weird fuck, I muttered. He smirked at me.
47.
What?
47. That's my number.
What the fuck? I stared at him. How?
Mostly with my fork.
No, I mean, how the fuck are you killing people like that? He shrugged.
I live an exciting life, Sinclair. I'm chaos. I relish it. It's my job to kill people. I was different growing up. My mom hated that I was. She tried to keep me contained, but when that failed, she let me go. Sold me.
Sold you? I blinked at him. He nodded.
To the underground. To Everett Church.
What? I frowned at his words.
Oh yes, Daddy Everett. He's my daddy too.
He winked again.
He gave me what I needed when I needed it. Allowed me to work on myself. All things are possible through death, Sinclair. Once you realize you control it, your life can change. I've witnessed a lot of things in my life. I know things. Some of those things may have made me a little crazy, but I would not change it.
Was Serena your first?
Serena Lawrence is my first, my last, my always, my forever. I'm so glad she came back from the dead. They don't typically do that. Mostly because I have a thing about taking their eyes, but hers were just too pretty to steal. I love her eyes,
he whispered, his hands trembling.
Or I take their hearts. I love hearts, hands, lips,
he murmured, running his fork along his lips.
I take what appeals to me.
What do you do with it? I asked softly.
Depends on my mood. Send it to their family, give it to Everett as a gift, keep him happy and think I give a fuck about him, stomp on it, keep it in a box. Do you want to see my box of hearts?
He blinked at me. No, I'm good. I shook my head at him.
That's probably more of a church thing, huh?
Probably, I mumbled, thinking about Church's love of preserving the dead.
But to further address my sweet little Firefly, she is my first love. My first attempt at anything, really. She is my first survivor. That means she belongs to me forever. Those are the rules.
I said nothing and continued to stare into the heater, watching the heat lines dance off it.
Dante doesn't know my secret, Sinclair. I'd like to keep it that way for now. My numbers, my owner. I'm not really there because I want to be. Just like him, I want to be free.
I won't tell, I said softly. Your secret is safe with me.
Good. I knew you were trustworthy, bestie.
I sighed but didn't say anything. We were quiet again for a long time before I spoke. The box of hearts. That's not in here, right?
Of course not. I keep it under my bed in our room.
I rubbed my eyes. Of fucking course he did.
Chapter 8. Serena.
Come on, Heaven.
Ashes encouraged, his hands in mine, while he steered me to the bathroom. My body screamed at me to stop, but I needed to wash up. When we got to the bathroom, the shower was already going. Church and Stitches had left an hour before to go into town to get supplies. They said it would be a few hours before they'd be back. I was okay with that. They needed a break from me. I could sense the stress I was putting on them, and I hated it.
You can sit and wash.
Ashes said, stopping at the walk-in shower that had a built-in seat. I stared at it for a moment before looking to Ashes.
I'll help you.
He reached for my nightgown. I trembled, fear taking hold of me.
What's wrong?
He asked, stopping. I stared into his blue eyes, trying to figure out what was happening and why I was so scared. It was Ashes, my pyro.
Heaven?
I blinked at him, the answer coming to me. I didn't want him to see me. The cuts, the fading bruises, the ugly bits that had been taken from me.
Serena, hey, talk to me.
He urged, thumbing away a tear that had slipped down my cheek.
What's going on? What can I do to help?
When I simply stared at him, my chest heaving with each gasping breath, he wrapped his arms carefully around me and held me.
I won't look if that helps. I'll turn my back so you can wash, or I can wait outside the door. My only concerns are your safety and comfort. Okay?
I exhaled, the panic slowly ebbing away with his words.
There. That's better.
He murmured, pulling away and smiling down at me.
Do you want me to stay or go?
I stared into his eyes for a moment before exhaling and stepping away. I wanted him to stay but not look at me. He studied me, clearly understanding, before he turned his back on me, allowing me some privacy. Quickly, I undressed and stepped into the shower. Seconds later, I was carefully washing myself, noting Ashes hadn't tried to turn once. Instead, he seemed to be looking down at his phone and sending out a text. I assumed it was meant for Church or Stitches. I forced myself to look at the damage and let out a shaky breath. I'd healed a lot. The cuts were beginning to scab over, and the bruises were fading to a dull purple and yellow. I would probably have some scars to remind me of the ordeal, both physical and mental, even emotional. My body still hurt despite the fact that time had whizzed past since that night. I ground my teeth as I struggled to get the flashes of that night out of my head. His laughter, the pain, the fear, the way his warm breath felt on my skin, his lips on mine, his teeth sinking into my lip. Reaching out, I ran my fingers along my healing lip. The swelling had reduced a lot more, but it was still aching and bled when I moved my mouth too much. Warmth rushed through my body as the images flashed even quicker through my head. One of them stopped and flared brightly in the forefront of my mind. His soft moans as he fucked me. The sickness I felt. The defeat. The defeat. The defeat. The defeat. The warmth was replaced by cold slamming against my veins. Rage. 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 Homicidal rage. I didn't feel like myself. I felt powerful. Out of control. He was dead, and I was the one who was going to kill him.
Heaven?
Ashes called out, his voice sounding so far away.
Serena! Hey!
I ignored him. Only one thing on my mind.
What the hell? Serena!
I was cold. So cold. So angry. He didn't deserve to live. He needed to die. I had to kill him. Stab him like he'd stabbed me. Hurt him. Make him scream. Make him beg. A cry left me as the cold intensified. Warmth. Movement. I was being carried. I blinked rapidly, the ugly thoughts and anger receding. The room came back into focus. The living room. I was naked, and Ashes was cradling me in his arms on the couch.
It's okay. It's okay.
He repeated, his voice trembling while he rocked me on his lap.
I've got you. I won't let you go. It's okay.
I blinked rapidly before running my fingers through his soft hair. He pulled away and stared down at me, worry in his blue eyes.
You scared me.
I took his hand and traced letters gently onto his palm. Tired. He nodded, his Adam's apple bobbing.
Okay. Let's get you dressed, and then we can rest.
With ease, he lifted me into his arms and brought me to Church's room, where he placed me on the bed. Quickly, he grabbed a pair of panties for me and shimmied them up my legs before pulling one of Church's long shirts over my body and tucking me beneath the blankets. Wordlessly, he rounded the bed and lay beside me after taking me into his hold.
Sleep. You're not well. You need to rest.
The way he said the words made the fear swell within me again. Because he was right. I wasn't well. Something was happening to me. Something really bad. Something that could get someone killed.
Chapter 9. Bryce. Fuck the Watchers. I let out a groan and shuffled to my feet from my bed, my body feeling like I'd been run over on repeat and then dragged for miles. A creak at my door had me looking over to see who it was.
Hello, bunny boy,
Asylum said, cocking his head to the left at me, a tiny deranged smile on his lips that made me take a step back.
Have a minute to talk?
He raised his dark brows at me. I swallowed hard. All I have is time, you know that? This is my purgatory. He pushed off my door jamb and came fully into my room, twirling a damn fork around his fingers. Put your weapon away, I muttered, not moving from my spot. I kept a close eye on the psycho as he slowly prowled my small dorm room. They'd let me out of the facility a few days ago, and I'd been here since. I left my door open to get some air in. I was really great at making bad decisions.
It's only a weapon if I use it to carve out your eyes. Or tongue. Ever had your tongue forked out, Andrews?
Asylum stopped his perusal of my room and turned to face me. Dressed in all black, he gave off the vibes of someone who would truly fork me to death before slipping away back into the shadows he dwelled in. Can't say I have, I answered tightly. He studied me, still twirling his damn fork.
First time for everything, right?
I exhaled. What do you want, Seth?
Asylum. And I want to know how many times you've jerked off while thinking about my forever girl.
I winced at his words but remained silent. I was sure there wasn't a correct answer to any of it, and trying to give one would probably end with his fork jammed into my eye.
You're right,
he murmured, his blue eyes raking over me. I took note of the bandage wrapped around his hand. I remembered him protecting me in the woods and Church's knife catching him. He cocked his head to the left again.
You remember everything, don't you, bunny boy?
What do you mean? My voice shook. He moved to the corkboard in my room and studied the photos I had pinned to it. Me and my friends on campus, photos of the cemetery and grounds, a picture of my dog back home. He reached out and ran his fingers lightly over a picture of me and Serena. I stiffened, hating he was touching it.
You're vanilla, Andrews,
Asylum murmured, continuing to study the picture of me and Serena.
A sweet vanilla cupcake, but you remember everything.
I remained quiet, my aching body stiff with anticipation.
Tell me, vanilla, when was the last time you held your cock and thought about my forever girl?
He didn't turn to face me. He simply continued to stare at the photograph. When I didn't answer, he let out a soft laugh that sent chills down my spine.
This morning, but you hurt too much.
He turned to face me.
Yes?
Why are you here? I demanded quietly, wishing I had some answer to how she was doing. He let out another soft laugh.
She's fine, by the way. A little crazy, but aren't we all?
I watched him walk to my bed and take a seat on the edge of it. He continued to twirl his fork.
I'm here because you want what's mine.
I glanced to my open door, knowing he'd be on me before I'd made it halfway across the room. He snickered.
You're right. Run as fast as you can. You can't escape the forking boogeyman.
I care about her, I said, holding my chin up. He nodded.
You can't possibly think you can compete with me and the Watchers, right?
I'm not trying to. I shrugged helplessly. I know where I stand.
Good. Now that you know that, I have a job for you.
He switched gears quickly, going from murderer with a fork to psycho with a fork. There wasn't much difference. I'm not interested.
I care not about your interest regarding the matter.
He waved me off.
I need you to go to Miss Kitty and put your dick to good use. Think you can handle that?
I crinkled my brows at him. Who? He rolled his blue eyes.
Katie. She's poking around trying to get to Firefly. We can't have that. My girl must rest and not be reminded of such ugly things.
What's going on?
Serena was harmed.
He gave me a measured look.
You fucked things up for us, Vanilla. Now I want your help fixing them.
I scoffed at him. I can't help you. I can't even help myself. And in case you forgot, the Watchers will probably finish gutting me if they catch me outside my room.
Bunnies are fast, even wannabe ones. I'm sure you'll be able to escape. Get to Katie, put your dick inside her, distract her.
No. I glared at him. I'm not like that. He smirked.
Like what? Straight? Cut this shit. We know what you are.
I've never said I wasn't straight.
Right, you're old man. I know. Get your dick wet, Vanilla. I forking need you to.
No, I can't. I won't. He stood and slowly stalked toward me. I backed away from him until I was against the wall. He didn't stop until we were nose to nose. His warm breath blew across my face. I couldn't shake the feeling that he was staring straight into my soul and snagging all my secrets like a greedy monster. He shifted, his nose brushing along my jaw as he inhaled deeply.
Virgin? How vanilla of you, sweetheart. You want to lose it to someone equally sweet. My firefly.
He moved his face away from mine and closed his eyes for a moment before snapping them open. My heart jumped into my throat as he ran his fork along my cheek.
She's not as sweet as you think she is. She's our little monster. She would destroy you, Vanilla. Rip you to pretty red ribbons. That is if the Watchers didn't get to you first.
I let out shaky breath after shaky breath.
You're special. Like me,
he continued, his fork at my temple before he skimmed it to my bottom lash line.
You remember everything. You know what you were doing April 5th, a Tuesday evening at 10 at night, don't you?
I swallowed thickly.
Answer me, Vanilla.
No. I blinked rapidly as he teased the edge of my eye.
You have really pretty eyes. I like them a lot. Hazel with little flecks of gold,
he murmured.
I've learned one doesn't need to have both eyes to live a life where he remembers his fucking place.
I squeezed my eyelids closed as he continued to tease me with his fork.
They always close their eyes. They think it will save their lives. But I am a monster sent from hell to do the devil's chores, to fuck the world and its whores, to torment and terrorize the weeping. Now tell me, Vanilla, all the secrets you've been keeping.
A gasp slipped past my lips as he slowly worked one of the tines from his fork beneath my eyelid. My pulse thundered through my veins while the fear bubbled within me. I saw my father making a deal with Everett Church. I choked out. Asylum didn't stop his trek beneath my eyelid.
And?
He prodded softly, his body pressed against mine. And he found out. He sent me here. He always knew I was different. My memory never fades. He was angry after finding my friend kissing me in my room. He let him touch me. My words became choked.
Everett likes sweet little vanilla cupcakes.
The tine moved deeper. A tear worked its way down my cheek at the ugly memory.
Your father wanted to teach you a lesson. What a man's touch really felt like. Whenever it was done, you were tossed aside. A trust fall. A sacrifice because you disappointed him anyway. Your father thought of you as a freak. You didn't fight hard enough. You disgust him. But Everett, you entice him. He's a collector of lost, special souls.
The tine was nearly as deep as it could go, the cold steel pressing against my eyeball beneath my lid. I was certain one wrong move from me would end in my losing an eye.
Do you feed Everett information?
No, I choked out. I don't. I'm just here until I'm released.
You'll never be released. None of us will until death finds the monster holding the keys.
I exhaled shakily.
Now, if you're a good cupcake, I'll reward you with those keys. Do you want your freedom, Vanilla?
Yes, I rasped.
Then do what you're told. Go to Katie, distract her however you can. Tell her you've seen Serena and she's fine, that the Watchers are just protective assholes, that she has the goddamn flu, whatever your pretty little extraordinary mind comes up with.
And then?
And then, maybe if you do a good enough job, I'll be closer to handing you the fucking keys. Trust me when I say God has nothing on my kingdom of paradise.
His breath feathered along my lips.
My keys open all doors, Even the doors where cupcakes wear masks and want pretty mute girls beneath a full moon. Think about it.
And just like that, he pulled the fork free from beneath my eyelid and stepped away. "Serena?" I whispered. A crooked smirk cut his lips upward.
Paradise, Vanilla. Now get to fucking work.
Chapter 10. Church. I stared into the flames dancing in the fireplace in our living room. We didn't often light this thing up, but ashes had it roaring when Stitches and I had come back from getting winter supplies. We'd hauled it all into the house, having spent several $1,000s on it all. Winters here could be brutal. It was probably one of the reasons why Chapel Crest was situated where it was. Students weren't able to escape more than half the year, made life easier for the people in charge. Because of the dancing flames, I knew Ashes was struggling with something. He kept pacing the room, flipping his lighter open and closed. Clearly, he was trying to gather his thoughts. I watched the flames, worry unfurling in my guts. Stitches simply sat on the other end of the leather wraparound, looking to the ceiling. Ashes said Serena had been sleeping for hours now. That was good. She needed the rest. But seeing Ashes pace the way he was made me think we had a new issue to tackle. Like we needed any fucking more issues.
Shit got weird today,
Ashes finally said, stopping and letting out a shaky breath. How so? I looked over at him, taking in the way his Adam's apple bobbed when he swallowed and the way his blue eyes wavered.
Serena. I took her to shower. She didn't want me to look at her. I get it. I do. That wasn't the problem. I turned my back on her and let her get inside the shower. Everything was going fine. Then she got out and walked past me completely naked and soaking wet. She didn't respond to me calling for her. I didn't know what the fuck was happening.
She doesn't talk or respond much anyway, if at all,
Stitches said, frowning.
So what was weird about any of it?
She walked out like she was in a trance. She went straight for the front door and pulled it open. I managed to get to her the moment she made to step outside.
Ash's blue eyes widened.
Her eyes. She wasn't there. It wasn't until I got her back to the couch that she started to come out of it.
I rubbed my eyes, my frustration coming through. I'll call Doc, see what he says. She was sleeping peacefully when I was up there.
Maybe it's her meds.
Stitches added, a note of hope in his voice. I knew what he was thinking, though. He was praying she wasn't losing her damn mind. Trauma does fucked up shit to people, I continued. Maybe that's all this is. We'll watch her. If it happens again, we'll figure it out. We always figure it out. Ashes let out a sigh.
It was just weird, man. She was fine afterward, pretty much just went to sleep.
We'll watch her, I repeated. We fell silent for a long time. The knock at the front door had us on our feet. It was rare that anyone came to our house without an invitation, and I knew damn well I hadn't invited anyone.
Maybe it's Katie?
Stitches wrinkled his nose and awkwardly adjusted his dick in his pants. He'd mentioned she threatened to feed him his own cock if she didn't get to see Serena. Obviously, the threat meant something to him as he made a move to protect himself. I went to the door and pulled it open to find Sin holding 2 paper sacks of groceries. What's this? I asked, frowning at him.
I saw Stitches at the gates. He said you guys didn't have much food. I thought I'd bring you some. It's not a lot.
We don't want it, I snapped, glaring at him. Keep it.
Church, I don't want Serena to be without if something happens. Storms are coming.
I know how to take care of my girl, I snarled at him. Don't come to my fucking door and insult me, Sinclair.
What's going on?
Stitches came up behind me and stared Sin down.
Hey.
I brought supplies.
Shove them up your ass. I slammed the door closed on him, anger coursing through me.
Man, he's trying.
Stitches said, sighing. Doesn't fucking matter. He fucked up. He can't unfuck what he did. Our girl up there losing her fucking mind and hurting is a reminder of that fuck up.
He's a friend. A brother. At least he was. It's just...
No, I'll fucking kill him if he steps foot into this house, Malachi. You know I will. Then I'll eat all fucking winter. I stormed upstairs and went straight to my room to find Ashes sitting on the edge of my bed watching Serena sleep.
Who was at the door?
He asked, glancing at me. It was hard for me to keep my anger in check whenever I was around Sin. He'd been one of my best friends. We'd bonded in our traumas, but that fucking asshole went a step too far. Sin. He raised his brows at me.
What did he want?
He had supplies he wanted to give us.
Oh, that's nice of him.
He flipped his lighter open and closed, his attention back on Serena. Fuck him, I said, my irritation continuing to build. The flame from Ash's lighter danced for a moment before he closed the lid and returned to his ritual opening and closing 5 times. A pause, a flame, back to opening and closing.
Maybe we should talk to him and hear him out.
No, I already told Stitches that Sin can fuck off. He's not welcome in this house. He helped for a minute when Spectre was hurt. I appreciate that, but it doesn't erase his sins. What he did fucked everything up.
Dante, we agreed to let Asylum in here, to help, I don't know. I think we should hear Sin out.
I ground my teeth together. Asher, man, enough. I'm already on edge with everything. Takes every ounce of control I have to not just gut him whenever he's close. The fact you and Stitches are so careless with your forgiveness baffles me. Ashes sighed and looked back to Serena.
You know Sinclair has issues. We all do. Would you cut me out for mine? For setting the house on fire? What about Stitches? For fighting? For his anger? I mean, fuck, man, we all deserve a little grace.
He meant for her to die, Asher, dead. He hoped Asylum's crazy ass would take her out.
And yet you're letting Asylum in.
He looked back to me.
Do you get my point?
I let out a huff of frustration. This conversation was going in circles and pissing me off.
Let's put a pin in it,
Ashes said, clearly catching on. He closed his lighter and clenched it tightly in his hand. I noted the slight tremble.
We can revisit this conversation later. However, you need to understand that Asylum and Sin have obviously become friends. If you're letting Asylum near, know that Sin will be too. You can't be pissed about that.
I said nothing, knowing he was right, knowing that it wouldn't matter, knowing at some point I'd lose it on Sin again because he'd had a hand in the pain my Spectre was in, knowing that he was responsible for the way I felt, the pain and betrayal he'd inflicted on me. I hated to admit it, but the grumpy fucker had broken my heart. After all the shit we'd been through together with Bells, bonded together in blood, death, and dark secrets, and he'd fucking betrayed me. I let out a sigh and sat on Serena's other side, then stared down at her. I love you, Spectre, I murmured before placing a kiss on her forehead. She let out a little hum in her sleep, and I looked to Ashes.
Even in sleep, she hums that damn song. I wonder where she heard it, and why it's so important to her.
Me too, I said before twining my fingers with hers and clinging to her small hand. In the end, it didn't matter. As long as she was happy and still here, it was what I'd focus on. And fucking keeping her that way.
Chapter 11. Mirage. I rubbed my eyes, exhausted and worried off my ass, while I paced the length of the cave. My head was killing me. The snowflakes from the season's first major winter storm were just starting to fall. I was sick to death of living this way. Him. Me. Where the fuck did I end and he begin? I paced again, the voice in my head. Right here. You know that. In time. Fucking damn it. Stop. Silence for one fucking day, please. You know we can't do that. Be real fucking nice if we did. It's not so bad. Could be worse, yes? I let out a grumble. Could try the meds again. They made us feel really fucked up, though. The familiar voice continued. Not happening. We will suffer in silence. I wouldn't say silence. I'd like to think we get along well. Locked in our mind. Together. Forever. The same. Different. Us. 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 Fucking damn it. Enough. Don't fuck with me unless it's important. It's always important. For example, I'm only here to tell you to expect company soon. That it? No. A soft laugh in my head before the voice spoke again. I also wanted to tell you that I love you, my crazy fucking personality. I sighed. I love you too, my insane fucking warden. I'd let you out to play more if you didn't get carried away. You know that. And I told you that I was breaking free soon. Yes, well, I saw what happened when you decided to do things on your own. You almost got poor Bryce killed. He almost got himself killed. No one told him to play pretend. Yes, well, he loves her too. She's easy to love and hard to stay away from. Indeed. Look to the door. He comes. The voice faded, and I was left with silence in my head. I exhaled, relishing the quiet I so rarely got. I looked to the door of the cave. A moment later, Sin stepped inside, covered in snowflakes. He closed the makeshift door behind him and looked to me. Welcome, I said, not bothering to go to him.
It's fucking cold out there.
He mumbled, stomping forward and putting the bag he was carrying onto the floor near the old couch.
I brought you some clothes like you asked for.
I raised my brows at him. I didn't ask for clothes. We haven't spoken in a long time, Sinclair. He rolled his gray eyes at me through the dim light of my heater.
I don't fucking know when you're him and he's you. Excuse me to hell. Mirage. It is Mirage, right?
It was my turn to roll my eyes. Yeah, it's Mirage.
Good. You two are hard to keep track of.
So we've been told, I muttered, looking to my right and scowling.
If it helps, Asylum is fucking weird.
Sin sat on the couch and stared at me. It doesn't. He shrugged.
Didn't figure it would.
He looked around the cave.
So, this is where you'll be hanging?
Yeah. I sat in the chair near the heater and rubbed my hands. It wasn't freezing in here, but it wasn't a sun-soaked beach either.
Might need another heater.
I nodded without a word.
I'll make sure to get one. I'll get more propane, too, so you can use that little stove over there. Beats eating beans out of a tin can.
So what? I can eat it out of a pan? He shrugged at me.
Beggars can't be choosers.
I scoffed at him, irritated at the current situation.
Listen, it won't be long. Asylum will let you out more.
And you know this how? I looked over at him. He stared into the heater.
Because he said he would.
Right. Healing takes time. I held my bandaged hand out.
You know why he said you couldn't come out, right? Even with that bandage on your hand?
I'm aware. He's punishing me for fucking up. Bandage or not, I must pay my penance. Sin nodded.
I know a thing or two about that.
I studied him for a long moment. His blonde hair had been cut. It was shaggier than normal. He lost weight from his sadness, but was still a big guy. His muscles still strained against his clothes ever so slightly, enough to still be intimidating. Are you still hurting yourself? I asked in a low voice as if these stone walls could hear my words. He continued to stare into the heater.
Sometimes.
You need to stop.
Do I?
His gray eyes met mine.
What good would stopping do?
There are far worse things to be punished for, Sinclair. I would know.
Then you also know that none of the shit that happened was your fault. You didn't hurt Serena. That wasn't you.
Wasn't it? I raised my brows at him. It may not have been me, but it was my fault. Asylum escaping and getting close to her. I sighed and looked to the ceiling of the cave as if divine intervention would save my treacherous soul.
I don't believe you or Asylum are sick. We're all fucked in the head in one way or another. But I don't think you're sick. Not like them. They need to die, and we need redemption.
Ah, the villain's redemption arc. I let out a sour laugh. Whatever could two monsters do to make our atrocities right, Sinclair?
She loves you,
he said fiercely, his gray eyes boring into mine.
You know she does. Through all the shit, she loves you, Seth. Even Asylum. She loves him despite his crimes against her. I worry for her.
He went quiet again. I cocked my head to the right as I watched him.
If she could forgive you and Asylum, Maybe there's room in her heart to forgive me, too.
He finally whispered. I studied him, hurting for his pain as if it were my own. Hell, in a way, it was. I believe you can have that we all can have that. Asylum is the way. I chuckled softly. Best believe I am. Follow me. I know the way. I focused on the silence and edged him out of my head. It was quiet once more.
I don't even know how to go about proving myself.
Sin scratched his head and shifted in his seat.
I beat myself, cut myself. I pray to a God who probably only wants my suffering. I'm at a loss.
I don't know, other than to just keep going. I sat back. With Asylum's plan, I think he'll get you close enough to her. It's you who needs to reach out and take what you want.
And you'd be okay with that? Me taking her?
He crinkled his brows, his focus on me. I shrugged. Look, I understand she's capable of loving more than one person. I'd be honored to be included in it. If she wants me and wants you and the Watchers, Asylum, I'd not hesitate. I'd fall to my knees for my goddess and worship her. His Adam's apple bobbed.
What if I can't fix this?
I sat forward. We tried to kill her. She still kissed me willingly. She still sought me. I think there's hope for you, Sinclair. Just reach out. He scoffed at me and shook his head.
I'm not good at this shit. Even this conversation feels uncomfortable.
I waved him off. Don't worry about it. I rarely get to speak to people, being so locked up. Even the uncomfortable conversations are better than no conversations.
Well, you have Asylum in your head.
I snorted. Sometimes. At least you're near enough to punch him when he starts his shit. All I can do is wish I could pull him out of my head and lay him on his ass. Sin gave me an actual smile.
You'd not do it.
I laughed at that. Probably not. While he pisses me off, for better or worse, he's the voice in my head. Sin let out a soft laugh.
He's the voice in mine, too.
The devil on your shoulder, I mused. The wind at your back, pushing you forward. Sin smirked at me.
That's you too, Seth. You're the same. I'd have killed myself already, probably. One of my cuts would have eventually been deep enough.
I cocked my head to the right again and stared at him. My eyes narrowed. No, I don't believe you would have. You wanted an outlet, not to be dead. Sometimes hurting ourselves is the only way to bleed our emotional pain out and focus on something different for a moment. A different pain that can divert our attention. That can give our hearts a moment of peace. Give our minds some ease. I would know. He glanced to my wrists, which were covered by the sleeves of my dark hoodie. I swallowed hard. I also have punished myself.
Do you still do it?
I chewed my bottom lip for a moment before answering. Yes, on occasion. Asylum gets angry with me, but what are demons good for if not to get pissed off when you try to cut them out of you?
He's not really in you, though.
Sin said gently.
I mean, he is, but still. He's in me too sometimes.
He's the parasite I can't live without. I let out a mirthless chuckle. But I do love him despite it all. I suppose that says more about me than it does about him.
I feel that way about the Watchers. They wanted me dead, but I still love the hell out of them. Church still wishes for my death, I'm sure. In fact, he's made it clear I can fuck off and die.
I waved him off. Dante will come around eventually. Besides, I shifted in my seat and gave him a sinister smile. It's not actually him you need to impress to make your way back into their group. Sin raised his brows at me. It's her, I finished. Dante and the guys will give her whatever she wants. You know this, I know this, Asylum fucking knows it. Why do you think he's playing the angle he's playing? He knows if he just goes to the Watchers and asks to fuck her too, they'll tell him to go to hell. It's why he's working on her. He makes himself important in her recovery. He's worked his way beneath her skin, as I have. Then she needs him, needs me, can't live without us. When she finally gives in, the Watchers will witness it. They'll welcome us in with open arms for her. If you want to go home, Sinclair, she's your fucking compass, my friend. He sat straighter.
I can't fuck up again.
I shook my head. No, you can't.
I don't know how to do this shit. I've always been a fuck up with women. Fuck, I don't want to hurt anymore. What if it doesn't work? What if...
Stop. I held my hand up. You think too much. If you need to think on it, consider this. What if it does work, huh? I'm not a believer in manifesting destiny or anything like that, but I do believe that if you change your way of thinking, your journey will be more enjoyable. Don't you want an enjoyable journey?
I do.
Then positive thinking. Let the darkness belong to us and the night. For now, focus on being better and not doubting shit about yourself. You're a survivor, so fucking live, Sinclair. Don't do it for the Watchers. For Serena, do it for you, because you deserve it just as much as the next crazy fuck. Got it?
Yeah.
He answered thickly, getting to his feet.
Yeah. I mean, fuck. I'll try.
It's all we can do. I need a nap. My head hurts.
Will you be okay here?
I've been here a long time. A little longer won't kill me.
Where do you go when you're gone?
Always working, I sighed. Building a better life, making points of contact, taking down the man. He stared me down for a moment before nodding, obviously deciding to not pursue questioning me.
I'll bring the propane and another heater. They're calling for at least a foot of snow. I'll try to get it back to you before it starts coming down hard.
I waved him off. Don't kill yourself over it. Worst comes to worst, I'll blanket off one of those smaller rooms and take the heater in there. I'll be fine. I've spent a fair number of winters here. He nodded and walked to the door. Hey, Sinclair?
Yeah?
He looked at me from over his shoulder. Tell Asylum he owes me $50.
Can't you just dial him up in your head and tell him?
I smiled at him. I'd rather you get to see his face when you tell him. He chuckled and shrugged before leaving me alone in the cave with nothing but silence in my head. I couldn't ask for a more perfect evening. Well, unless it included my Rennie. But I get there, eventually. I smiled at that. 1, 2, I'm coming for you. 3, 4, you'll scream some more. In fact, many would by the time we were done. What a sweet nightmare that would be.
Chapter 12. Serena. I exhaled. Inhaled. Exhaled. Inhaled. A wave of dizziness came over me before slowly dissipating. I was okay, and I wanted to live my life. It had been far too long. The days kept weaving onward, and yet nothing was getting better. All I knew was that to get better, I had to be better. Staying in that damn bed and staring at the ceiling wasn't fixing my problems. Being weak wasn't fixing them. Something dark and angry was coming over me, and I was tired of pushing it off the last few weeks. Maybe I needed to get mad. Maybe it would fix things and put me in charge for once in my life. But deep down, I was terrified. I would always be that little girl who struggled to get out of the locked box. I swallowed hard at that memory before pushing my blankets off and getting shakily to my feet. As carefully as possible, I made it to the bathroom and turned on the shower. Church wasn't in bed. He usually wasn't in the mornings. He was typically downstairs or taking turns with Ashes and Stitches on attending classes, so someone was always with me. He'd leave in the middle of the night, too. I assumed he was hunting. I wanted things to get back to normal. I took a shower, avoiding looking at my body the entire time, before I got out and dressed myself. I fell sideways, a wave of dizziness coming over me again, but I managed to catch myself on the edge of the sink before I could tumble to the floor. Steadying myself, I finished getting ready, feeling almost human for the first time in weeks. Slowly, I made my way downstairs to see Church was there, typing something into his phone while he sat in his chair. The smell of his weed hung thick in the air. I approached him, finally catching his attention as I closed in.
Spectre,
He said, getting to his feet, his green eyes drinking me in.
you look beautiful.
I felt my face heat at his words and looked down at the pretty sundress I was in. I was a bit cold wearing it, but it made me feel good and reminded me of Katie. By wearing it, I felt better. He took my hand, pulled me onto his lap, and nuzzled against my neck.
I love the way you smell.
He said softly, his warm breath sending goosebumps flying over my skin. I closed my eyes as he inhaled deeply, his hand high on my thigh beneath my skirt.
I like that you came downstairs to me. Are you feeling well, baby?
To answer, I turned to him and placed a gentle kiss on his lips. He took control immediately, deepening it until I was breathless. When he broke away, he placed a sweet kiss on my bare shoulder.
I'm sorry, I've just missed seeing you this way.
I rested my hand over his on my thigh and gave it a gentle squeeze.
Are you hungry? I can make you something.
He stared into my eyes. I gave him an eager look, which made him chuckle softly.
Okay, I'll get you something to eat.
He lifted me easily from his lap and placed me on the soft cushion before getting to his feet and going into the kitchen. I watched as he worked quickly at the stove. Before long, the smell of oatmeal hung in the air. My stomach gave a growl, which made me wince. Quickly, he put my oatmeal into a bowl, grabbed a glass of orange juice, and came back to me. I watched as he placed the items on the table next to his seat before he brought me to my feet and took his place on the cushion again. He pulled me back onto his lap and grabbed the bowl of oatmeal.
Open.
He was going to feed me. I parted my lips and allowed him to slip the food against my tongue.
Eat, baby.
I did as instructed, chewing the oatmeal quickly. It was really good. He had even put blueberries into it. The little berries popped with flavor, making my taste buds dance with joy. He continued to feed me until my stomach was fit to burst. I turned my head away from him. I thought he'd fight me on it and make me finish it all, but he downed it himself before grabbing the orange juice and offering it to me. I sipped it and pulled away. He was quick to polish that off too, and then place the empty glass back on the side table. With care, he pulled me against his body and held me. I rested my head in the crook of his neck, enjoying the comfort he brought me. The way he smelled, like cold, wintry forest, cedar, wood, something distinctly Dante.
Is there anything you want to do today?
I remained silent, locked in my prison. More than anything, I wanted to speak, but the words weren't there. I hated it, but this was me. I wanted to be someone else. Wishing the words would come when I wanted them to didn't always work. Sometimes I was able to voice them, which was a huge accomplishment for me. Most times, though, I was stuck in silence.
Do you think you're ready to return to classes? As much as I enjoy knowing you're here and safe, it's getting hard to keep Sully off my ass. Eventually, he's going to send word to my father. We don't want that.
He was right. We didn't. I fingered one of the buttons on his dark button-down.
Serena, I wish you'd speak to me. I love the way your voice sounds. It's so pretty and sweet. I dream of it.
I shifted closer to him. He gave me a gentle squeeze as my fingers trailed to his wrists and played with all the leather bands he wore. One had a small rabbit on it. I traced the shape, feeling the soft leather. I was sure it was made from a poor bunny. I moved to the next bracelet and ran my fingers along the strange leather. It was sewn together in pieces, the leather different colors. I stared up at him curiously.
Do you like that one?
I bit my bottom lip. I wouldn't say I liked it. It simply made me curious.
Would you like to know the story behind it?
I ran my finger along the leather again, noting that one piece had an intricate design embedded deep within it.
When I lived at home, my father made me do things for him, things pretty little girls like you should never have to witness.
I swallowed, my heart rate picking up.
This one?
He pointed to the first bit of leather.
This is from a man who owed my father money. He sold flesh for him. He would keep a chunk of cash with each transaction. Father didn't like that, so he sent me in. It seemed only fitting that I take his flesh as a souvenir.
I shivered at the words. The nausea at what he meant twisting through my guts like an angry serpent. I jerked my hand away from the bracelet, but he captured my fingers and pressed them back against it.
The second piece is from a man who ate things he shouldn't.
He slid my fingers to the next piece.
This is from a man who tried to touch me.
Another piece.
This is from a woman who fucked my father while he was married to my mother. I do not tolerate betrayal. I was able to get to her. My father's time will come someday as well.
Another piece.
This is from someone who tried to buy my mother from my father. My father watched me do this one. He laughed the entire time I hacked the man to bits.
He continued on, telling me the story of each piece of leather until we reached the last piece. It was a band connected to the others, but was solid and wasn't Frankenstein together like the rest were.
And this is my mother.
My breath came in a shaky gasp at his words.
Callista, the queen of the underground. I've never told you the story of my mother, have I? Of my story and how I came to be this way. I know you're aware of Ash's, Stitch's, and Sin's stories, but mine has eluded you.
I trembled on his lap. He ran his knuckles along my jaw and turned my face so I was staring into his moss-green eyes.
I am no saint, Serena. I'm a very bad man.
He thumbed my bottom lip.
If you leave me, I'll find you and weave you into my mother's bracelet.
I shook at his words.
Whether you like it or not, you belong to me. I never let go of things that are mine, and nothing that ever hurts what belongs to me gets to live for long.
I turned my face from him, fear washing over me.
Look at me,
he commanded, turning my face back to his with a firm hold. I stared into his eyes. My breath held.
I will find the person who caused you harm, Spectre. When I do, I will deliver him to you. I will watch you carve him to pieces if that is your wish, but I swear on my life, you will have your revenge if it is what you seek. For you, I'd give the world. I'd give you your own heaven.
The darkness I'd been trying to keep at bay peeked out from the shadows, eager to get to work. The fear washed away, replaced by excitement. I licked my lips, the numbness of this new part of my soul coming out to look around. What if I want hell, Dante? Should you deliver it? His eyes darted to my lips, where I had the bottom one pulled between my teeth.
I would deliver hell and all its fucking demons anywhere you'd like, my love. For you, I'd do anything, kill anyone. All you need to do is give the command and it will be yours.
Promise? I leaned in. He exhaled and closed his eyes briefly. I studied his peaceful face. So beautiful. So flawless. Such a beautiful, perfect monster. His lashes fluttered for a moment before he opened his eyes.
I vow it. Yours. All of it. Anything. You are my reason for everything now. Both my sanity and insanity. You drive them. Steer them well, my specter. Because once I let go, I really will unleash a hell you couldn't even fathom in that pretty little head of yours. So call my name. I will come to you and go to my knees, then await your command. I am yours, Serena. Forever.
I let my eyelids close, relishing his words. This darkness within me adored them. The light feared them. Who I was, I didn't know. And that scared me. But not as much as Dante Church did. Tell me your story, Dante. I demanded softly, now reeling in the darkness. Maybe if I let the darkness out, it would keep me safe. It would protect me. I wanted to be safe inside my body. He cradled my cheek when I opened my eyes.
You may never look at me the same way again.
I pressed my lips to his. He immediately kissed me back, dragging the breath from my body. I am not myself, I whispered against his lips between kisses.
I know. We all snap in here. You are no exception.
I nipped his bottom lip, earning a soft groan from him. Tell me your story, I commanded again. His lips trailed down my neck. I loved the way it felt, so firm and in charge, so Dante. His lips left my skin and was replaced by his hand in a firm hold around my neck. He gave it a squeeze, making me gasp out.
If you try to leave me after hearing it.
I reached out and wrapped my hand around his neck before squeezing like he did to me. Then we will both die, I whispered.
Don't tempt me with a good time.
He crushed his lips to mine in a fierce kiss. All senses left my head as he took control of my body.
Tell me who owns you.
You do, I choked out. He sucked against the sensitive skin of my neck, releasing his hold on me. I moaned softly as he cradled my breast.
You're not my specter,
he whispered into my ear after trailing kisses and bites along my jaw. I am. I'm just a different version.
I want her right now. She needs to hear my words. Bring her back. I want my sweetheart, not her monster.
No.
Bring her back to me,
he commanded, pulling away and glaring down at me.
Now.
I blinked rapidly, heat sweeping through me, dizziness, nausea, confusion. I stared up at him, wondering how we'd gotten into the position we were in, why I'd snapped the way I had. It was the darkness inside of me. I was sure of it. I was her. She was me. A demon sent from my own personal hell. One meant to protect me from the bad men in our world. The lines were blurred. We were all bad here, it seemed.
There you are,
he murmured, cradling my cheek.
Spectre.
A tear worked its way down my cheek. Fear blanketed me. Something was wrong. Really wrong. But it felt so right. So safe.
It's okay. We're all a little crazy here, baby.
He kissed me sweetly before pulling away.
You were asking about my story. Do you still want to hear it, or would you like to save it for our next walk through the cemetery at midnight?
With a shaky hand, I reached out and squeezed his hand.
Now, so be it. Just don't run. There's nowhere you could ever go that I wouldn't find you. Understand?
I stared back at him, knowing exactly what it meant. He was scared he'd lose me by telling his story. He wouldn't, though. I'd stay.
Your eyes are so expressive. If I stared long enough into them, I could know the secrets to the universe.
He brushed his lips against mine.
Let's begin, shall we?
I exhaled and gave a slight nod of my head. That seemed good enough for him because he began speaking.
My mother's name was Callista, and she was beautiful. Chapter 13. Church. I licked my lips, my ugly story tainting my tongue. I never spoke of my mother. It wasn't a memory I liked, but the guys knew it, so my girl should also know it. I shoved all the shit out of my head that had transpired with Serena moments ago. It was a subject I'd broach another time. Right now, I needed to focus on this moment. My father forced my mother into marriage. They attended Mayfair together. She was beautiful. A singer, a scholar, a model, hair like spun gold, eyes green like emeralds. When I was a young boy, I'd stare at her beauty, mesmerized by it. I'd never seen a woman so beautiful in all my life. I thumbed Serena's bottom lip. Until I met you, that is. Her soft, warm breath blew across my thumb. Fuck, I wanted to devour her. And maybe that monster she'd let out earlier. I'd love them both to fucking death without a second thought. I pushed those ideas from my mind, deciding I needed to speak to the guys about what I'd witnessed with her. Ashes hadn't been overreacting the other day when she tried to go naked out the front door. She really had snapped. I tabled those thoughts once again and focused. My mother never willingly loved my father. He demanded it, but she was strong-willed, a fighter. I was born out of hatred and rape. Serena's colorful eyes filled with sadness and pity. Do not pity my origins, Spectre. I do not. She bit her bottom lip and remained silent. My father wanted an heir, needed one. He wanted a son, of course. Men are stronger than women in his world. I came into the world born of hatred, yet my mother loved me despite it. I grew with her guiding me. When I was 5, my father bought me a rabbit for my birthday. I loved that rabbit. I was young, but I knew what love was. My mother had taught it to me despite the dark world we lived in. I let out a soft breath, hating this next part. For my 6th birthday, my father gave me my first hunting knife. He commanded me to kill my friend. When I refused, he beat my mother in front of me. She told me to stand my ground, to defy. I did, my body shaking with fear. He would kill my mother, though. He knew how much we loved one another. Perhaps he was jealous of the small family we'd made without him. Unable to handle watching my mother being beaten, I knew I had to make a choice, my mother or my pet. I paused, inhaling the ugly memories stirring my hatred. We ate my kill for my birthday dinner. I threw up the entire night, my broken mother consoling me in her bed. I paused, focusing my mind to continue. After my 6th birthday, my father began my training. Weapons, fighting, killing. I killed my first person when I was 6.5. A man. I didn't know him. My father's men held him down in a white room. My father stood over my shoulder and whispered into my ear, "Pathetic. Disappointment. Weak. Dante, you're fucking weak. No one will ever love you. Your mother will grow to hate your weakness." His words hurt me, angered me. I clenched my teeth so hard my jaw ached. I was young, Serena. I didn't know how to control myself. I didn't know how to ignore the pain he inflicted on me, so I took my knife and pushed it through the man's throat. It wasn't easy. He screamed so fucking loud until it gave way to gurgling. His blood stained my hands, my clothes, the white room. For once, I felt a freedom I'd never felt before. A way to express my anger. An outlet. My father made me pick the part I liked the most on the man. I chose his arm. He had a tattoo of a skull on it. My father made me carve off that part of the man. I did so. Then he taught me to eat everything I killed. It started with the rabbit. Serena's soft fingers brushed along my cheek. I took her hand in mine and kissed each delicate finger, my throat tight. I did not mourn that man's death nor the end of my innocence. I didn't know how to. I was a child. I knew it was wrong, but it made my father proud, so I took refuge in that, hoping he would be kinder to me and my mother. I embraced that freedom and let myself go. It upset my mother. She fought with my father. He hit her, hurt her. My hopes were crushed. When I was 9, she defied him by trying to escape with me in the dead of night. We didn't make it to the front door before he was on us. He dragged us back to my mother's bedroom, where I was forced to watch her punishment. Beaten, stripped naked, fucked. "Do you love your mother, Dante?" My father screamed at me. "Do you love her?" I stared at Serena, noting the sadness swimming in her colorful eyes. Telling my story wasn't something I ever longed to do, least of all to her because I knew she was someone who felt too much, and God help me, I didn't want her to hurt. I didn't want her to pity me or feel sorry for me. I didn't deserve that from her. He screamed that at me on repeat until I answered and said I did. He made me move closer. He said it was a lesson in love. My throat tightened more. The words were hard to say, the memory still raw and bleeding even after all these years. He said he'd kill her if I didn't. I couldn't lose my mother. I loved her. She was my whole world, my protector. She lay in that bed, her eyes barely open, her face swollen and bruised. She was so cold. She didn't fight the punishment. She let it happen. But I remember the tears that mixed with her blood as I did it. As saying the crime was painful. Serena's brows were knit so tightly. I could do this. My mother would tell me that speaking my feelings would heal me. It had been many years since I spoke of my feelings in such a way. I figured my soul was an ugly scab that would never heal, truths or not. I beat her. He told me to pick my weapon. The only thing I had was my belt from my pants. Her blood, her tears, her body. He forced me to hurt her. He guided my hand. He said it was a glimpse of my beginnings. He said it would make me stronger. I still remember the way she sounded as I cried from my position. The pitiful, soft cries. The way she reached for my hand when it was over to hold me. To comfort me. I shook my head, hating the fucking memory. When my father was satisfied with my job, he pulled me away from her and finished her punishment. She didn't make the same noises for him that she'd made for me. For me, she'd given me muffled cries of pain. For him, she screamed. I didn't want to hurt my mother that day, Spectre. Don't run away thinking that. I simply had the sampler my father wanted me to have so I could be damaged further by his sickness, so I could see my future, so I could have a taste of power. The next day he gifted me Stitches, my broken and torn brother. It made life easier. I had someone besides my mother because looking at her made me sick to my stomach. What I'd done was wrong. But I was a selfish boy wanting to keep my mother with me, wanting to save her and always have someone who would love me no matter what. I rubbed my eyes, the familiar nausea twisting through my insides. I continued killing for my father. I've killed so many people, Spectre. I became bored with it. Hundreds of the dead haunt me. I was growing up and had friends, though, troubled ones. Stitches, Ashes, Sin. We became broken brothers bonded in our collective darknesses. I took solace in having them in my life. They broke up the ugly I lived in. Mother wasn't happy yet. She would kiss me goodnight each night and make me promise I'd get out. When I screwed up, my father would use her to punish me. I watched my father hurt her. I stood by, unable to do anything because it would end in her death. Death would have been a far kinder fate, but again, I was selfish and wanted my mother with me always. Love can make us do ugly things. Keeping my mother alive was one of them. I took a moment to brush a stray piece of Serena's dark hair away from her face. My mother took to staring into my eyes while she was beaten. Tears would streak down her cheeks. I'd cry with her. As I got older, her punishments and mine were worse. Men. So many men wanted her. She was so beautiful. Even beaten and broken, she was still so breathtaking. My father sold her to high bidders. The men would have their way with her and then spit on her after. I'd watch her curl into a ball and cry softly. I'd go to my knees and hold her hand through her tears, just like she'd do for me. Dante, please, she'd whispered to me after one brutal night where 4 men had their way with her. They'd hurt her beyond words. She screamed, threw up. They'd run their cocks through her sick and fucked her with it. And I was forced to fucking listen to it. Sick, so fucking sick. The night that happened, I realized I was hurting my mother more than saving her. There wasn't a way out for either of us, and she didn't deserve to suffer as she had been. So I went to her room later that night and lay in bed with her. I was 14. I drew in a breath in a pathetic way to calm myself for the next part. I whispered to her that I loved her. I kissed her, held her, told her how much she meant to me. I wanted to show her the love she deserved. My hands shook. Serena widened her colorful eyes at me, her lips parted. She whispered against my ear, her voice barely there from all her screaming. Her words were, "Please, mój sladki, Yavol, please." I would never deny my mother the things she wanted. I moved so I was over her, her body beneath mine. Let me go. Please. Let me go. I can't tell you how many times she'd tried to end her life over the years. slash her wrists, try to hang herself. Each time she'd be found and brought back into our dark world. But I could give her this. I could do this for her. I reached into my boot and pulled my hunting knife out. I ran the blade along Serena's jaw, along her soft lips, down her throat, and over the tops of her breasts. Her breathing picked up. I kissed her forehead again, her cheek, held her, and pushed my blade deep inside her body. She let out a soft moan against my skin. She gripped my arms tightly as I continued to cling to her, as she clung to me. As I continued to kill her, she whispered, "Kakad menya blagoslavil." It means, "How hell has blessed me." I took a moment to collect myself before continuing with the next part. She stilled beneath me, a tear working its way from her eye and dripping onto her white pillowcase. Her blood was everywhere, even in my mouth, beneath my nails, on my face. I swallowed it, hurting so much I didn't think I'd ever heal. But it was the smile on her face which let me know she was at peace, that I'd finally saved her. I'd done it. I'd given her the freedom she'd been desperate for. With that in mind, I took my knife and chose my favorite part of her. That was the rule. We take our favorite parts and make them part of us by feasting. I took my mother's heart. She was pure in heart. My father came in and caught me holding it in my hands, her body having grown cold. I'd taken great care of her during my operation. It took you long enough. I stopped moving my knife along Serena's breasts. That's what my father said to me. He walked past me and looked down at my mother's mutilated body before he crawled onto her and fucked her one last time. I watched, satisfied she wasn't there to hurt anymore. I let my knife fall away from Serena's soft skin. He took her tongue, and we ate together that night. I went back later and took some of her skin and made my bracelet with it. Her heart is part of me now. I joke and tell the guys she's my soft spot. And the bracelet, I always liked the way her skin was so soft. I like knowing she's still with me, no matter how small the piece of her. Serena's bottom lip trembled. I moved my knife back to her breast and stopped it over her heart. If you ever run from me, I will find you and cut your heart from your chest and devour it. Then I will fuck your dead body before I preserve you for eternity. Because my love is forever, Spectre. When I vow it, I mean it. I fucking love you, and you will always be mine. A tear leaked down her cheek before she was crying silently. Don't cry. And don't run. I told you it was a bad story. I licked her tears away, relishing the way she tasted. I thought she'd pull away from me. I thought she really would run. Instead, her lips met mine in a deep, soul-shattering kiss. My knife fell from my hand, clattering to the hardwood floor at my feet. The monster inside took over, and I pushed my way into her tiny body, her scream of protest against my lips. Mine, I growled as I forced my way inside. Your body belongs to me, not him. Get him out of your fucking head. I shoved upward into her, making her tears flow harder. This pussy is mine, not fucking his. I will fuck you until you forget that night. Now fucking scream for me, Serena. And she did. Music to my fucking ears.
Chapter 14. Sin. I caught a glimpse of Siren for all of a moment before Katie swooped in on her. She'd barely made it across the courtyard. Weeks had passed. My heart clenched in my chest at that small glimpse. A pink hat atop her head, her long black hair a wild tangle around her ankle-length pink puffy coat, her mittens, not gloves because a girl as sweet as Siren wore mittens. The guys flanking her. My spot, empty. I ground my teeth at the thought, hating I was having it, and hating I was hating it. I wanted more than anything to go home and prove myself. But I also had self-loathing, which didn't seem to want to fuck off. I had a belief I didn't deserve her, and it would ruin everything.
Everything is already ruined,
Asylum said, smacking the back of his hand against my chest and taking a bite from a muffin he had.
Why not fix shit now so you can ruin it later?
Shut up, I muttered, glancing at him. And stop chewing so fucking loud. He took another bite from his muffin and ignored me.
Go talk to her.
No, Church will kill me.
Pussy.
He let out a laugh and stepped away from me. I caught the rest of the muffin he tossed my way and watched him saunter toward the group. In disbelief, I shook my head. He wasn't afraid of shit. I was once that way, but I'd been humbled a bit in the last few weeks. I'd also made that vow to Church after everything happened to her in the woods. I'd keep my distance. I was to be seen and not heard. That was my place, in the background. I watched Asylum join the group and shove Katie aside. She was quick to shove him back, but Stitches reached out and tugged her away as Asylum completely took center stage. He produced a black rose from inside his jacket and handed it to her. For a moment, she hesitated before taking it from him. I thought Church might attack, but he simply brushed a snowflake from her nose before giving Asylum a curt nod and moving Serena forward, the guys falling in step, Katie joining them. Asylum watched them go, a tiny smirk on his lips. Mirage had a point, it seemed. If Serena wanted it, Church gave it, so I just had to get her to want me so I could go home. Not that it would be the only reason I'd do it. I cared for her deeply. I'd admitted it as much as it sucked to do. That sort of shit wasn't my style, but it was what it was. Asylum came back to me and brushed his shaggy black hair away from his eyes.
It's easy, Sinclair. Simply walk up and say hi.
Untrue, I muttered, eyeing the watchers and Serena enter the main hall, Katie bouncing along behind them. The doors closed, leaving my heart empty.
Suit yourself. You'll eventually cave. I know I'm an exciting guy, but you aren't having as much fun as you could have. You're a grouch, an angry potato.
What? I scoffed at him. Fuck you, I'm not a potato.
You are. You just sit around all the time, hurting yourself, moping, rotting away, like a fucking potato. You start smelling soon if I don't kick you out of the room.
Fuck you drive me nuts, I snapped at him.
Do I?
He brightened at my words.
I do like to make people crazy. Makes my cold, dead heart twitch a little. Fucking love that for myself. Thanks.
He clapped me on the back before doing a little skip away from me like the absolute fucking lunatic he was. I didn't have the balls to speak to Serena in classes. I sat in the back, watching her like I always had, though. For an entire fucking week I did it, breaking a little more each day. It was a Friday when I sat up straighter while Sister Esther focused her attention on Serena. I'd threatened this woman before about picking on her. Knowing she was an absolute bitch made it easy for my anger to flare whenever the old sack of shit opened her mouth.
Answer the question, Miss Lawrence. Headmaster Sully has stated you've spoken since arriving here. We've been over this before. We do not fake disability in my classroom.
Serena remained quiet, her body hunched forward, her dark hair covering her face. I noted the visible tremor in her as she tried to calm herself.
Speak, you ungrateful mutt,
Sister Esther brought her ruler down and smacked it repeatedly on Serena's desk.
Useless excuse for a girl. Useless. A waste. God has long forgotten you, you insolent brat. Speak!
I stood at the same time Serena grabbed the ruler and jerked it from Sister Esther's hands. In a flash, Serena was on her feet. I watched, horror-struck and fascinated, as Serena brought the ruler back before swinging it forward. It connected with Sister Esther's face, making her cry out as the blood burst from her busted nose and lip. The older woman stumbled back, clearly shocked at what had transpired.
Do you want to go to hell?
Serena snarled at her, stalking forward with the ruler raised.
Because I will send you there, you old bitch.
I dashed forward and grabbed Serena roughly, tugging her from the room amid the gasps from the students. Sister Esther shouted for someone to call Sully for her and to get a nurse with a ward. The sound of scurrying faded away as I hauled Serena down the hall. I didn't stop until we got to her locker. I tugged her jacket out and forced her into its warm confines before leading her out of the school. She came without a fight or a word. I didn't know what to do with her, so I brought her to the forest, and the only place I could think of, the bear cave.
Chapter 15. Serena. I let sin lead me away. I didn't know what was happening or why, but I accepted that this might be my end. Good. I was tired. He brought me deep into the woods. I struggled at times through the snow, but he pushed us onward until we'd reached a small cave. Quickly, he brought me inside and closed the door behind him. I sucked in a sharp breath at the darkness we were in. He moved past me, and within moments, the cave was illuminated by a light from a lantern he'd lit. I watched him start a heater before he looked at me.
Sit,
he commanded with a grunt. Nervously, I stepped forward and went to the old couch he sat on, then settled beside him. The heater immediately thawed me while we remained in silence. I was scared. My brain was having these angry moments that terrified me. All I knew was that I'd get too emotional and just, hell, I didn't know, leave my body? Go on autopilot? I'd always been that way, though, zoning out. But this felt different. It felt like I was stepping back so that someone else could step forward. Over the years, I'd ignored it, checked out, assumed it was a mini vacation for my troubled mind. Now it was becoming more pronounced and terrifying. I'd always had control of it. Now I felt like it had control of me.
What happened back there?
Sin finally asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I said nothing. I had no answer. Saying I didn't know didn't seem helpful, so I just stared into the heater, my hands twisted on my lap.
You clearly speak, Siren, so speak. Talk to me.
He sounded almost desperate. He reached for me, but I jerked away from him.
I'm not going to hurt you. I want to help you.
I glared at him, remembering the coffin and the pill. I shouldn't be angry with him, but I couldn't help myself. I cared about him just like the Watchers did. I didn't want harm to come to him, but in that moment, I didn't want him touching me. I was still leery despite everything I knew, despite what he'd done for me recently. His Adam's apple bobbed as he stared back at me.
I'm an asshole for what I did, okay? We both know that. I'd like to move on from it, so talk to me. Tell me what's going on.
I turned away from him, still silent. He sighed but didn't push the subject. Instead, he got up and went to a small carved-out room before returning with a bag of potato chips and 2 bottles of water. He opened the chips and offered me some. I hesitated before dipping my hand into the bag and bringing out a handful. He seemed satisfied with that because he took his own handful out and munched along with me. His phone buzzed several long moments into our silence, and he pulled it out and stared at the screen before sending a message and sighing.
I'm sure you're aware you're in trouble.
I swallowed hard and tightly wrapped my arms around myself like they would protect me.
That was Asylum. He's coming.
I shivered at his words. Asylum was coming. He'd know what to do. Hopefully that didn't include shoving me back into a coffin and throwing away the key. Even though I was getting better about all that had transpired between us, I was still a mess at times. The emotions were so conflicting.
I'm sorry. It's Asylum and not Church or the guys.
I looked to him at that comment. He raised his brows at me.
What? Do you want to see Asylum?
I said nothing. All I knew was I didn't want to see Sully or anyone related to their sick madness. He narrowed his gray eyes this time.
Or is it someone else?
I bit my bottom lip and glanced away from him. I knew he was talking about Mirage. I hadn't seen him in what felt like forever. I tried not to think about it, but being successful in those endeavors clearly wasn't my strong point. I felt guilt over the entire situation. The fact Church hadn't tried to kill me over it had surprised me. But I knew that didn't mean shit in the long run. Just because Church loved me didn't mean he wouldn't put me to rest in a grave somewhere. He'd told me as much already. And if Church knew about Bryce and his feelings, or mine, I was a mess. An absolute disaster.
Whatever. Not my business.
He muttered. Before he could elaborate further, the door slid open and a snow-swept Asylum came in. Quickly, he shut the door and strode toward us. I got to my feet, my heart in my throat as he approached, his blue eyes focused on me.
Firefly.
He murmured when he reached me.
Are you well?
I twisted my fingers in front of me, my heart banging hard. I needed to get back to campus. This was wrong. It was dangerous. Church would lose it. Or Asylum would. Neither was something I wanted to be around for.
You're freezing.
He continued, reaching out and taking my hands in his. His touch was gentle and sweet, not anything like his personality. He led me back to the couch and sat with me on it.
Sinclair, get our guest a blanket.
Asylum said without looking away from me. Sin retrieved a blanket from the chair and handed it to Asylum before going to the chair and sitting, his gray eyes on Asylum as he unfolded the blanket and draped it around my shoulders.
This isn't the most civilized place to be, but it's the best we have. I can work on making it more accommodating for you.
I wasn't quite sure how he could accomplish that without adding real heat and electricity, but I wasn't about to comment on it.
Trust me, my forever girl, I can make it better.
I cast a look to Sin, who looked away from me quickly and focused on the heater.
It is rather chilly in here. We do have another heater. Sinclair, get that going. She's cold.
I thought Sin might object to being told what to do, but he wordlessly rose to his feet and set to work starting another heater. Asylum ran his hand up and down my back in an attempt to warm me a bit more.
You've created quite the stir, Firefly. Word of your wrongdoings spread like wildfire. I told Church and the guys I was going to find you. I need to message them and let them know you're safe.
He removed his hand from my back and pulled his phone out. He sent a message to Church before a laugh left him, his phone buzzing with a call, Church's name on the screen.
She is safe. I have her.
He answered. He listened for a moment, nodding his head. I could hear Church's voice, but couldn't make out what he was saying. Relief flooded through me. Knowing Church and the guys were aware of who had me put me at ease. While I knew Asylum had done many good things for me, and he made me feel things, I was still apprehensive around him sometimes. I chalked it up to our past. The fear that one day he may snap again terrified me. His gaze swiveled to me, and he crinkled his dark brows.
Never. Firefly.
I blinked at him, and he disconnected the call. He reached for my face and cradled my cheeks, his blue eyes locked on mine.
Fucking never. Do you understand me? Never, Serena.
The way he said my name made goosebumps rush along my skin.
I swear it to you. I do not make promises I'm unable to keep. You are my entire fucking universe. Losing you would cause my stars to weep. Understand?
His words made my heart pump harder. In a flash, he hauled me onto his lap to straddle him, his hands firmly on my hips before they slowly moved up. He tangled his fingers in my hair and brought me nearer to him, his lips at my ear.
You belong to me, my forever girl. I would die for you. What's worse is I would live for you, even while hating everything about the life I'm in. You are that bright spot I focus on. And now...
He moved a hand slowly back to my waist and gripped hard.
You are the darkness I want to fucking get lost in. I'm going to prove to you how worthy we are. Do you want it?
He tightened his fingers in my hair, making it hurt. I let out a soft gasp.
Answer me.
He brushed his lips along my jaw until he was at my neck. I gripped his shoulders tightly. He shifted ever so slightly beneath me, showing me how hard he was as his length pressed against my center. A whimper slid past my lips.
Take it. It's yours.
I ground my teeth, forcing the lewd thoughts from my mind of how much I just wanted to try on my terms.
You curious?
His lips swept to my ear.
Try me, Firefly. First ride is free, baby. I don't tell secrets.
He bit the tender flesh of my neck, making me bite back a soft groan. Before I could answer him, though, Sin's deep voice called out.
Knock it off.
The sound of Sin's heavy boots coming closer sounded out around us. One moment, I was on Asylum's lap. The next, I was being torn off with Sin's firm, powerful grip around my biceps. I crashed against him as I tried to stay on my feet from his rough tug.
She's the Watcher's girl, not yours. You know that. Church would fucking skin you alive and wear your ass like a hat if he saw you touching her like that.
I've become an ass hat?
Asylum's lips quirked up in a teasing smirk.
I bet I'd be stylish.
Sin let out a disgruntled snarl before shoving me onto the chair away from Asylum. I went down quickly, the air whooshing from my lungs. He was right. I hated he was. I was wrong. So damn wrong. But I couldn't help the feelings I was developing. I chanced to look to Asylum, who winked at me.
I'll let Sinclair have this one. We're meeting with the Watchers at 7. May as well get comfortable, my dear, as hard as that may be.
I smoothed my skirt and paid attention to my hands on my lap. Sin and Asylum spoke to one another, but I didn't take in anything they were saying. Instead, I cast a brief peek at Asylum before letting my focus trail to Sin. He must have sensed me looking because he glanced at me for a moment, making my heart jump. There was something in his gray eyes that made my breath catch. I didn't explore it, however. Sin had taught me a lesson. Be careful who you developed feelings for, because sometimes they could change your life. I was beginning to have a problem, though. I could feel the trouble brewing as that bit of darkness skirted the edges of my mind. Asylum cocked his head to the left, a tiny smile on his full lips.
Admitting you have a problem is the first step in recovery. And sometimes recovery is simply taking what you want.
Asylum murmured. Sin didn't move. He simply stared back at me.
Do you have a problem, Firefly?
I swallowed hard and slid my gaze from Sin back to Asylum. That darkness I was desperately trying to keep contained, seeping out. I believe I might, I said, licking my lips, a warm buzzing making my head feel funny. Asylum grinned at me.
Then come sit on my lap. Maybe we can fix a few of them.
I blinked rapidly at him, the odd feeling and confusion replacing the void.
Too bad. Maybe next time.
Asylum said, still grinning at me. And just like that, the buzzing in my head was gone, and I was myself once more. I glanced back to Sin and couldn't miss the look of concern on his face. Quickly, I averted my eyes and went back to staring at my hands. Truth be told, I was concerned too. And grateful. Grateful he'd brought me here and away from the harm Chapel Crest held. I knew I would be punished for what had happened, even though I was certain it hadn't been me, at least conscious me, hurting that nun. I clenched my teeth. Fuck her. She deserved it. I exhaled and caught Asylum's eye again.
She did, Firefly. She did.
He murmured before looking back to Sin and speaking to him about a new door for their cave. Whether she deserved it or not didn't make it right. But then again, everything in my head was a mess. Maybe this entire world needed to burn. And maybe ashes would help me. That thought brought me solace, so I focused on my watchers, eager to see them tonight, while praying they had a solution to keep me out of the facility. Because I wasn't going to go back. Sully could bank on that. Both me and the darkness inside my head knew that.
Chapter 16. Ashes. She'd struck a nun and had drawn blood. Sim was in her class and had the sense to get her out of there before the wards and Sully intervened. I exhaled and glanced to Church, who had been pacing in our living room for the last 20 minutes. I was going to break my damn lighter with how fast I was flipping it open and closed. Or worse, use it to set something ablaze.
I'd have hit the bitch too,
Stitches said, eyeing Church as he continued to wear a path into the hardwood floor. Church grunted, but he didn't say anything. He'd been quiet. Way too quiet. He was clearly upset. As soon as he'd heard what had happened, he'd rushed away and met Sully before he made it halfway down the hall to us. I had no idea what deal he'd worked out, but I was sure we'd be hearing about it soon. Me too, I muttered, knowing damn well Sister Esther was a bitch to begin with. It was no secret that she liked to create problems just so she could punish students. I was stress cooking. I'd made a lasagna, salad, and homemade bread. I put together a cheesecake earlier, and now I was waiting for Asylum to bring Serena home. It had been a trying day. Stitches had to assure Katie earlier that we'd get it sorted. I thought she was going to bust our living room window out when we didn't answer the door. It was why Stitches went to it and spoke to her. He promised we'd reach out to her the moment we had news. She'd been blowing up my phone for the last hour, I made her promise not to come here until after everything was done. She'd seemed agreeable, and I'd had the last 15 minutes without my phone screaming at me with messages from her. The doorbell rang, and we snapped our attention to it quickly. Church was faster than I was, and made it there before I was able to step foot out of the kitchen. He tugged the door open, hauled Serena into his arms, and hugged her tightly, before pulling her deeper into the room. Sin and Asylum followed after closing the door behind them. When Church got to the living room, I was there with Stitches, waiting to hold Serena. Church let out a grunt and released her, and I was quick to take her into my arms. "Heaven," I murmured before kissing her gently. "Are you okay?" Her answer was to give me a tender kiss in return before going to Stitches. He didn't say anything. He simply held her tightly before Church snagged her away from him and dragged her onto his lap.
"Sit,"
he commanded to Asylum and Sin. Both wordlessly picked their spots on the couch. I sat with Stitches on the L part of the wraparound, while Church sat in his chair with Serena.
"You made me dinner?"
Asylum asked. "I guess," I muttered, taking my lighter out to open and close it 5 times. Flame, close, repeat. He smirked at me.
"Surprised you didn't burn it."
I rolled my eyes at him. "Funny." He gave me a wink.
"It's all in good fun, Torch."
What's going on with Sully and your old man?
Sin demanded, ending my conversation, if it could be called that, with Asylum.
"I will be leaving soon,"
Church said, his voice a low rumble. I tensed in my seat at the news, flipping my lighter open and closed faster. Serena was quick to snap her focus to him, the worry evident on her face.
"It's okay, Spectre. You'll be safe. The guys will be here with you, and I'll be in touch as much as possible."
What does he want you to do?
Stitches demanded, his leg bouncing while he stared Church down. I glanced from Stitches to Church, knowing damn well Stitches was on the verge of freaking out. He'd practically grown up in the underground with Church. He knew the atrocities better than Sin and I did. We'd heard the horror stories and had caught glimpses ourselves. But that was different than living in it. Hell, I wouldn't even call it living. I'd call it surviving. "Dante, man," I started, but he held his hand up to stop me.
"It's done. I'm going. It was part of the deal I made so Serena wouldn't be punished. Instead, I take the punishment."
Serena buried her face in his neck and held on to him. He turned his attention from us to her, whispering things we couldn't hear.
"This is fucking stupid."
Stitches snarled, looking to me.
"We should just kill all of them and be done with it."
"We will,"
Asylum said. Stitches and I both turned to look at him.
"In time. Now is not the time."
"I say you're wrong."
Stitches snapped, pounding his chest with his fist.
"Now is the perfect fucking time. I'll go there myself and hang Sully's ass right now. I don't need a fucking schedule to do it."
"If you want to take down all of them, we wait. We aren't in any position to do any of this shit."
Asylum snapped back. I'd never seen him look so fierce. "What have you seen, Seth?" I asked gently. He looked to me.
"My name is Asylum."
"Asylum," I corrected. "You always know things. Tell us what you know. We need a really good reason to not just end it now."
"We simply aren't ready. Firefly wants revenge. We won't get it if we start mindlessly killing the players. The monster will run, hide. He will not come out to die. This game has always been a long game. Taking shortcuts would fuck everything. Once we grab the little fucking snake who touched my forever girl, then we can move forward. Until then, we wait.
Who the fuck made you boss of any of this?
Stitches shouted, getting to his feet. I followed and put my hands on his chest in a sad attempt to calm him.
Malachi, sit!
Stitches glared at Church.
You fucking know what the underground is like, Dante. We grew up there. It's not rainbows and Christmas gifts. It's a nightmare born from the underside of the devil's dick. If you're punished...
The punishment is to kill. How many have I ended, brother? Huh? How many? This is nothing to me. Nothing.
Sit down, I murmured to Stitches. He let out a disgusted grunt, but sat. He buried his head in his hands, his elbows on his knees while his legs bounced. I knew him well enough to know he was on the verge of completely losing it. It'll be okay. Let's just trust in Asylum, just for a little longer. We need to get the guy who hurt our girl, man. Can you do that? Just wait a little. I rested my hand on the middle of Stitch's back. He said nothing, continuing to shake with his anger. I hadn't noticed Serena get up, but she had because she moved to stand in front of Stitches for a moment before she went to her knees for him and cradled his face. We all watched as she lifted his head and stared at him.
I don't like this,
he whispered, staring at her.
The longer they live, the more dangerous they become. Not just to you, Angel, but to all of us.
She pressed her lips to his, quieting him. We sat in silence, watching as she deepened their kiss until he was tugging her onto his lap, his hands all over her. I cleared my throat and looked to Asylum and Sin. Asylum's eyes were narrowed while he watched the exchange. He was clearly not happy about seeing it, but not appearing like he was going to do anything about it. Then there was Sin. He'd balled his hands into tight fists, his gray eyes focused on the pair.
Malachi, take her to your room. Our guests don't need to see a show.
Stitches didn't even break his mouth away from hers. He simply stood, her cradled in his arms, and walked with her to his room, the door slamming closed behind him. "I'm sorry about that," I said, forcing a smile onto my face. "She has a way with him."
She has a way with us all,
Asylum murmured, his blue eyes focused on the hall where Stitches had disappeared with Serena.
I want in.
I flipped my lighter open and closed 5 times and looked to Church, hoping I wasn't going to have to hold off a death match in our living room. Asylum had already made his desires clear before, but tensions were high at the moment. Seemed like a bad idea to bring it up.
I know you do,
Church said, his voice low.
She chooses,
Asylum added, raising his brows as he stared Church down. A muscle thrummed along Church's jaw before he answered.
She does.
So if she chooses all of us? I cast a quick glance to Sin, who was staring at his feet, his body tense.
It's a discussion for another time, and don't worry, Sinclair, you're not part of the equation.
Fucking hell. Dante, I started. Can we just not?
I made my promise, my vow. I'm only here to protect her.
Sin murmured, his voice thick. He looked from Church to me.
I won't touch her unless it's to save her. She would never choose me. She has enough monsters to deal with.
Church scoffed and pulled a joint out before I went to him and offered him a light. He took a deep inhale of the drug before offering it to me. Taking it from him, I toked on it for a minute before going to Asylum and offering it. He waved me off.
My head gets too calm when I'm high. Feels like I should be on high alert right now.
Fair enough. I turned to Sin. You want some? Sin looked at the joint for a moment before he reached out and took it, taking a deep hit before handing it back to me. I brought what was left to Church, who sat staring at Sin. I could only imagine the thoughts rolling through his mind. I didn't think any one of them were pleasant. If I knew anything about Church, it was that once he was pissed at you, he stayed that way. Many people had lost their lives to his wrath before. Sin knew it too. The bleakness of that situation haunted us. I hated to admit it, but Sin might not ever get to come back to us. Yeah, he'd screwed up, but I still gave a damn about him, and it was clear he was willing to try again. So you're just going to leave? Do you know for how long? I asked, sitting back in my spot.
I'll leave tomorrow morning. I don't know for how long, until he's satisfied. If I do a good enough job, I expect it won't take long.
I sighed. Man, I don't like this.
Nor I, but it's either me or her, and I would easily die in her place.
Then come back to haunt nightmares.
Asylum smiled.
I would be happy to assist you with your father. I can come with you.
No,
Church said quickly. He closed his eyes for a moment.
No, stay here. More hands here are better.
I knew you'd say that.
Asylum settled back in his seat.
But I'll still help.
Of course you did, I mumbled.
I'd prefer Sin didn't have to work too hard. Ashes and stitches will already be here, Asylum as well. I don't see why Sin's service would be required.
Every single one of you was here when this shit went down,
Sin said, his voice laced with his anger.
And it was me who fucking got her out of there. I'm useful. I can be useful.
Easy slice and dice,
Asylum said, resting his hand on Sin's shoulder. I winced at the nickname. I knew it had to do with all the cuts Sin had given himself over the past few weeks. You are useful, I said. You are. It's just,
I'm not going to hurt her. I'm not. I swear I won't. I only want to help. I said I'd not touch her. It wasn't a lie. I won't unless it's necessary. If you all make this happen and I'm the odd man out, I'll deal with it.
He let out a shaky breath.
I made my hell, and so I'll burn in it. I accept this.
Sin? I sighed, ready to say to hell with it and welcome him home. So much pain was laced in his words. I hated he was hurting, but damn it, he'd really fucked up. He had helped today, though. He'd kept her safe. Acting fast, he'd managed to get her away. The fact she hadn't tried to get away from him had to mean that perhaps she was more accepting of him than we were. Or at least, Church was.
Cry me a fucking river,
Church said before taking another hit from his joint and blowing out the smoke.
You're lucky we let you live. Be happy with our fucking compassion and stop trying to weasel your way back in. You're not wanted. No amount of heartfelt words will change my mind.
You're right.
Sin let out a bitter laugh. He got to his feet and went to the door. Without another word, he pulled it open and left. Damn it, Dante, I muttered, getting to my feet. We do fucking need him. All hands on deck right now. For her. I didn't wait for his rebuttal. I swept from the living room and went to find Sin. I didn't know what I was going to say, but hell, maybe it would help. At this point, it sure couldn't hurt.
Chapter 17. Sin.
Sin! Hey! Wait up!
Ashes jogged through the falling snow toward me, his breath coming out in white puffs. I paused, turning to wait for him to catch up to me. What? I muttered when he was at my side.
Hey, man. You know how church is.
It doesn't matter. It's fine. I cut him off, my words soft. I get it. I'm not such an idiot that I failed to remember how badly I fucked up. I know what I did. I know why I did it. I regret it. But regrets don't fix problems, do they?
Maybe they could. You're obviously trying.
I scoffed. Asher, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I started walking again, but he grabbed my arm and pulled me to a stop.
It's not fine,
he said, his gaze raking over me, sadness in his eyes.
I'm not against you coming home.
My throat tightened at his words. I appreciate the sentiment, but that doesn't fix anything.
Church just needs time. I think in time, you'll come around.
What about you, huh? What do you need? Because I know you, Asher. You're not ready for me to come back either. You could say you are all you want as a way to try to soothe the wounds I've been licking, but cut the shit. Be honest with me. He sighed and was quiet for a few moments before speaking.
I'm scared. Okay? You can be unpredictable. Given what happened, yeah, it's hard to trust you. I mean, the what ifs are there, man. They're there. I won't lie about them. Stitches tried to kill himself, and then that shit in the facility happened to him. I barely kept my shit together. Church was a mess. He fucking healed for them, Sinclair. It had to be bad to get him to heal. You know that. Then her. All she went through. Just because you couldn't just let love in. So yeah. I'm fucking terrified you'll get pissed off and lose it again and make shit decisions. I don't want to have these feelings. But fuck, man, I do. Okay? I fucking do.
I nodded, absorbing his words like a punch to the gut. I understand, I whispered. It's why I vowed to stay away from her. I want to keep her safe. Call it my penance. I meant what I said about that. The only way I can prove it is to simply do it. I'll do it over and over again if that's what it takes. If I never get to come home, so be it. But at least I can say I tried. We stared at one another for a moment. I'm going to go home. I'm tired, I finally said. You have my number if you need me. I'll come if you call.
Come back to the house. I made some food.
I appreciate it, but I'd rather be alone.
Sinclair, come on.
I'm not trying to get your petty. I really do want to be alone right now. You have enough to deal with having asylum there. Worry about your plans and getting church home. I'll be around. I didn't wait for him to ask me again because I knew he would. Instead, I continued down the trail, letting the snow fall around me. I leaned against the shower tiles, my eyes closed and the knife firmly in my hand. I didn't press the blade in as hard as I could. I ran small, shallow cuts along my abdomen, relishing the burning ache it brought, the ache that dulled the other one in my heart. I hated feeling so fucking pitiful. But that's what I was. Pitiful. Watching Serena with the guys tonight only made me realize how alone I was now, how sad I was, how pathetic. The knife slipped from my hand, clattering at my feet. I was done. I was too tired to keep hurting myself, at least for the night. Tomorrow was a new day. I finished my shower and got out. After dressing, I went and lay in bed and thumbed through photos on my phone. All of us guys. They were random, stupid photos, like Stitches catching a fish, then him chasing Ashes with it. Ashes setting a garbage can on fire in the men's room. Church giving the camera the finger, the joint hanging from his lips. I paused over a picture I'd taken when Serena first arrived here. It was a picture of the guys just standing around and talking. It was a casual photo I'd taken. At the time, I hadn't noticed Serena in the background, but there she was. I zoomed in and screen capped the photo. She looked so innocent and pure, so scared. I swallowed hard while staring at the image before I traced my fingers lightly over her face. While blurry, it was the only photo of her I had. Closing my eyes, I envisioned the way her lips parted when she was on the verge of communicating. How big and colorful her eyes were. The way her long black hair whipped around in the breeze. The way she chewed her bottom lip when she was thinking or nervous. The way she smelled like something I could devour. I stroked my cock beneath my blankets, yearning to hold her, kiss her, get her to forgive me. What a homecoming it would be. But one I knew I could never have. It didn't matter what anyone said. Church was always the one who finalized decisions. As much as I wanted her to tell me to come home, I knew he'd never allow it. I'd never be going back. I forced the ugly thought out of my head and focused on the way she looked in my mind's eye. In my mind, she reached for me, caressed my face. Her lips met mine. I groaned as I continued to jerk it to the image of her in my head. In my imagination, I pushed her gently onto her back before kissing my way down her body to her pussy, where I licked and sucked, making her squirm beneath me. Fuck, I hissed out as the image faded, and I came all over my abdomen. The jewelry from my Prince Albert piercing made me feel like the orgasm was even stronger. I hadn't been laid in what felt like forever. This was as best as it got as of late, though. Fucked up, dirty thoughts of a girl I couldn't have. I disgusted myself. Sighing, I got up and cleaned up the mess I made before getting back into bed. The room was dark, with the exception of the moonlight streaming in through the window. I lay in bed for what felt like hours before sleep finally took me. I wasn't asleep for long when the door opened. An asylum entered the room. Groaning, I cracked my eyelids open and peered blearily at him as he stripped out of his clothes down to his boxers before he grabbed his pajama bottoms from his dresser. "You were gone a long time," I commented gruffly. He slid into his bed and turned to face me, the moonlight on his face. He looked exhausted.
"Those watchers are a lot of work. I wanted to stay back to see my forever girl, but Stitches must have kept her beneath him for the better part of 2 hours before they finally came back out."
His words were sour.
"I had to listen to Church rant about you and pray Ashes didn't burn the damn place down. That guy's a mess. He tries to hold it together for all of them. Poor bastard."
"Yeah, Ashes is a good guy. He tries," I muttered.
"He's on your side. Mostly. I think maybe even Stitches is, although he didn't come out and say it."
Asylum rolled onto his back and stared up at the ceiling. He was quiet for a long time before he spoke.
"She came and sat next to me when Ashes was warming the food and the guys at the table."
I watched him in the moonlight, taking in the way his Adam's apple bobbed, and the look of vulnerability on his face. I'd never seen it before, so it was surprising to me.
"She let me touch her. It was for only a moment, but she brushed her fingers along my palm. I felt her before she pulled her emotions away from me."
"What did you feel?" I whispered back, my heart in my throat.
"She's so full of love and light, but that darkness within her beckons me. I was already obsessed with her, but she's changing. The darkness and the light will meet in a crash of violence. I can't wait for it to happen so she can truly become whom she's meant to be."
I exhaled. "A monster like us?" He looked over to me.
"No, not like us. She's more than we could ever hope to be. She will always be kind, but she will be just. She will not tolerate being hurt. She will seek her revenge and be a force to be reckoned with. That is, if I can teach her. Or
what? He was quiet again before he cleared his throat.
Mirage can.
I sat up on my elbow and gave him my full attention. You hardly let Mirage out. Are you going to? He licked his lips and closed his eyes. Asylum? Are you letting him out?
He's dangerous. More so than I.
You're both dangerous.
I think things through. Mirage is insane when it comes to her. I suppose I am too, only in a different way.
He was quiet for a moment before letting out a soft laugh.
Don't fuck this up. I can't have you fuck this up.
I knew he was communicating with Mirage, so I said nothing, simply watching him.
Tomorrow. No, train her. Fix this mess that's been made. See to it revenge is paid.
Asylum's eyes opened, and he looked at me again.
Sinclair, make sure everything runs smoothly. I will be leaving and giving Mirage the chance to make things better. It's best I duck away into the shadows so he can come out. He's a sweet boy, but he can be unpredictable when upset, so don't let him get upset. He's been doing a good job lately of managing his anger. He can be the hurricane to her sunshine. I suppose we both are, in a sense.
I said nothing. I knew Mirage to be kind most of the time, but I also knew he was part of Asylum. And there the crazy flourished.
You need a friend, Sinclair. While I'm away, Mirage will be too obsessed working on finding who hurt her.
I'll be fine, I said, rolling onto my back to stare at the ceiling. I'm always fine.
We're best friends, Sinclair.
I looked over at him. Are we?
Of course we are. Who else do you have?
I grunted a response. I had no one but him. Lucky fucking me.
So I promised to get you a friend as a thank you. Someone you have for when I'm away so you don't miss me as much.
You're delusional.
And you love me for it.
He commented, the smile in his voice.
You'll have Mirage, but we aren't the same, him and I. We are as different as we are the same.
You're both confusing fucks.
We are, aren't we? I suppose that's why we work so well together.
We were both quiet for a moment. How long will you be gone? I asked.
However long Church is gone. I will return when he does. With him gone, they'll give Mirage room to wiggle.
How convenient. I grew quiet for a moment. Asylum?
Yeah, bestie?
You're not only fucking with us all right. Like, you're still not wanting to kill Serena to keep her safe? Because that shit you did was fucked up.
I'm here to stay, regardless of any feelings anyone has on the subject. I'm a fucking terminal disease and won't leave this world without her.
That doesn't bring me much comfort, I muttered.
I want her, Sinclair. I will have her. Hurting her isn't what I want. I didn't even want it then. I simply wanted her safety, and death could render a soul untouchable, so it was the best option I had. I was young and stupid. I hadn't learned to harness my gifts yet. I have my shit together now. We both do.
He tapped his head for emphasis.
She will always be safe with me. And with Mirage. He loves her like I do. His love is tender but fierce, like mine. Perhaps older than mine, but that doesn't mean shit to me. All I know is that I'd bleed this world dry if it meant she smiled for me. So she will always be safe with me.
And Mirage?
You know Mirage well enough to know he wants the best for her. She will be safe with him, provided he doesn't let his rage out. Not that he would harm her with it. But others could be harmed. He's fine until he loses it. Then, well, carnage. But you'll be here, making sure he's okay. If we play our cards right, Ashes and Stitches might let you come over and hang out with them. or let you take Serena. Never know.
I scoffed at that, despite the pounding of my heart at the prospect.
Don't be so sad. Take what you want. Life won't be so bad. Kiss her, touch her, spread her legs wide and fuck her. You won't know until you try. And until then, you'll continue to cry.
You're absurd, I said, shaking my head.
She chooses, Sinclair. Don't forget it. Just make her see you are the way, the light she needs. You can do that, right?
I said nothing, not knowing if I could do that. The way I currently felt, my answer was no. But there was a little part of me that was so desperate to prove myself to her that it was driving me insane.
So, become insane,
Asylum said with a yawn.
Nothing wrong with being a little crazy, bestie. After all, that's why we're here.
He had a point.
Chapter 18. Stitches. I watched Church fuck Serena doggy style on the bed while she sucked Ash's cock. We'd put her through her paces tonight. I'd taken a step back since I'd buried myself inside her twice in my bedroom while Asylum and Sin were over. I'd been gentle with her, even though all I wanted to do was drive my cock home inside her tight, hot pussy. I'd held back, though, because I knew she might need me to be gentle and slow for her. Since I'd had so much time with her earlier, I figured I'd let Church get his fill since he was going to be leaving. It only seemed right.
Get over here, brother.
Church rasped as he slowed his movements. I don't mind watching.
I want you to fuck her with me,
he said, slowing to a stop. She continued sucking Ashes off without hesitation. He looked like he was having the time of his life because he'd let his head fall back and had his fingers tangled in her hair, guiding her along his shaft.
I want your cock in her pussy with mine.
I nodded, wanting that too. I moved and lay on my back next to Serena. Ashes hadn't been so far gone that he hadn't heard us because he pulled his cock free of her throat and helped her straddle me. Angel, I murmured, cradling her face. The response was to kiss me deeply. I fell into it without protest, my cock painfully hard and desperate to burrow inside her. Church's warm hand wrapped around my dick, and he guided it into her heat. I let out a soft moan against her lips as I buried myself inside her again. Fuck, she felt so good. I thrust upward into her, making her gasp against my lips. Church let me have the moment for a long beat before I slowed to a stop so he could join.
This is going to hurt.
Church called out thickly while he nudged his cock along mine in an attempt to join me inside her. Her breathing picked up, her nails digging into my chest.
Breathe,
Ashes instructed softly. Easy, baby, I murmured, my hands on her hips. Let Church in. Relax. It's going to hurt, but then it's going to feel so fucking good. We want to fuck away all your ugly memories. I could tell she was trying to relax, but her body was fighting her on it. The soft cry left her lips when Church's thick cock spread her enough to break his head in. She buried her face in my neck, her nails deep into my flesh, her body heaving with her heavy breathing.
I fucking love her this way. God, it's so fucking good.
She whimpered, her nails digging deeper. Little droplets of my blood blossomed out, but I ground my teeth and let it happen because it brought her comfort. Fuck my comfort.
Fuck, she's got a tight pussy.
Church continued, finally sliding his cock deep against mine inside her.
Damn, Asher, you're missing out.
Ashes grunted and stroked his cock.
Stitches and I can try together when you're gone.
She cried out as Church withdrew and slammed back into her. Her body writhed and squirmed, but I held her tightly against me. Easy, baby, easy, I whispered. It's us, okay? Just us. We love you. She relaxed slightly as I slowly began to pump in and out of her, matching Church, who had the sense to slow it down. Judging by the way he shook, It was a big feat for him to do. She'd recently gotten out of one of the worst experiences of her life. We needed to be careful with her. Her breathing slowed and she withdrew her nails from my flesh. Here you go. Take it, Angel. Take our cocks like a good girl. I cooed in her ear as we slowly fucked into her body. Church rested his body gently over hers and kissed her shoulder.
Let us erase all the fear, Spectre. All of it. Give it to us to take. I love you, and I'll take care of you always. We all will.
She relaxed further, so we took that as a good sign and picked up our pace. Her writhing became pushing as she tried to gain more from us.
There you go, baby. Your pussy wants more cock.
Fuck.
Ashes murmured, a soft whimper coming from him.
I want in.
I chuckled, imagining how rough he had it watching us fuck her.
Help Ashes, baby. Suck his dick.
Slowly, she moved her head and parted her lips for him. He wasted no time pushing his cock into her mouth, a soft moan leaving him as she sucked. It was hot as fuck. We'd never done this with another girl before. I felt so connected to her and the guys. Sin would have loved this. I pushed him out of my head. Shit hadn't gone great tonight, and Church had been bitching about him since I'd come back into the room. It didn't matter. Right now was what mattered. I'm gonna fucking come. I groaned out, the heat building. Fuck. Church moved faster against my cock, making the entire rhythm we had fly off the handle. I gave up and came hard, shooting my load deep inside my angel, my body trembling from the intense pleasure. Ashes followed, his body tensing as he filled her mouth.
Swallow me, heaven. Fuck yeah, that's it. Good girl. Fuck, you're good.
She did what he wanted while Church continued to pound into her. Her mouth slid off Ash's cock and found my lips. I kissed her, the taste of Ash's release on my tongue.
Oh, fuck.
Church groaned out. His cock twitched against mine as she tensed in my hold. Her soft, sexy little moans filling my mouth as she came. Her release flooded us, soaking the sheets. Fuck, I loved when she came like that. She shuddered in my hold before going still, our kisses coming to a standstill. Church slapped her ass, making a whimper, before he leaned down and tugged her mouth from mine and kissed her. He pulled out a moment later, leaving just me and her. He left the room and came back a few minutes later, and I withdrew from her body and laid her on her back in bed. Ashes was quick to curl up next to her. I looked at Church to see the fond look on his face.
Let's clean up.
Church said softly. Ashes sighed, but untangled himself from Serena, who offered us a bashful smile before I took her hand and helped her off the bed.
Get her cleaned up. I'll take care of this.
Church said. He didn't need to tell me twice. I rushed her to the bathroom and started the shower, barely able to stay away from her. The moment the water was warm enough, I hauled her beneath the spray and impaled my cock inside her again. We were both coming again within minutes. It was probably a record for me, but I didn't give a shit. I wasn't a minute man, but fuck, she had an incredible pussy. My dick and balls ached from how much sex I'd had, but to hell with it. It was worth it. I'll never get enough of you, I said between soft kisses while the shower rained down on us. She held me tighter, her breasts pressed against my chest. I'd take you again right now if I thought my dick could handle it, I said. She smiled against my lips before pulling away and washing her body. I looked to my dick. Fuck. Tomorrow. We do it again tomorrow. I wanted Church to be able to spend some time with her tonight anyway, since he was leaving. So I helped her wash, and she helped me wash. When we were done, we got out, and I toweled her off before myself. Then we returned to Church's room, where he and Ashes were already on the bed, murmuring to one another about his impending trip. I forced myself to not contemplate it and shoved my concern away. Tonight we'd have a good night because, honestly, I didn't know how many good nights we may have together. Serena crawled between Church and Ashes, and I slid in next to Church.
Let's watch a movie.
Church said as Serena cuddled him, Ashes at her back. I knew what he was doing. He wanted it to be just another normal night. But we all knew it wasn't normal. And tomorrow he'd be gone.
It'll be okay.
Church murmured into the silence as Ashes pushed play on a comedy. I nodded and gave my brother's hand a squeeze before focusing on the TV. It would be okay. I'd make sure it was. It was the only thing I could do right now.
Chapter 19. Serena. Church was gone when I woke. A tear rolled down my cheek. Knowing he was doing this for me hurt my heart. I didn't want anyone to suffer on my behalf. He told me he had no problem doing it because he loved me. It should be me. The thought had been going through my head since last night when he announced he was going to help his father. All of this was because I lost it. Because I'd let the darkness out of me. Being constantly poked and prodded by people made me so frustrated, though. Even the normal side of me felt it. I dealt with it better with the lighter part of me. I was more logical and was a critical thinker. The other part of me, the part I assumed was just fed up and had been lurking deep inside my mind for a long time now, was the opposite of everything I was outwardly. It terrified me, but at the same time, it brought me a sense of relief. It was like I could separate from that part of myself. I wasn't sure exactly what was happening to me, but I assumed that's what it was. Two parts to the same soul, the sweet part and the fed up part.
Don't cry,
Ashes whispered, thumbing my tears away. I hadn't realized he'd woken, but clearly he had because now he was wiping away my tears, his voice strained with concern and sadness. I took his hand in mine and shakily wrote on his palm. This is my fault.
Oh, Serena, it's not your fault. Yeah, you let go a little bit, but we all do. That bitch had no business pushing you around like that. I've wanted to knock her ass out for years. But you beat me to it. If it wouldn't have been you, it would have been us. So don't be sad it happened. It was meant to. She brought it on herself with her shitty attitude. She's twisted and foul, like the rest of them here.
I traced more words onto his palm. I'm worried about what's happening to me. I'm worried about Church.
Baby, you are my perfect girl. You will always be. Everyone gets fed up sometimes. This was just your breaking point. You've been through so much. You're so strong. You're okay, I promise. And Church will be too. He grew up in the underground. He learned to fight there. He learned to survive. He's going to be fine.
His voice trembled with his words. I scrawled more words onto his palm. Why don't I believe you?
Trust me. It's scary. I get it. It's even more scary when you've survived the shit the monsters are capable of. But Serena...
He paused and traced his thumb along my bottom lip.
I hate to say it, but Church is a monster too. So are me and Stitches. Sin, Asylum. We're monsters. It's why we're here.
I wrote quickly. I'm a monster too.
You are too pretty to be a monster.
He lightly kissed my lips.
If anything, you're a righteous angel sent to save us all.
I smiled a little at his sweet words. He took my hand in his and kissed my knuckles.
Let's get Stitches up. We'll eat, we'll build a snowman, do some online shopping and hope it can get delivered despite all the snow. Watch movies. Make cookies.
I kissed him again, really liking his ideas.
Then it's settled. A day of fun. Maybe you can paint for us later. I love watching you paint.
I nodded, liking that idea too.
Good.
He kissed the tip of my nose before he got out of bed.
Stitches. Hey, Stitches.
Stitches grumbled in his sleep and rolled over, but didn't open his eyes. Instead, he let out a soft little snore. Ashes shook his head. I rolled over and rested my head on Stitch's chest. His arm immediately wound around me and hugged me to his hard body. Gently, I ran my fingers along the plane of taut muscles on his abdomen before moving to the tattoos he had covering his torso. He mumbled in his sleep as I traced a cross near his belly button.
Malachi.
Ashes said, moving to stand on Stitch's side of the bed.
You hungry?
Stitch's eyes snapped open.
I could eat.
I smiled at that, knowing he needed more food in his body. He'd lost weight like I had while locked away in the facility. I kissed his cheek before straddling him to take Ash's hand. Stitches was quick to put his hands on my waist and hold me over his impressive, hard length.
Good morning, Angel,
he said, smiling at me. My face heated beneath his stare.
Let's make breakfast and get her fed before we do any of that.
Ashes interjected.
Church is gone.
Stitches released my waist, and Ashes helped me to stand.
I know. I was awake when he left.
Stitches sat up and rubbed his eyes.
It was around 5 this morning. He hauled ass out of here quickly. Said he didn't want a prolonged goodbye because those hurt more.
A look of despair washed over Stitch's face.
He drove to the airport and left his car there.
I assume he took his father's private jet out.
Ashes said, kissing my temple.
I guess. Sounds like that's how he sent for him.
Stitches stood and adjusted himself in his boxers. He winked at me when he caught me looking, making my face heat again. Quickly, he put his fingers beneath my chin and tilted my head up so we were staring into each other's eyes.
Don't be embarrassed about wanting what you want, Angel. I have no issue with it. It's yours to take.
I gave him a bashful smile, which he ate up before he pressed his lips against mine. It was easy to fall into the guy's kisses, and I wasted no time doing it with him. His hard length pressed against my belly, letting me know exactly what he thought about it.
Come on.
Ashes urged.
I'm hungry.
We can spread our legs and eat her pussy on the table.
Stitches murmured against my lips. His words sent a thrill through my body.
She's the perfect meal.
I'm not opposed to that.
Ashes dragged me away from Stitches, and they both helped me to dress before they led me downstairs.
I want you to sit and relax.
Ashes said, handing me the remote.
I'm going to make breakfast. Stitches is going to...
Start eating now.
Stitches said, his dark eyes roving over me. I squirmed beneath his gaze. The doorbell rang, making him scowl.
Stitches is going to answer the door while I make breakfast.
Ashes let out a laugh and went to the kitchen.
Hold that thought, Angel. Let me deal with this.
Stitches said, getting to his feet and going to the door. I watched him open it and groan.
Fucking hell, Katie. Really?
Out of the way, stranglehold. I'm here with stolen waffles and to see my sister.
And you brought Bryce? You're lucky Church is in here. This wouldn't go over well.
Long hair, don't care. Katie pushed past Stitches and came straight for me. A bag in her hands I assumed housed stolen waffles. I heard Church left, she said, hugging me.
How did you hear that?
Ashes asked from the kitchen. He texted me? She looked at me, her eyes rounded. He said, I'm supposed to let you ass rods handle things, but he said I could come to stay the night if I wanted to. So, here I am.
What about you?
Stitches asked as Bryce stepped into the house. Stitches closed the door behind him.
Why are you here? Surprised you're even able to walk.
I frowned at his words, unsure about what they meant. I hadn't seen Bryce on campus. Rumor had it he was sick. He definitely looked pale and in pain. My plan was to go see him this week. I just hadn't known how to address it with the guys. We had so much we needed to air out. I got to my feet to go to him, but Stitches moved forward and captured me in his arms before I could get to my destination.
What are you doing, Angel?
He cooed in my ear. I looked up at him to see a muscle thrumming along his jaw. I reached out and brushed my fingers against it. His expression softened, and I untangled myself from him and went to Bryce.
Hey.
Bryce greeted me softly, his voice holding a slight tremble to it. The last time we'd spoken, he'd told me his feelings, how much he cared for me. I'd been trying to process them along with everything else. I reached out and took his hand, then gave it a squeeze.
Serena?
He whispered, his eyes glassy. My heart broke looking at him. He wasn't okay. Something was wrong, and there was no way I could just ask him. I tried to get the words to come out, but they were stuck, making me frustrated. He must have taken notice because he squeezed my hand back.
We'll talk about it later, okay?
His voice was so low I had to lean in to hear him.
Serena?
Stitches called out, the tension evident in his voice. I tugged Bryce forward, and he came along easily. His movements were slow, though, and I took note of the wincing he was doing when he sat on the couch. Stitches quickly dragged me to his lap on the L part of the wraparound and nuzzled into my neck, his words a warm brush along my skin.
We're mad at him, Serena. We can talk about it later, okay?
I crinkled my eyebrows at him in confusion, but I gave him a nod anyway because I wanted to know what had happened. Judging by the uneasy looks Bryce was casting Stitches, I wasn't going to like it. The smell of ashes cooking met my nose, and my stomach gave an audible grumble. My face heated when Stitches chuckled. Rena, do you want to do some online shopping today? I found a website that has loads of discounted clothes. Katie looked at me with excitement in her eyes. I smiled at her, letting her know I'd like to do that. Hell yeah, she said, giving Stitches the finger when he shook his head at her. Bryce remained quiet on the couch, focusing on his hands in his lap. Even more concern washed over me. The doorbell rang once more.
What now?
Stitches grumbled, sliding me onto the cushion and getting to his feet. He stomped to the door and pulled it open.
Morning.
A familiar voice rang out. I knew that voice. Immediately, I got to my feet, my heart in my throat as I watched him come through the door. I wasted no time in rushing to him. I was so fast that Stitches couldn't catch me. Mirage opened his arms for me, and I fell easily into them, noting Sin stood awkwardly behind him.
Rennie.
He murmured in my ear as he hugged me against his hard body. I took note of his rabbit mask in place.
What the hell, Asylum?
Stitches snagged me back, and I scowled at him.
Why are you wearing that damn mask?
Tension radiated from him.
The fuck is going on?
Mirage offered him a quick smile that didn't quite reach his blue eyes.
I'm Mirage. I'm wearing the mask because I'm a rabbit. Serena loves rabbits.
A rabbit herder.
Stitches frowned at him.
You didn't.
I would never. I'm not who you seek. I'm who she seeks. That is all.
So you were the one. meeting her in the woods.
Ashes called out.
To help her. She needed a way to relieve some stress. Nothing more, nothing less. I was just a friendly rabbit who was able to help.
I get it.
Stitches murmured.
You were meeting up with her as a rabbit. The one who hurt her knew that. That's a clue. Something to go on then, right? It's something, right?
It is.
Mirage said with a nod.
It's just not much. We'll get there, though.
But you don't need to wear that damn mask here. It's fucking weird, dude.
It doesn't come off.
Asylum.
Stitches sighed.
Mirage. I'm Mirage, a rabbit.
Stitches rolled his eyes.
You're crazier than I thought.
No, you thought right.
Mirage grinned at him.
I'm living up to the thought.
Right, well, what's going on? Why are you guys here? Also, Church may lose it when he learns you were the damn rabbit the whole time.
Stitches continued, narrowing his eyes at him. Mirage waved him off.
He won't, and if he does, he'll get over it and see it for what it is. A friend helping a friend. Again.
Stitches grunted as I watched the exchange. Grateful Mirage came out and said who he was. I didn't like keeping the secret.
To answer your other question, though, we stopped in today to see how things are going. Figured it might be nice to get a jump on everything.
Sin had been silent the entire time.
Everything?
Ashes called out from the kitchen.
What's everything?
Mirage shrugged.
Church is gone. I think strength in numbers is a good thing.
His blue eyes moved to Katie and Bryce.
It's good to see you, Bryce.
Bryce grunted a reply. I don't really think you're needed, Katie said, her eyes narrowed. We're here. We have it covered. Go back to your padded room, you nutsack. I shot her a look, wanting her to be quiet. She caught my eye and sighed before looking away, clearly annoyed at Mirage's presence.
It's fine,
Ashes said, coming closer with his spatula in hand and a yellow apron on.
I like the idea of strength and numbers. Serena seems happy to see him and Bryce, so I say let's roll with it. Weird mask and all. Mirage.
He gave him a nod. Mirage inclined his head back, seemingly good with it all. Stitches rolled his eyes and steered me back to the couch.
Sin, it's nice to see you,
Ashes said. I knew he felt awkward. Sin gave him a quick nod before finally towing his boots off and hanging his jacket next to Mirage's in the closet.
So, Asylum, you look weird today.
Stitches said when Asylum sat on the couch next to Sin.
Do I?
Mirage smirked at Stitches.
How so?
I don't know.
Stitches studied him, his hand on my thigh.
Almost like you had a good night's sleep and combed your hair. Plus that stupid mask.
Mirage chuckled at that.
I'm the same, yet different. It's who I am.
Tell him who you are, who you really are. Mirage winked at me and pressed his finger to his lips like he was keeping a secret. I frowned at that. I didn't know why it mattered, but it wasn't my place to tell. Maybe he would.
You even sound weird.
Stitches frowned at him.
You okay?
I'm fine, I assure you. Excited to be here. I'm just... Mirage.
Stitches rolled his eyes at him.
Whatever. No need to be sarcastic about it.
I do like being here. You know that, Malachi.
Mirage's gaze was fixed on me.
Well, we were planning something a little more exciting than entertaining guests.
Stitches continued. I placed my hand on his thigh and gave it a little squeeze. Katie laughed. Ah, I see. You guys were going to get dirty before breakfast.
During, actually.
Stitches said.
But then you showed up with Bryce and ruined it.
Glad to hear I wasn't the cause of ruination.
Mirage piped up.
You already know you are. You're the icing on top of the bad company cake these fucks made.
Stitches pointed to Katie and Bryce.
No fighting. We have enough problems. We're going to eat and have a good day. It's Saturday. We can hang out, watch some TV, play some games. Let's just chill.
Ashes said, placing a steaming pile of pancakes on the table next to the stolen waffles.
I'm glad you aren't kicking me and Sinclair out.
Mirage said.
Or Bryce, for that matter, considering everything.
Not now.
Stitches snapped. Mirage held his hands up in a surrender motion.
I agree. I was merely pointing it out. But soon, Malachi. It's only right we divulge that little tidbit of truth.
I glanced from Mirage to Stitches to Bryce, confused about what they were talking about.
It's not a big deal. I'm over it.
Bryce said.
Serena, the guys thought I was getting too close, so they came and talked to me. That's all. You don't need to worry about anything. I've learned my place.
Have you?
Sin asked, snorting.
Yes, for now.
Bryce openly glared at Sin, a move which surprised me. He was usually pretty withdrawn around the Watchers, and Sin, and even Asylum. So to hear him stand up for himself made me happy.
For now.
Sin shook his head.
You're as bad as I am, aren't you?
Let's eat.
Ashes called out.
Forget all this shit. Good food. Good times.
I got up, agreeing with Ashes, and went to my spot at the table. Ashes had added a leaf, and Stitches went and got more chairs from the basement. We all settled around the table awkwardly. It was the first time we'd all been together. I missed Church being with us, though. He completed the little family I'd gotten since arriving here. Quickly, I cast a look to Sin sitting across from me. He was staring right back at me with those penetrating gray eyes. I wasn't quite sure what to call Sin, but I knew it probably wasn't my enemy. At least, I really hoped not.
Chapter 20. Church. The last place on this planet I wanted to be was in the fucking underground.
Dante?
A guard murmured, inclining his head at me as I passed by. I said nothing, continuing to walk with my head held high. I was a king in this hell on earth. I made sure everyone here knew it, too. Being gone as long as I had, I assumed maybe they'd gone lax without me. The fucks in this place sure scrambled to welcome me, though. Last summer, I'd spent my time traveling. I'd returned home long enough to grab a few things before heading out. I hadn't even stepped foot into this hellhole in nearly 2 years, but here I was now, walking the halls and having these fucks bow to me. They weren't bowed far enough. That's all I knew. They should have been on their fucking knees with my knife to their throats.
Welcome home,
another said when I walked past. I remained wordless, irritated that I was even here in the first place, but it wasn't because of my specter. I'd do this happily in her place. Here, she'd become twisted and broken. I didn't want that for my girl. I was pissed because it shouldn't have to be this way. My entire life, all I wanted was a normal family, a father who loved me, my mother, and Stitches. Maybe a little fluffy dog. I'd have played football or hockey, went to a regular high school, wouldn't have a mental health history as long as my fucking leg. Alas, I didn't like dwelling on that shit. But sometimes it crept through my mind, so I'd give it a few moments in the spotlight before kicking it out as I did to everything else in my life that bothered me. I pushed open the door to the punishment center and strode forward, dressed in all black like the demon I was.
Dante, my son.
My father greeted me with a smile and his warm hand in the center of my back.
Right on time. It's one of the finer aspects of your personality.
What needs to be done? I asked, ignoring his bullshit and speaking in the monotone I'd adopted just for him in these circumstances. I'd only been here a few hours and already I was growing bored. My father chuckled as the man with the blindfold on whimpered between the two hulking assholes who held him.
A lot of the same old nonsense. He owes me money. Try to touch what didn't belong to him. Punish him as you see fit.
He clapped me on the back and took a step back. I stared at the man for a moment, falling into my old routine. It was like riding a bike. It wasn't something easily forgotten. Get me a table, I snapped to no one in particular. This place was dark magic, though, and seconds later someone was scurrying inside with a table for me. They placed it in front of the man, who let out a soft cry through the gag in his mouth. I stepped toward him and stopped on the other side of the table. "Kneel," I commanded. The man shook violently and pissed himself. I let out a soft snarl when he remained on his feet. The guys holding him knew me well enough. They knew I wanted complete submission from the people being punished, which was why they hadn't put him on his knees for me. "Remove his gag and mask." The deed was done, and I was met with the dark eyes and snotty nose of some fuck I recognized from long ago. He'd been a regular in the underground. I caught him staring at my mother more than once. I was certain he'd even tried to purchase time with her, but my father hadn't approved the transaction because Jack didn't have the kind of money it took to fuck the queen of the underground. Jack, we meet again.
Dante, please.
"Knees, now," I barked at him. He sobbed softly and went to his knees for me. I paced in front of him, my monster free from the cell I kept it in. "What did you do?" I demanded after a moment.
Nothing.
"Do not fucking lie to me." I turned abruptly and fisted his hair. "Speak only the truth to me."
I'm sorry. I can get the money I owe. I swear I can. I only need a few more days.
"Who did you touch?" I pulled my knife out and twirled it between my fingers, a newer knife. I'd left my old one with Sin, but it made no matter. I'd killed with it before. Jack cried out, snot dripping from his nose. "Consider your next words carefully and make sure they're truthful. I do not like liars."
I've watched you grow up, Dante. With your mother, Callista.
I let my fist fly. It connected with the crack against Jack's face, busting his nose and lip, the blood flowing freely. "Never say her name," I hissed at him.
I'm sorry. Please.
He blubbered. "Who did you touch?"
Her name was Misty. I didn't have the cash, but I can get it now.
"Put your hands on the table," I instructed.
No.
He wailed, shaking, the smell of his piss wafting off him. "Jack, don't make this harder than it already is. Hands on the table, now." With a soft sob, he put his hands on the table, each digit trembling with his fear. I didn't hesitate. I brought my knife down hard and fast and removed several fingers while he screamed, his blood gushing out. The men held him in place. I took my time carving off the last digit, a pinky. He vomited into the bloody mess before he passed out. The men woke him for me, but he was barely conscious from the abrupt blood loss. I was growing bored. Plus, he was filth, so I slit his throat in a lightning-fast movement. He slumped over in the mess we'd made together, his body limp.
Not as clean as I prefer.
Father's voice met my ears. "Not as exciting as I prefer," I answered back. I turned to leave, but my father's voice had me stopping, my back to him.
I have more work for you. Meet me in my office.
I cast a look over my shoulder at him before leaving the room. Fucking figured it couldn't be a one-and-done thing. I settled in the leather chair across from my father's desk, watching as he poured us both a drink. He slid it over to me and settled in his seat. I took the drink and sipped it, grateful he at least had a better taste in drink than he did in food.
You always perform,
he commented before taking the drink.
I can always depend on you.
It is my job to serve, I muttered, slamming back my drink and sliding my glass back across the table, especially when you're using my girl and my friends against me. It helps we cut a deal.
You'd have come to me anyway. You always have. We're family. Your roots run deep beneath this blood empire.
You know I don't like small talk, Father. What is it that you require of me? He rapped his knuckles on his desk before refilling our glasses. I took my glass and sipped at it again, watching him closely. After a moment, he opened his desk drawer and pulled out a manila folder. He then passed me a picture of a pretty young woman. "What's this?" I asked, picking the photo up and studying the girl. She was about my age, dark hair, dark eyes, slim.
That's your sister,
he said, his hands folded on the desk in front of him. I frowned and placed the photo back on the desk. I don't have a sister.
Well, half-sister. Her name was Macy.
I ground my teeth and stared at him from over the photo of her. Was? He nodded.
She's dead. I suspect Mateo DeSantis killed her. She was working for me, infiltrating the Horsemen. She was a gem, incredibly intelligent. She was better than I hoped because she got tight with the sugar daddy, the creator of sugar. She was supposed to get the recipe to me, but she was taken before she could. Originally, I just sent her in to get close to them to learn of their inner workings. Luck would have it, the sugar daddy came into existence during her time there, which would have proved useful had she not died. I've heard she had a hand in its creation. Of course, she refused to tell me everything. It's caused some issues for me.
Why didn't I know I had a sister? I demanded, foregoing the other information. Why was that kept from me? He refilled our glasses even though I didn't need another.
Siblings. You have 2.
I ground my teeth. Where is the second one?
I suspect comfortable.
Great, a fucking riddle. I want to know what you know. No more lies. I snapped at him, frustrated out of my mind. If I had family, I wanted to know about them.
I expect nothing less. Before you were born, I helped couples have babies. Sometimes I paired them with the men or women who could bring their dreams to reality. It was a lucrative business model, but one I found rather boring. It's why I discontinued it after I'd created one of my own. The fact that Macy came out female was a disappointment. I was fortunate your mother was woman enough to grant me my boy, a legitimate heir.
He stared fondly at me.
With you, I didn't need to continue fucking worthless women in the hopes of obtaining my son. I could simply fuck to fuck.
I held nothing but contempt in my heart for him, though, and didn't give a rat's ass how he felt. The man was a sick, perverted monster who probably never should have sired offspring, given Macy seemed to be so easily swayed to do his bidding, and then the fact I was a fucking monster didn't give me high hopes for my remaining sibling. You have adopted children. Stitches, Isabella, they aren't actually my blood, are they? I would love for Malachi to be my blood brother, but I wanted nothing to do with Bells. Fuck that dead bitch.
I have sired 3 children, a female, a male, and you. There is no one else. This kingdom is yours. It's safe. Only my eldest, legitimate son shall have it.
I didn't give 2 fucks about this kingdom of sin and sorrow. It could burn to the ground and I wouldn't piss on it to put it out. Yet I couldn't stop my next question. Then how is it you created another child? For what purpose if you already have me to take over? He smirked at me.
Sometimes I do things because I grow bored. That is all this is. Business during a dull time. Fucking to fuck. He means nothing. Just a little eager helper. I need more of them. Willing. Excited. Desperate for my approval.
He chuckled and drank again. I sighed, not even wanting to know who my other sibling was. In this world, it was unlikely he'd last long anyway. Besides, he was created not through a marriage like I was. He had no real place in this world. Therefore, I rendered him a waste of time and space. How do you know Mateo killed Macy? I asked, moving the conversation forward.
I just have my suspicions. He thinks I killed his daughter, so he killed mine. An eye for an eye thing. You know how they can be.
I shook my head, disgusted by all of it. This world was sick. Innocence was always lost. Not that I knew if anyone involved was innocent, but I couldn't help but think of my Spectre and how sweet and innocent she was, and how she didn't deserve any of the shit she'd been forced into. What do you need from me, Father?
I want you to be a good brother and watch over your remaining family when the time comes. Bring him home. I want you to be a mentor. Teach as I have taught you.
Home? Here? I snorted at that. Why? What would be the purpose of any of that?
Because he is blood. And blood is meant to be home.
Then why let him go in the first place? Why create another kid who isn't a legitimate heir to the underground, then ask to have them mentored and brought here?
It was part of the deal I made.
While I enjoy games, Father, I assure you your guessing games aren't one of them. Give me the information I need so that I can see to the task.
It is simply someone who came to me, desperate for his wife to have a child. I wanted another son. We had an agreement that we would give his wife a child and that I would come to collect someday. My terms were clear. I fuck his wife and put a baby inside her. He keeps the child safe.
And has he failed? Did you not vet properly, Father? He glared at me.
Watch yourself, boy.
I'm sorry, Father, but you're asking me to mentor some lost brother of mine, all so he can come live in this hell? So he can be as crazy as we are? Help me see the logic in this.
Blood belongs at home,
he said, a muscle popping along his jaw.
You will do as you're told, or you will pay with the blood of those you've grown attached to.
Did you force her? The mother? I needed to know this. It was gnawing at me. He inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed on me.
She wanted it despite her screams. Her husband watched from the darkness of an alley as I took what I wanted. He was paid for his sacrifice.
I said nothing, disgusted by the man in front of me.
It is another task for another time. I was only making you aware of it.
Of course, Father. Give me the information I need and a time in which I need to do it.
Perfect.
He offered me a wicked smile, which did nothing but encourage me to want to kill him faster. It was sad, though, that he'd sunk his claws into another family's lives. He had a way of tearing apart anything that might be able to thrive. Fine. Send word when you're ready. I am at your service.
Excellent. Now, we need to discuss the next point of business.
And that is? I raised my eyebrows at him, tiring of his company.
The Horsemen. You've heard of them?
I nodded. Of course I'd heard of them. They were up and coming. They were headed by Lorenzo De Luca, son of Anthony De Luca. They were taking over the city piece by piece, block by block, rivals to the Kings and the DeSantis Syndicate, rivals to the Ivanovs. It was quickly becoming a battleground. And here we were, the underground, smack dab in the fucking center. Which side are you on, Father? He smiled at me, knowing exactly what I meant, and sat back in his seat.
Mine, of course. Let them feud. In their violence, we shall rise. Let them kill one another off. Let us plant the seeds. We take over and claim this city as ours.
I scrubbed my hand down my face. And what of Serena?
What of her? If you want her, you'll do what you're told. I will let you keep her. I'll let you keep all of them. Malachi, Asher, Sinclair. Anything you want will be yours. Just do my bidding, and do it well.
For how long?
Forever, of course.
He surveyed me for a moment when I didn't answer.
I want their sugar recipe. With Macy's passing, I have no inn, so I need one. They have a girl.
He handed me a photograph of a gorgeous redhead with vibrant green eyes and then several more photos of who I assumed were the Horsemen.
Lorenzo De Luca is training to be head of the syndicate. His father, Anthony, has gone into hiding, leaving his only child to handle business. He's ruthless, but young. He will no doubt make a few mistakes.
I stared at the photo of the dark-haired man in the picture. He looked every bit the future head of a mob syndicate. Father went through and showed me a blonde named Cole, Lorenzo's right-hand man, and then a photo of someone I recognized from watching football, the quarterback for Mayfair, Fox Evans. Surprising, but then again, this world was twisted, so why the hell not?
And this is him, the sugar daddy.
Father pushed a photo of a guy with dark hair and green eyes at me. The guy looked sad as hell. I studied the photo, taking in the exhaustion in his features, the haunted look in his eyes. This was a man who battled demons. None of the people in the photos were much older than me. In fact, I knew Fox Evans was nearing his 20th birthday because I'd heard it on some spot they did on him for TV. He was only months older than me.
His name is Ethan Masters.
Father continued, smiling.
Luck would have it, I have a photo of him as a boy as well.
He showed me another picture of the guy, but this time he couldn't have been more than 9 years old. Same haunted expression graced his face. The bruises on his arms were visible, but that wasn't what drew me to look closer. This was taken here, I said, looking up from the photo and to my father. He gave me a sinister smile.
He was one of my very favorites.
My stomach twisted at his words.
A sweet boy. Trusting. Loved fire trucks. Wanted to be a firefighter someday. Do you remember what you wanted to be when you were young, Dante?
I averted my gaze from him and stared down at the picture of the sad boy in front of me again. I wanted to be free.
And to be free, you'll get me the sugar daddy. To have the family you seem so desperate for, you'll do what it takes to ensure I get what I want. The girl is the way in. I want Rosalie Bishop.
I glanced to her photo again. She was so vibrant. There wasn't a doubt in my mind that this was the type of woman who brought sunlight into a room with her, that she filled the tormented soul of Ethan Masters with the motivation to keep fucking going. He and the horsemen would do anything to get her back, even give up the recipe that was the key to their new kingdom.
So what say you, Dante? Will you be everything I need you to be? Will you conquer worlds with me?
I closed my eyes for a moment, gathering myself. Could I do all this shit for the rest of my life? I didn't mind taking life. I felt nothing when I did it. But was it what I wanted? To rule this hell someday? The bigger question was, how far was I willing to go to protect the ones I loved? A vision of my mother flashed in my mind. Her long blonde hair, her sweet smile, the way her green eyes sparkled when she was happy, the way it felt to be hugged by her, to be loved by her.
You know the rules.
He pulled a knife from his drawer and slid it toward me before taking out a piece of paper, the terms of the arrangement clearly spelled out for me. I read over it, everything in order that stated I'd get Serena for good and my guys would be safe as long as I fulfilled my duties. It was something to buy us some time until I came back and was able to kill his ass. Reaching out, I picked up the knife and twirled it between my fingers before pushing the blade against my other palm and making an X on it. The blood ran red, and I pressed my hand to the sheet of paper, sealing a deal with the fucking devil. Everything came down to what I wanted, what I needed. I missed being loved. Now I had that with Serena. I wasn't about to let it go. It didn't matter how many empires I had to conquer, kings, horsemen, I'd do it. Without question, to keep the ones I loved safe, I'd do it.
Perfect.
He rose to his feet.
Let's go for a ride, shall we?
Chapter 21. Serena. Ashes dropped a kiss on the top of my head and went outside to Sin and Stitches, who were smoking on the back patio while the snow fell around them. Katie was fast asleep on the end of the couch. Bryce had barely spoken to me today. In fact, he maybe said 10 whole words total to anyone. I was torn between him and Mirage. I wanted to go to both. Instead, I sat with cushions between us all on the couch.
Rennie!
Mirage called out.
Sweetheart.
Bryce snapped his attention to Mirage, a sour look on his face.
What's wrong, Vanilla?
Mirage cocked his head to the right.
Mad because I'm brave enough to reach out to her?
I didn't like him provoking Bryce. Bryce was sweet and kind. Seeing the sadness morph across his face didn't sit well with me. Quickly, I slid over to Mirage and pressed my finger to his lips. He went silent, his blue eyes drinking me in. My breath caught in my chest when he leaned in and whispered in my ear.
Go to him. I already know you want me, my sweet dream.
His lips brushed against the shell of my ear.
They won't be back in for many minutes. I promise it's okay.
I pulled away and stared into his eyes. How was it okay? It was wrong because my feelings were confusing. And it wasn't confusing in a way where I didn't know what I wanted. The longer I was around Bryce, the more I was realizing these feelings were growing. The guys would never allow it, though. But damn, I missed him. Wanted him. I shoved that last thought away. We were friends. It would be weird.
It won't be weird. Is it weird for us?
I frowned. Of course it was weird. There wasn't even an us. There were just these weird thoughts in my head I was trying to shuffle through. Even with Bryce, it was that way. What I was supposed to do about it, I had no clue. I knew the guys were more likely to be okay with Asylum/Mirage joining than Bryce. Maybe. I cast a look to the outside to see Ashes and Stitches standing on either side of Sin, their backs to us. They were clearly getting along and chatting like they once did. I smiled, the thought that maybe they could get over everything, making me happy. My gaze slid to Bryce, who was staring down at his hands on his lap. To hell with it. I cared about him. I slid over to him and placed my hand over his. He looked up from his hands and into my eyes.
Hey,
He said, his voice low. I struggled to get my words out. When they failed me, I let out a frustrated grunt. Hatred for the person I'd become spread through my body, making me shiver. We sat in silence for so long it became awkward because all I wanted to do was talk to him. I glanced to the guys to see that they were still out there, but for how much longer I had no clue. Not long, I'd assume. It was cold outside. I closed my eyes, letting the darkness peek out. The darkness had an easier time speaking, but it frightened me. I'd always kept it locked up. I'd ignored it all these years, pushing it to the back of my personality, my mind, forcing it away because I had no idea how to really control it. I had to try, though. As terrifying as it was, I had to try. Inhaling, I focused on controlling it as much as I could. It slipped out further. My body felt fuzzy. Are you okay? I asked Bryce, my words low. He blinked rapidly at me.
Serena?
Are you okay? I repeated louder.
I'm okay. I'm hurting.
He answered, his Adam's apple bobbing in his throat.
I meant to meet you in the woods. I got hurt.
Did he hurt you? I demanded, my anger slowly rising to the surface.
Who?
Mirage slid closer. You know who? The one who hurt me.
No. Church found me out there. He got angry with me. We fought.
He winced.
I fought with the Watchers. I'm okay, though. At least now. I saw you meeting with the rabbit, with Mirage. It was the only way I could get you to speak to me again after I told you how I felt.
He licked his lips.
I'm sorry about that. I am. I understand we can't happen, but I don't want to not be in your life. I care about you. I want to be with you however I can be, even if it's only as your friend.
You want me?
I do. But I already know.
Did you see him? In the woods?
Serena, I only saw the guys. I didn't see anyone else. I know you were hurt. I blame myself. I should have gotten there sooner. Then you wouldn't have been hurt. Hell.
He'd have hurt you too, I said. He's a monster. A fucking monster. The words came out in a scream. I saw red. Images of that night flashed through my mind. I'll kill him. I'm going to kill him. I tugged at my hair, snarling and screaming. My body went fuzzy again, and I couldn't stop the loud sob that tore from my lungs as those ugly images kept flooding my mind. I couldn't take it. I couldn't. God, help me. I was hot. So hot. I couldn't escape. I can't escape. He's going to hurt me. He's out there, waiting. I tore my top off, and Bryce got to his feet.
Do something!
He shouted at Mirage, who was on his feet, trying to hold me while I screamed. I heard the patio door bang open. Footsteps thundered toward me. The sound of Katie calling out to me in a frantic confusion. Ashes, Stitches, Mirage, Bryce, Katie, even Sin.
Serena, hey, stop.
Stitches pulled me away from Mirage and wrapped his arms around me as I continued my meltdown.
What the fuck happened?
Ashes demanded. I didn't hear what Bryce and Mirage recounted. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe.
Serena, angel baby, look at me.
Stitches forced my face upward.
You can do this. Focus.
I couldn't do this. In my mind, Adam cackled and teased me, hurt me, forced his way inside me.
Fuck.
Stitches snarled.
Hash your meds now. Top shelf in my bathroom cabinet. There's a syringe and vial there. Bring them.
I had no idea if Ashes left. All I knew was that I couldn't breathe. My fingers and lips were numb. I was going to pass out.
She's hyperventilating,
Mirage said.
Give her to me.
Fuck off.
Stitches snapped. He pulled me between his legs and lay against the arm of the couch, his hand on my chest.
Remember this, Angel? Remember?
He whispered frantically in my ear.
I'll keep you safe. Breathe, baby. Keep breathing. I got you. Breathe with me. Please, Serena, I need you to focus.
Ashes came back and went to his knees next to us. I was going insane. More flashes in my head. Jerry hurting me. Sully. Everett Church's Cheshire smile. The people behind the mirror. Adam. I was going to kill them. I'd kill them all. I struggled to get up so I could go to them, so I could slay the monsters so they couldn't hurt anyone else. Stitches forced me back down.
Fucking hurry, Asher.
Sin let out a frustrated hiss.
She's fucking losing it, man.
I'm going as fast as I can.
There was a tight band around my bicep. I heard Katie crying in the distance. Then a pinprick in the crook of my arm. My body relaxed. My breathing slowed. The room came back into focus for a moment before it grew fuzzy. I'll kill him, I whispered. Or at least I thought I did. I had no real idea because I drifted off. The concerned faces of Ashes, Bryce, Katie, Sin, and Mirage's rabbit mask fading away. Stitches' soft words in my ear.
Sleep, Angel. Please, just sleep.
So I did.
Chapter 22. Sin. I stared down at the text on my phone a week after Serena's meltdown in the living room. She'd missed classes earlier in the week, but I knew she was back because Ashes had just sent me a text to grab her from classes and walk her back to the house. He had his therapy session, and Stitches was being forced to do group therapy at the same time. Katie had detention. The guys seemed leery about having Bryce help, and Mirage was off doing God knew what. I hadn't seen him all day. He'd been acting strangely after the shit with Serena happened. I was used to Asylum being in the room at night. Mirage rarely slept there. If he did, He came in during the 4 a.m. hour wearing his rabbit mask, then only slept for a few hours before going to classes, if he even bothered going at all. Mirage was a world apart from Asylum in how he behaved. The fact he was able to pull himself together around people and blend in spoke volumes of his talents. I shook my head, not wanting to get caught up in the mess that was Asylum/Mirage. Instead, I sent a reply message to Ashes to let him know I'd get Serena, then take her to their house and sit with her until one of them returned. After waiting a few more minutes, I made my way to Serena's class. It was another Bible study class. The sister who ran it was quiet, and not nearly as bad as the other assholes at this place. I leaned against the brick wall and stared at the lockers in front of me. The bell rang a few seconds later, signaling the end of classes. The moment Serena came out with her head down, I sidled next to her. She cast me a quick look, her colorful eyes wide. It was always uncomfortable being around her. I never knew what to say or what the hell to do with my hands. Stuffing them into my pants pockets, I walked beside her to her locker. Everyone was busy with after-school stuff, I finally said when the crowd had thinned. I'm supposed to take you back to the house and stay with you. She glanced at me again, but didn't say anything. Ashes told me she'd been having a lot of sleeping issues since her meltdown. He'd texted me some updates here and there, for which I was grateful. While Ashes had come around a lot, Stitches was still a little withdrawn. I didn't blame him, though. He talked to me, but it wasn't like it used to be with us. He'd gone through hell because of me. We all had. I hated myself for it. I tried not to focus on that shit, but it haunted me like an old ghost. She opened her locker and grabbed her coat. I waited while she put it on and filled her book bag with what she needed before she put her head down and walked toward the exit. I followed her, pulling my jacket tighter around me. Several minutes into our trek, she slipped on some ice. I caught her by the arm before she went down completely and brought her back to her feet. I couldn't tell if her cheeks were red from the cold or from embarrassment. I hoped it wasn't embarrassment. Once she was firmly back on her feet, I released her arm, grateful she hadn't tried to tug away from me. We continued in silence to the house. When we arrived, I inserted the key I still had and opened the door. She stepped inside, me behind her, and I closed us in. Quickly, she dropped her bag to the floor and removed her jacket before going to the couch where she sat and stared straight ahead. I didn't really know what to do, so I went and sat on the L section of the couch. "Are you hungry?" I finally asked. She bit her bottom lip, but remained quiet. Fuck it, she had to be hungry. I got up and went to the kitchen. I'd lived here for a good portion of my life, so it wasn't hard to find shit. Not knowing what she liked to eat, I stared down at a box of plain macaroni noodles before checking the fridge to find a various assortment of cheeses and milk. Coming to a decision, I pulled a pot out of the cupboard, filled it with water, and put it on the stove. From my view in the open kitchen, I could see she'd pulled her books out of her bag and was working on her homework. Such a good girl. I pushed that thought out of my head. Homework and I didn't mix. Fuck that shit. I wasn't going to go out into the world to be a scholar. Making it through was based on my intimidation factor and my role as a watcher. Of course, that may not work so well for me now in that department. It didn't matter. The only way out of Chapel Crest was to pass. Classes, therapy, Bible studies, all of it. Or death. Judging by how shit had gone down for me throughout my life, I was certain death had long forgotten me. I stayed in the kitchen, leaving Serena to her work. When the water boiled, I put the noodles in, and when it was ready, I made the homemade macaroni and cheese for her. I never cooked around the guys. Ashes typically was the cook. He was a decent cook. Sometimes he burned things just to see how many flames he could create. One time when I'd asked church why we let him near the stove, he'd smirked and said it was a good tolerance building for Ashes. Honestly, I was surprised Ashes hadn't burned the house down long ago. I knew he struggled with his pyromania daily. In any other facility, they'd have taken his lighter away from him. But here, I think they wanted the excuse to corner him. After I pulled the food from the oven, I made Serena and myself each a plate and brought them both out to the living room. I placed the food in front of her on the coffee table. She looked up at me in surprise, those colorful eyes of hers sending a jolt right through my heart. "I made you something to eat," I muttered. "I figured you might be hungry." Surprisingly, she closed her book and picked up a plate. A tiny part of me thought she might shun my attempt and go without. But I was happy when she lifted the fork to her lips, all the cheesy goodness on display. With my breath held, I waited for her verdict. I hadn't cooked in ages. When I was a kid, I'd cook with my mom. That shit went to hell, though, after my old man shot me. Another sour memory I pushed away. The tiniest moan slipped past her lips as she chewed and then swallowed. "Do you like it?" I sounded far too eager for her approval. Desperate, even. I hated that, but fuck it. There it was. While she never really said shit to me or communicated, it was when her gaze met mine, and that tiny smile graced her pretty face that I knew that was it. I was done for. If I had anything holding me back before about pleasing her, it was gone in that moment. That smile, the little bit of sparkle in her sad, pretty eyes, all I wanted to do was make her smile for the rest of her days. I couldn't, though. I wasn't that sort of guy. The only thing I was good at was fucking everything up. All the potential happiness whooshed out of my body at the thought that I'd never be good enough for her, that I didn't deserve her or any bit of happiness. My name was sin, for fuck's sake. That didn't exactly inspire good things. I looked down at my plate still on the coffee table, lost in my miserable thoughts. It was when the weight of someone next to me made me realize she'd moved to sit beside me. I looked over at her, my heart in my throat. So much innocence greeted me, sweetness, gentleness. I swallowed hard as she leaned forward, picked up my plate, and handed it to me. Gingerly, I took it from her, my fingers brushing along hers for but a moment that made my heart leap higher, and the flames slowly building in my soul spark brighter. Reaching out, she gently brushed her fingers along my lips. I closed my eyes at how wonderful it was to feel the touch of someone else.
Sinful.
I opened my eyes and stared at her, my throat tight. "I am," I answered back just as quietly, my voice shaking. "Fuck, get it together, pussy." Her gaze darted over my face before her fingers fell away, making me exhale slowly.
"Eat."
I forced out a slight smile, suddenly realizing why the guys were completely obsessed with her. She was everything we weren't. Everything all of us had been missing in our lives. Everything we'd always wanted. And I'd gone and fucked it up by locking her in a goddamn box with Asylum. He'd paid his penance and won her back. He'd protected her in the facility. What had I done aside from running through the woods with her? Anyone with half a heart would have done that for someone. All the shady shit I'd done could never be made up. I'd accepted that. Hated it, but accepted it. But the way she looked at me made me think maybe I could be wrong. It always hurts. Love always hurts. I didn't want to hurt anymore. God help me, I didn't. Fuck what I wouldn't give to be normal. She scooped noodles and cheese onto her fork and offered it to me, despite me having my own. Fuck, Siren. You're making it so much worse. Please, don't give me hope. I don't deserve it. I didn't want to take her food since I had my own, but I didn't want to push her away either. Fear gripped me as I parted my lips for her. Carefully, she put the food into my mouth. The guys always fed her. I'd even seen them doing it at lunch, Maybe she associated this with caring. Fuck, I can't get wrapped up in the tiny details. She probably just wants me to eat to prove I didn't poison it. Quit overthinking. She blinked at me, waiting for me to chew and swallow. I did so before offering her a small, wobbly smile. I felt like a complete idiot sitting here. If she were any other girl, I'd have buried my cock inside her body already and have walked away. I'd learned my lesson with getting too attached. But damn it, why did I want it so much? Maybe because I couldn't have it. Damn it. Seemingly satisfied, she went back to eating, not bothering to move away from me. I forced myself to not overthink it. I simply ate beside her, telling myself she was only being nice. Despite my sins, she was still the sweet girl she'd always been. Except, I'd seen her darkness only nights ago as she'd faded away and let whatever monster that lived inside her mind out into the world with her proclamation she was going to kill him. Him. I wanted to find out what his name was and kill him too. But if she wanted the honors, then I'd bring him to her and put him on his knees so that she could have the pleasure of slitting his fucking throat. I think we all had that desire. We ate in silence, and when she was done, I took our plates and returned them to the kitchen before coming back and taking my seat again. She still hadn't moved away from me. We sat in more silence for several long minutes before I finally spoke, not even knowing how to talk to her. I don't know what to say. Real fucking smooth, Sinclair. Way to state the obvious. She fidgeted for a moment before she got up and went to her bag. Defeat coursed through me at her distance. Hope sprung back to life, though, when she returned, a notebook and her pen in her hand, and sat next to me again. I watched while she slowly scrawled words onto the lined pages. Her writing was beautiful, all loopy, like what I imagined a love letter would have looked like ages ago. And she had a message for me.
Are you okay?
I stared down at her words to me, my mouth dry. She wanted to know if I was okay. I couldn't say the words, so I took the pen from her and wrote back, I will be. It began an exchanging of pen and words. She wanted to speak to me. It was our first real conversation. And I didn't want to screw anything up.
Do you promise?
I stared down at her words, hating the feelings burning my chest. I'm trying to, Siren. I paused before writing more for her, hating that my writing looked more like chicken scratch than anything else. Are you okay? She took the pen from me and stared at the paper momentarily before finally writing back.
I don't know. Sometimes. I'm scared.
I read her words, my heart aching for her. What are you afraid of? She took the pen.
Everything.
Her hand shook as she handed the pen back to me. When I was younger, I was afraid. After my father shot me, I'm still afraid. But I've found that sometimes I can use that fear to be stronger. I paused, feeling like a damn hypocrite. I was anything but strong. I'm not the greatest at advice. I'm sorry. She stared at the words for a moment before writing back to me.
What are you afraid of?
Fuck. Same answer, Siren. I'm afraid I'll never be good enough for anyone. I exhaled and decided to give her a little story about my past. When I was younger, I had this necklace. Well, it was a rosary. I'd pray with it. It brought me peace during my parents' divorce. The divorce was ugly, and I was raised on God, so I'd pray with this rosary every night. I'd say my novena, begging God to save my family, to make my dad a better man for my mom. My hand shook. Church found me with it once. Asked me what it was for. I told him. He asked his mom for one, and she got it for him. Then Asher got one. Then Stitches. It seemed we all needed a little extra help in our lives. I lost mine, though. When my dad took me, I'd prayed with it that day. I begged God, the saints, and anyone who could hear my terrified prayers to save me. Maybe they did hear me, because I'm still around. But the rosary is gone. I wish I had it because sometimes I think I could use the prayers. So I could have hope. Maybe God would hear me if I had it. She read my words and didn't move for a long time before she got to her feet and went upstairs, leaving me alone in the living room. I felt like an idiot telling her that shit. I wasn't the type to open up like that. My stomach twisted with the embarrassment of it. Thinking she wasn't going to come back, I sat there, wallowing in my self-pity. It was when she came back downstairs and sat beside me again that I perked up. She took my hand and turned it palm up before placing her hand over it. Something cool dropped against my skin. Her eyes met mine for a moment, making my heart skip before she pulled her hand away. I stared down at what she'd given me, my throat tight. A rosary. Blue and silver. A cross. She took the pen and paper and quickly wrote another message.
For you, so you can have hope again.
The words became blurry as my eyes filled with tears. My inner thoughts pleaded with me. Don't fucking cry, please. Don't fucking do it, Sinclair. Hold it in. She doesn't need to see that shit. God, why did she have to be so perfect? I rolled the beads between my fingers, trying to keep the tears at bay. It had been a long time since anyone had ever given me a gift. And this gift hit home for me. Her warm fingers brushed along my jaw before she gently lifted my head to look at her. As hard as I tried to contain it, a tear worked its way down my cheek. She cocked her head, her pretty, plump lips parted and leaned into me. I held my breath as she placed a kiss on my cheek, taking the tear with her. I exhaled a shaky breath when she pulled away, everything within me telling me to just take the moment and kiss her lips. Tell her how sorry I was. Tell her I wasn't worthy. Fuck. I'm not worthy. I can't. I want it, but I can't.
Sinful. Pray.
I nodded, my throat tight, wanting to say so many things to her. Instead, the front door opened. Ashes and Stitches came into the room, ending our conversation. Quickly, I wiped at my eyes before tucking the rosary into my pocket. I glanced at our note before grabbing that too and stuffing it down beside the rosary. No sense in leaving it behind. It was proof she gave a shit about me. And that was worth saving.
Chapter 23. Ashes.
You cooked?
Stitches looked from the macaroni and cheese to Sin. Sin nodded.
Yeah, sorry. I didn't know if she'd eaten.
It's homemade?
Stitches narrowed his eyes at Sin. I looked at the food. It definitely looked homemade. It smelled otherworldly. My stomach gave a loud growl.
Yeah?
Sin shifted awkwardly as he stood with us in the kitchen and rubbed the back of his neck before he looked to where Serena was sitting on the couch, watching some documentary Stitches had put on about Bigfoot being in Michigan. I didn't think it was a good idea for her to be watching that on TV since a lot of the stories from eyewitness accounts came from the area we were in. She didn't need the stress of more bullshit. I hated the thought that crept into my head, however. Maybe it'll keep her out of the woods. I wanted her to be safe. Peaceful sleeping had eluded me since everything happened. My fear of her sneaking out again kept me from completely going to bed. Even the slightest of noises jolted me up these days. I'd told Sin and Stitches this very thing a few days ago, when we'd smoked on the patio the night Serena had to be sedated.
I didn't know you could cook.
Stitches grabbed a bowl and piled the food onto it before he took a big bite.
Fuck, that's good. What the fuck, man? Why didn't you ever tell us? We've been tempting fate with Asher making dinner every damn night. I think I've eaten more burned meals than properly cooked ones.
Man, shut up, I said to Stitches, rolling my eyes at him. I'm not that bad. Stitches shrugged and took another bite.
Yeah, it's not that bad. It's not Sin's macaroni good, though.
I had to find out what he was raving about, so I got some and ate it, swearing softly after my third bite.
See, it's good, right?
Stitches asked, around a mouthful of noodles and cheese. It is, I agreed. I like this. Sin gave us a small smile that didn't quite reach his eyes before he looked back to Serena on the couch.
Should she be watching that?
He finally asked.
I'm hoping it scares her enough to keep her out of the woods,
Stitches said unapologetically, voicing my exact thoughts. I was torn on it. He didn't seem to be, in any case. Yeah, but it might trigger her too. I looked in her direction to see if she was showing signs of another freakout. She appeared to be watching it without issue. Thanks for watching her tonight, I said, focusing back on Sin, whose attention was still on her. Stitches glanced at me with raised brows. I gave him a quick smile. Sin had it bad but didn't realize it yet. Or maybe he did and knew he was backed into a tough corner that Church didn't seem to have any desire to let him out of. Me? I could see the change in Sin. Seeing him broken and sad was hard, but I also saw his strength. I wanted him to come home. Having our lives return to normal would be a godsend. Knowing Stitches was more on my side than Church's helped too. Sin, I called out when he didn't answer me.
Huh?
He turned and looked at me. I said thanks for watching her tonight. How was everything?
It was fine.
Stitches and I exchanged another look. Fine? I pressed. What did you guys do?
Nothing. I made some food. We sat on the couch. She did some homework. That's, pretty much it.
Is it?
Stitches asked.
You two were close when we came in.
Sin shook his head.
Just, I don't know, nothing. Just sitting there.
He looked back at her again, ending the conversation. It took him a beat before he walked forward, paused. He shook his head and muttered something we couldn't hear. I looked at Stitches again, knowing something was definitely up. He gave me a knowing nod and studied Sin.
You leaving?
Stitches asked.
Yeah, I should probably go. I told Mirage I'd watch a movie with him tonight.
What kinds of movies does he like? I asked, curious what sort of stuff Asylum was into. Or Mirage. Whoever the hell he was today. Sin scoffed.
Weird, obscure horror. Shit sucks.
Figures.
Stitches rolled his eyes.
He's so fucking weird.
He is.
Sin agreed, letting out a sigh.
I'll see you guys.
See you, I said wistfully as he pulled his jacket on. He paused at the door when Serena got up and went to him. We watched the exchange wordlessly. Sin took a cautious step toward her. She simply stared at him.
See you, Siren,
he said softly before backing away. She remained silent, watching him open the door and leave. The cool breeze from the Michigan night fanned across her face, feathering her dark hair.
Something's going on,
Stitches said when Serena returned to the couch and sat back on it. I nodded. Seems to be.
What do we do?
I mulled it over before answering. I think we let it happen, whatever it is. Maybe Sin will come home.
What if he fucks up again?
I pulled my attention from Serena as I scooped another forkful of noodles and cheese into my mouth and chewed. I swallowed, hating the words coming from my mouth, but knowing they were true. You know the rules. None of us will go unpunished if we hurt her. He had his warning. Next time I'll burn him until his screams fade into the night. I whispered.
Just wanted to make sure we're on the same page.
We are, I said, finishing my food before putting the bowl into the sink.
In church?
I think if Serena wants Sin, church will allow it. I know I will. Stitches considered my words before scraping his bowl with his fork.
I will too. I might punch him in the face so he remembers, but I think I'd welcome the grouchy fuck with open arms.
He ate quietly for a moment before speaking.
An asylum?
I sighed and rubbed my eyes. I think it'll be the same deal. Even Bryce. We're not blind. Stitches scowled.
He's too fucking nice. We'd break him.
Might be fun. He grinned.
Promise?
I pulled my lighter out, then opened it and closed it 5 times. The flame flicked on the 5th time, and I looked at Stitches from over it. I do. I snapped my lighter closed and started my ritual all over again, my eyes fixed on my girl on the couch. If Bryce wanted in, he'd have to be initiated. I was sure the complete hell we put him through would be worth it in the end. And if it wasn't, it gave us something to kill. I reeled my ugly side back in and went back to flipping my lighter open and closed. My eyes on my girl.
Chapter 24. Stitches. We sat and watched TV with Serena that night before taking her upstairs to her bedroom. We'd been making it a habit to sleep with her every night. The church had been gone. She seemed calm, like she was better. But I was the poster child for faking my outward appearance for others. After watching Sin tonight, I felt like maybe something happened between her and him. Something that had him in a chokehold over her. Hell, we all were, if truth be told. I wasn't opposed to her wanting Sin. It was the original plan. He pissed me off like no one else, but I was slowly getting over it. Dwelling on it was making me miserable. I had enough shit wrong in my head and didn't need to add something like one of my best friends fucking up to it and then holding a grudge. It was hard. Fuck, was it hard. Everything Serena had endured was because of the snowball effect he started. I drew in a calming breath, trying to keep my mind off that shit. If Serena was able to forgive him, then I knew I could too. Maybe. Someday.
Can I braid your hair?
Ashes asked her when she pulled her pajamas out of her dresser. What? I looked at Ashes. Did I hear you right?
Yeah.
He shrugged.
I want to try something.
I shook my head. He was always doing weird shit I didn't understand. She offered him a smile, which I took as a yes, before turning her back and undressing. We both watched in silence. I loved the way her hips had that sexy as fuck flair. The way her long black hair hung down her back and brushed the top of her hips. The cleft of her ass teased me from beneath her panties. I adjusted my hardening dick in my pants, noting Ashes was flipping the lid to his lighter open and closed, as was his ritual. She came back to us with her brush and settled on the floor between Ash's legs. He smirked triumphantly at me and took the brush from her before he began plaiting her hair in a thick braid. Where'd you learn to braid? I asked, mesmerized as he continued to gather her hair.
Abby.
I didn't push the subject. He so rarely spoke of his dead twin sister. It was a painful subject for him. I watched him tie off the braid with a black band. Serena turned and stared up at him from her knees. Yeah, that's fucking gorgeous.
Hey, Heaven.
He ran his knuckles along her jaw.
Did you and Sin have a good time?
We hadn't asked her about it yet. I knew we sure as hell would, though. If Ashes hadn't done it, I knew I would. She took his hand and kissed his palm before scrawling words onto it. He smiled at her.
I'm glad. What did you two do?
Sin told us nothing much, but I knew Ashes was curious about Sin's behavior tonight like I was. She wrote more on his hand while he nodded, and his brows crinkled while he deciphered her words.
Really?
She nodded. What did she say? I asked.
She said what he told us they did.
I breathed out, grateful Sin hadn't lied to us.
Come here.
Ashes instructed in a seductive voice. She rose for him, and he pulled her onto his lap so she was straddling him. His lips met hers, kissing her deeply. I watched, mesmerized by them, my dick begging me to let it out and join in. My phone buzzed, making me let out a soft hiss. I pulled it out of my pocket and caught Church's name on the screen. Hello? I answered it.
Stitches, how is everything?
I looked at Ashes, who had his hands beneath Serena's nightgown and was clearly cupping her perfect ass in his palms. It's good.
You sound distracted. What are you doing?
I'll show you. I snapped a picture of Ashes and Serena making out and sent it to Church. He was quiet for a moment before he let out a groan. What are you doing? I asked, continuing to watch Ashes as he removed her nightgown and kissed along her collarbone.
Wishing I was there so I could fuck her with you two.
I wish you were here too, brother. How is our dear old man? Church snorted.
Way to kill the mood.
My pleasure, I murmured, watching Ashes remove Serena's bra and suck her nipple into his mouth. Her head fell back as she ground against him.
Well, I'm just updating you on what's going on. Father wants me to check out this girl. Apparently she's connected to these horsemen who are making sugar. He wants the recipe and thinks getting their girl will make them hand it over. I'm to learn their habits, their routines, all that shit.
Ah, the great hunter, I said, forcing my attention away from Ashes and Serena. He'd lost his clothes already.
I suppose.
How long do you think you'll be gone?
I'm hopeful this girl and the horsemen are boring as fuck and are creatures of habit. I don't expect to be gone for too long.
Is that all he has you doing? I knew Everett. He wasn't only making Dante scout out his next victims. He made use of him whenever Dante was around.
You know how it is here. I killed someone today.
I swallowed at his words. Everett had taken me to kill people before, too. Not nearly as many as Church had. But I'd seen Church unhinged in the punishment rooms. He was a murderous robot, void of all feelings. I'd thrown up the first time I'd killed someone. I was 10. Church had comforted me after.
It's okay, Malachi. Close your eyes and think of your favorite place in the world. It's where I go when I do it.
I closed my eyes and envisioned myself at home, watching my mom cook before everything went to shit. I thought of my dog Farley at my side, licking my hand. The way the house smelled from dinner. My favorite program playing in the background. The sounds of birds singing outside. The setting sun shining through the windows, casting pretty colors along the old wooden floor.
Are you there, Malachi?
I nodded. Yeah.
Then stay there. Whenever you go to the punishment room, go to your favorite place in the world. You can't be hurt there.
Do you promise, Dante?
I never lie,
He answered, hugging me tightly. What did he do? I asked, falling out of the old memory.
Fucked around and found out. Owed money. Touched something he hadn't paid for. Same shit as always. I don't know why they're always so fucking stupid. Like they don't know they'll be caught and have to pay.
I grunted at that. The people who frequented the underground were all dicks and no brains. Or tits and no brains, because women went there too. Maybe not as much, but there were some sick bitches in this world. Nausea twisted my insides as the ugly memory of the facility filled my head. Men and women, both monsters.
Malachi.
His words pulled me out of an incoming panic attack. Yeah. Hey, sorry, got distracted. I cleared my throat. I, needed to tell you something. Asylum, or Mirage, whatever personality is or was, is who was meeting Serena in the woods. He was here and told us. Mirage, I mean. Wearing a fucking rabbit mask. Church was silent. He said they're friends and he was simply being her friend by offering her a shoulder to lean on, basically. This personality is just weird, though. The rabbit thing? Weird.
So someone knew he wore that to meet her and impersonated him.
Seems so.
Fuck, he's nuts. I want to beat the shit out of him more than anything else. Serena was fine with him? In the mask? No weird outburst?
She ran right to him and hugged him. She seems to like this Mirage personality a lot more than Asylum. But we all know she likes Asylum. I'd gotten up and moved out of earshot of Serena and Ashes and had lowered my voice. Are you mad?
I'm pissed she lied about it, but I get it. I can be difficult. We all can be.
I nodded. He was right about that.
How is our girl?
Church asked, seeming to be willing to let it all go. Or maybe he'd stew on it overnight before raging. I looked over to Ashes and Serena, who were still doing some heavy making out. Of course, Ashes was taking his time. She looks like she's having a good time, I said with a soft laugh.
I want to watch.
I hesitated for a moment before I invited him to video call. His face came onto the screen. His green eyes tired and his blonde hair a wild mess. He was smoking weed and drinking a fifth of scotch. Typical church behavior when he was forced to spend time with Everett. He propped the phone up so I could see him fully sitting in a chair in his bedroom. He was dressed all in black, and I watched him undo his tie and unbutton his shirt.
I love you, brother, I do, but I'm going to jerk off, and it's not you I want to do it to.
Sorry. I genuinely laughed that time and turned my phone so it was aimed on Ashes and Serena.
Asher.
Church called out.
Yeah?
He pulled away from Serena to look over at Church on my phone screen.
Fuck her for me.
Ashes let out a laugh before returning his attention to Serena and tugging her down on top of him as he lay back on the bed. Church and I watched Ashes continue lavishing her tits in his face, her ass in the air.
Give me a close-up.
I did as requested and moved the phone close to her pussy. She glistened with want as she rubbed against Ash's cock.
Lick her pussy for me, Malachi.
I did the best I could with the phone situation, hoping he could see, and licked Serena's pussy for him before moving to her ass. A gasp left her as I ate her asshole.
Finger her pussy.
Church instructed. Gladly. I pushed a digit into her heat, earning another whimper from her before I went back to eating her ass. Keeping the camera propped was a job I wasn't so sure I was cut out for. It was hard to keep my focus on what I was supposed to be doing.
Just fuck her. Put the camera on you guys so I can watch.
I did what he wanted and placed the phone on her bedside table before I removed my clothes and crawled onto the bed with her and Ashes. Gently, I pulled her face away from Ashes and kissed her soft lips, my cock brushing against her damp pussy. We're going to fuck you so Church can watch, I whispered against her lips. Is that okay? She nodded, and I released her, going to her ass, since Ashes was quick to claim her pussy. Not that I expected him to fuck her elsewhere. I wanted her ass anyway. It was time I got to claim it. I gathered all her dampness and smeared it around her hole and along my cock. I spit on her as an extra precaution and slowly worked my finger into her tight rosette. She squirmed beneath the pressure for a moment before relaxing. I worked her for a moment before adding another finger, wanting to get her a little looser for me so she wasn't hurt. Having my long, thick cock up in her ass might cause her a great deal of discomfort, but I knew she'd taken church before, so she could handle it. He was rougher than I was, at least in the beginning. Once she acclimated, I'd rail her until she howled my name. Ashes slowed for me when I withdrew my fingers and pressed my cock to her asshole. She stiffened, and he whispered quickly into her ear, words I couldn't hear. I was too far gone now. I had to have her like this. I pushed forward, reaching the tight ring of muscle. She let out a hiss, her body still tense. Ashes growled because she was clearly clawing the fuck out of his flesh with her nails. I drilled slowly inside her, listening as her breathing changed. "You okay, Angel?" I called out in a shaky voice when I bottomed out in her ass. I received an answering whimper, which sounded a hell of a lot like yes, so I pulled out and slowly pushed back in a few times. Ashes patiently waiting for me.
You good, baby?
Ashes asked. Another soft whimper from her.
Oh, sweet girl. We're going to make walking hard tomorrow.
Ashes kissed her, speaking all sorts of dirty words to her as I worked in and out of her, him slowly beginning to move with me while buried in her pussy. I stopped and spit on her hole again before really moving. Her breathing picked up, her small body jostling between us.
Fuck her harder.
Church barked out, breathless.
I wanted to come for both of you.
Gladly.
Ashes grunted out, picking up his pace. I matched my pace with his, both of us plunging in and out of her body. Nothing but the wet sounds, moans, and heavy breathing sounding out in the room. I glanced at my phone on the bedside table and saw Church was jerking his cock in time to our movements. "Come on, Asher," I encouraged. "We can go faster." He picked up his pace until we were fighting for control of her body, her cries music to my ears.
Fuck, yeah, God, that's fucking good.
Serena's body tensed before she trembled violently, her pussy soaking both me and Ashes. I couldn't take it. I came hard, filling her ass and cursing loudly as I shuddered against her body. Ashes followed, a low feral groan leaving him. We slowed to a stop, leaving her quaking between us. I leaned forward and kissed her bare shoulder. "Love you, Angel," I murmured. Her lashes fluttered as she lay in a boneless heap on Ash's chest. I chuckled softly at her sated, blissed-out state and pulled free from her body. Ashes stayed embedded in her, and I went to my phone to find Church cleaning the mess he'd made on his bare abdomen. "You like it?" I asked.
You fucking know I did. I love watching you guys fuck her.
"We'll come back home so you can join us."
You can count on that.
His phone shifted. His entire face came into view.
Let me talk to her.
I walked the phone to her and held it in front of her face.
Spectre, you're such a good girl. You know that?
She smiled tiredly at the screen, making his lips curl upward.
You let Ashes and Stitches take care of you, okay? And take care of them too. For me. Promise?
She nodded for him. He exhaled, a sad look on his face.
I'm sorry I left without saying goodbye. It would have made leaving harder.
She reached out and brushed her fingers along the screen.
I can't wait to see you again. I love you, Serena. I'll see you soon, okay?
She shifted and moved forward to kiss the camera lens. Ashes shifting with her so he could stay inside her pussy.
Oh, Spectre. Sleep well. I'll talk to you guys later. Be safe.
Of course.
Ashes said.
You too.
I moved away from Ashes and Serena. "You sure you're okay?"
I'm fine. I was raised to survive and conquer. So were you.
He said, giving me a pointed look.
I'll see you soon, brother.
"You better." I went to the small bathroom off of Serena's room and closed myself in. He hesitated for a moment.
Has Sin been around?
Sin took care of her today when we had therapy. It went well. She seemed like she was happy. No issues with either Sin or Asylum or Mirage.
I see.
Sin is getting better.
Fuck him. He pisses me off.
I think he wants her. Seriously. His attention was all on her today. He was barely able to hold a conversation with us.
He can want what he wants. Doesn't mean he'll get it.
I sighed. I didn't want to argue the fact. Time would sort it all out. I still had a bit of it to get over. And Church clearly did.
And Asylum, or Mirage, whatever the fuck name he's using now?
I don't know. He wasn't around today.
Just watch her. I think he means well, but he is fucking weird.
I laughed at that. I know.
Okay, it's late. I have to get up and kill people tomorrow. I'll talk to you later.
Night, I said.
Go take care of our girl.
He disconnected the call, leaving me in silence. I smiled down at the black screen, deciding to fuck with him. I took a picture of my dick and sent it to him. A moment later, he sent me a middle finger emoji with a laughing face. I grinned at that, hoping it helped him relax, and cleaned up before returning to Ashes and Serena. They'd both fallen asleep, him still inside her, his dick beginning to finally soften. I chuckled softly at him and his cock warming before covering them with the blanket and sliding in beside them.
Night, Malachi.
Ashes mumbled sleepily. I twined my fingers with Serena's. Night, Asher.
Chapter 25. Mirage. The night air was cold on my skin as I raced through the dark forest, my breath coming out in heavy white puffs. I ran and ran as if I could escape my demons. I was no fool. I was a demon. I skidded to a halt at the edge of the woods and stared out at the dark, snow-covered cemetery before I made my way to the mausoleum and stared up at it, my white rabbit mask in place. This was where Asylum took her, where he made us players in a game where there were no real winners. We always win. I scoffed at the familiar voice in my head. Closing my eyes, I let my head fall back, feeling the darkness creeping around inside me. Inside us, please, not now. Why not? Because I only want to be me. But we are we. Let me, please, just for now. I want to have this on my own. I never get to... All went quiet in my head for a moment before that familiar voice came back. Fine. Win her over. We need her. I'm trying. It's hard to get her alone. Church is gone. Go to her. You know she will come to you. And for you. I'm not doing that. I have. Not the way she'd have wanted. More silence. Make a damn move or I'm taking over. I will. Give me time, please. Tick-tock, little rabbit. My head went quiet, and I opened my eyes and stared back at the moon. I'd make a move tomorrow. Tonight was meant for the forest.
You're quiet.
Sin commented as we sat in the cafeteria the following day. I barely slept, but that was how life for me was. I've been this way since I'd lost Serena. Asylum bitched to me about it because it would give me dark circles around my eyes. He hated it. Whatever. He hated a lot of things about me. The scars, the turmoil, the way I could get too violent when pushed too far. At least the depression had gotten better since Serena came back to us. You know I fucking love you. I sighed, ignoring the voice, and looked across the cafeteria. I hated winters here. We were stuck inside with snow up to our backbones. The summers were short, but at least we could be outside. Seasonal depression was a real thing. I didn't care what any of these bitch nuns argued. Just read the Bible. It'll cure everything. That's what they shoved down our throats. I'd read the Bible. I was still sick. I'm tired, I answered, wondering where the hell Serena was. I hadn't seen her today. I hadn't seen the guys either, and that was unusual. I mentioned as much.
I saw them this morning,
Sin said, picking at his french fries. That offered me some semblance of relief. I shifted awkwardly, wishing there was a better way to carry carrots on me instead of my back pocket, since sitting on them made my back hurt. Good. I turned back to my food and frowned. I don't even think these fries are made out of potatoes. We kept one in a fish tank for 2 months, and it never spoiled.
How do you know it didn't spoil?
Sin held a fry and looked to me.
Didn't it get furry or some shit?
I shrugged. No, we ate it. Still tasted the same.
Fucking gross.
He shook his head.
And why was it in a fish tank?
Asylum. He named it Kevin.
You had a French fry named Kevin?
Asylum had a French fry named Kevin. I had a science project.
Fucking weirdos.
He said, going back to his plastic sticks, French fries. He wasn't wrong. This sucks. Want to go do some listening? I dropped my gross fry onto my tray.
Listening? I don't know if you got the memo, but I'm not psychic or whatever you are.
I rolled my eyes at him. I meant to see if we could hear anything about what happened to Serena that night. Someone is bound to talk. Sin stiffened. He said nothing for a moment before he dropped his fry onto his tray and got to his feet.
Let's go.
I was quick to join him. We left the cafeteria and walked the hall in silence for several long moments. We passed a few of the wards who paid us no mind.
What are you thinking?
He finally asked me. We should talk to Danny Lindley. He had a thing for her. That's why he got his ass kicked.
You mean carved?
Sin raised his brows at me. Same thing.
Definitely not. Ask Andrews about that.
You mean Vanilla? I chuckled at that name.
He might be one of those quiet freaks.
He shrugged.
You know how that goes. I think of him as more of a shadow. Always around, slinking. I'm sure he knows all sorts of Chapel Crest secrets.
Shadow, I mused. He could be a spicy little pepper. I know he wants Serena. Sin let out a snort.
He had her. Clearly that shit didn't pan out.
He didn't have her like the Watchers had her. Like I had her.
You didn't have her. Asylum did.
She was mine before anyone else's, I said fiercely. Everyone who gets to hold her should be grateful I'm willing to share. Not many would be so willing to share their corpse bride.
Corpse bride? That's morbid.
Sin glanced at me.
You do realize she's alive, right?
She was dead to me, Sinclair. I thought I'd lost her forever, I said, my heart aching with all those ugly memories I had from that time in my life. Hearing she was alive has changed everything, and now I get to be here. We stopped, and he turned to face me.
For how long?
Forever if I can help it.
And Asylum?
I let out a soft chuckle and cocked my head to the right. I can't seem to shake him, but he loves her, and I do love him, so I guess that's okay. Sin stared me down and looked like he was going to say something, but he narrowed his eyes and moved past me. I turned to see what he was looking at and saw Danny Lindley round the corner. Perfect. I stalked forward, Sin at my side. Danny caught sight of us and stopped in his tracks, his eyes wide as saucers. "Hello, Danny," I said, circling him in the opposite direction of Sin. Just the guy we were looking for.
Asylum, I swear, I've stayed away from her. I jerked off to a picture of her last night, but I swear, I've not gone near her.
My name is Mirage, I snarled in his ear. Say it.
Mirage,
he choked out, squeezing his eyelids together. Now forget it, I instructed, because I am he, and he is me, and we are we. Danny snotted and blubbered, nodding his head, his body shaking.
Okay. Prove to me you're not the piece of shit who touched my girl in the woods.
Sin snarled out, nose to nose with Danny.
I'm not. I swear I'm not. I didn't, Sin. Fuck, man, I didn't.
Sin raised his knee and connected it with Danny's stomach, making him double over and fall to his knees. I cocked my head to the right, watching Sin work. He was really something.
Tell me what you know,
Sin demanded.
I don't know anything. I didn't even know Serena went to the woods without church.
Sin tangled his fingers in Danny's greasy hair and tugged his head back.
You swear you don't know anything?
Danny's Adam's apple bobbed, and he nodded.
Then find out who hurt her in the woods for me. I want that fucking information. Why do you think I can get it?
Danny whimpered.
Because you're Danny fucking Lindley. Your life is spent at the bottom of the fucking barrel trying to scrape by. It's where the monster is who touched my girl, who hurt my siren. I want a fucking name. Okay, I need an incentive, maybe.
How about this? I asked, bending so I was eye to eye with him. If you get us a name, the right name, I'll not turn your trachea into my new wind instrument. How does that sound?
You're going to kill me if I don't get it?
Oh, I won't kill you, I said, smiling at him as I pulled the carrot out of my back pocket and bit into it before chewing slowly. Danny's gaze darted around, clearly terrified. Look at me, I instructed. His gaze snapped to mine and he opened his mouth to speak, but I jammed my carrot deep into his maw, making him sputter and choke as I held it there. If you don't fucking get us what we want, I'll let Asylum out to play. You remember how fun he is, right? Danny let out a choked, garbling noise before I drove the carrot deeper. His face turned bright red, tears dripping down his cheeks. I cocked my head to the right at him again and smiled. Do we have a deal? Blink once for yes, twice if you're ready to die. Danny blinked once and stared fiercely at me. Perfect. I pulled my carrot free from his mouth. He let out a shuddering breath, coughing and wheezing roughly as I tossed the carrot to the ground. Sin released his hair, and Danny fell forward to his hands and knees, trying to suck in mouthfuls of air. Keep that. A token to remember this moment by. I backed away from him, Sin coming with me. Movement caught my eye, and I swiveled my head swiftly to see a shadow dart away. With narrowed eyes, I watched the spot where I'd seen someone before I smiled. A shadow indeed. I'd give our shadow a freebie this time.
A name, Danny,
Sin called out.
Sooner rather than later.
Danny said nothing, but his soft cries let me know he was on the same page as us.
Why the fuck do you carry carrots in your back pocket?
Sin asked as we walked down the hall, Danny's whimpers fading away. For times such as these, Sinclair. I gave him a megawatt smile. He shook his head at me.
You might be crazier than Asylum.
I smiled at that. It wasn't the first time I'd heard that. I doubted it would be the last.
Chapter 26. Church. I watched from a dark corner as she sang. She was breathtaking, beautiful, long red waves, bright green eyes, the voice of an angel. Her energy was palpable, and she was untouchable. Her men were everything to her, and the spare. I studied the pair with narrowed eyes as the archangel kept close to her side. Everyone in the underground knew who the archangel was, a monster created from the sins of the very man who took him in. He just didn't know he'd spent most of his life doing the bidding of the very same man who put him in the position he was in now. Well, mostly. Being neutral in our world only went so far, and money talked. When the Ivanovs sent a messenger to my father to meet with them, he'd done so, dragging me along for the adventure. Kill Delilah Byers, the former mistress of Mateo DeSantis. Kill her children. Kill the heir. I was a child, still learning the ropes, but I'd seen the dark sparkle in my father's eye that night. He saw their mistake in requesting his help, so he jumped on it.
You want the family dead?
Father asked, surveying Sergio Ivanov and his men on the docks, the moon hanging over our heads.
Yes, take out the heirs. My son will handle his remaining heir at Bolton.
Sergio eyed my father. Father looked to one of Ivanov's men situated behind and next to him and smiled before dragging his attention back to Ivanov. I noted he focused on two in particular in the background.
What of payment? $2 million. Half now, half when the job is done.
Father nodded and was quiet for a moment.
Have you met my heir, Dante?
Ivanov focused on me, a muscle along his jaw thrumming.
I've only heard things. All good, I'm sure.
Father said with a soft, wicked laugh.
Of course, he's remarkable. Indeed, I thought tonight would be a good night to demonstrate his skills.
Ivanov shifted uncomfortably, his men taking steadier stances.
Oh, so? I'm not happy with the payment. I'd like to negotiate. Oh?
Ivanov cast a glance at me. I hadn't moved an inch. I wanted to go home and hang out with Stitches. He was alone. He didn't like to be alone.
More money?
Ivanov gave a wobbly smile.
No, money isn't an issue. What I require is dinner. Dinner.
Ivanov blanched, clearly understanding where the conversation was leading.
Surely we can arrange a nice restaurant. I prefer to have my chefs do my cooking. I see.
Ivanov visibly swallowed.
What is it that you'd like? Well, it seems as if you need this Bears woman dealt with in order to move pieces on your board so you can come into power after assassinating Matteo DeSantis, with his older brother gone, and Carmine out of the game. You stand to win it all. I'd say 2 million isn't really up to snuff for me.
Father smiled.
And if you go elsewhere now that I know your plan, you risk me telling DeSantis. We both know you'll be unlikely to kill me tonight, and it would be impossible once I walk away. So, dinner. I require sacrifice.
Ivanov studied my father for a long, tense moment.
Who?
Ivanov finally asked. A tiny smirk cut my father's lips upward before he nodded his head to the quiet man standing behind Ivanov and the one next to him who looked scared.
I want that one, and the one beside him.
Ivanov looked over his shoulder to the tall man, his face visibly paling.
I cannot give you him, then we don't have a deal.
Father inclined his head at Ivanov.
Come, Dante. Perhaps some ice cream would hit the spot. Wait.
Ivanov squeezed his eyelids closed as we turned back around to face him.
I'm sorry, Nathaniel.
He whispered, stepping aside. The quiet man's eyes widened and he took a step back. That was nothing because our men were quick to descend on him. It was the nervous man who darted off into the night.
Dante.
Father stared directly into Ivanov's eyes as Nathaniel tried to fight off our men.
See to it that you catch our dinner. I do so love fast food.
I didn't hesitate. I loved the hunt, and he knew it. I caught sight of the man dart into the woods. What I loved more than the hunt was the woods. Smiling, I swept forward into the night, my knife clutched tightly in my hand.
Hey, handsome, can I get you something?
A pretty brunette asked, breaking me out of my memory. I stared idly at her through the pulsing club lights. Unlikely. She offered me a coy smile and reached out to touch me, but I was quick to wrap my fingers around her wrist. She let out a cry, her eyes filled with fear as I leaned in and narrowed my eyes at her. Why do you think you can touch me? I demanded in a low growl.
I just thought you'd like some company.
If I didn't request it, then how could you arrive at that conclusion?
Please, you're hurting me.
Go. I released her. She stumbled backward, but didn't waste any time putting space between us as she scrambled through the crowded club. Ready to get out of there, I moved along the back of the club toward the exit. I saw him before he saw me. Deciding I'd fuck with fate, I didn't move aside when he passed by me. Lorenzo De Luca. His shoulder knocked into mine. He didn't even bother to turn to look at me. He simply kept going. It was all I needed to know. He thought of himself as being at the top of the world. No one was worthy of a second look, or even a first. I smiled at that. That's the sort of thing that could get a guy into trouble. He'd find that out soon enough.
Chapter 27. Serena. I miss church. I scrawled the words across Ash's palm 3 weeks after church had left us. He hardly ever called. From what I understood, Ashes had asked him about that. His answer was that it was easier not to, that he trusted everything was going well here for us. I supposed that translated into no news was good news, but that didn't make me miss him any less.
I know, baby.
Ashes kissed the top of my head. We'd just finished eating dinner and were relaxing on the couch. The urge to go to my room and take a photo of myself, then send it to church, was overwhelming me. The little dark part of my soul was definitely encouraging it.
Want to smoke?
Stitches asked, pulling a joint out and looking to Ashes.
Fuck, why not?
Ashes got up, but not before kissing my head again. Stitches tilted my chin up and dropped a sweet kiss on my lips before he went out to the back patio with Ashes. Ash's lighter's red glow illuminated them for a moment as they lit the joint. Deciding it was now or never, I went upstairs to Church's room, my phone in hand, and lay in his bed in my white nightgown. Carefully, I took a photo of myself sprawled in his bed, hoping I looked seductive and not like a nervous wreck. I'd never sent anything racy to anyone in my life. My goal was to get him to video home. He hadn't done that yet with me. It was always to the guys. Even all his calls were made to Ashes or Stitches. None to me. I didn't expect him to call, though. It wasn't like I could blame him. Who would want to call and listen to someone breathe on the other end? Instead, he'd call one of the guys, and they'd relay his messages to me. He missed me. He'd be home soon. But soon wasn't coming fast enough, and I was growing frustrated. Drawing in a deep breath, I sent him the photo and waited nervously for his reply. It felt like forever that I stared at his ceiling before my phone buzzed. Excitedly, I looked to see that he was requesting a video call with me. Using a shaky finger, I accepted the request. His handsome face came onto the screen.
Spectre, my naughty girl.
My heart banged hard as he leaned forward, his shirt off.
What are you doing all alone in my bed? Where are Ashes and Stitches?
I bit my lip and moved the camera so he could see the window. Hopefully he got my meaning. He smirked at me.
I understand. So you thought you'd tease me?
I stared at him, noting how tired he looked. All I wanted to do was reach through the screen and hug him. Thinking about the awful things he was doing at home made my stomach twist with a sickness I didn't know I could have.
Well...
He sat back and raised his brows at me.
Take off your clothes so I can see you, baby.
I stayed sitting for a moment before I got up, propped my phone on his dresser, and backed away. Slowly, I removed my nightgown, panties, and bra, my arms moving to cover the scars I now had.
I want to see all of you,
he husked out while sitting in his chair, smoking something. I let my arms fall away so he could see me.
Fuck, you're beautiful. You don't know how much I've missed you, Spectre. You're in every fucking thought I have.
My heart lifted at his words.
Give me something else to think about, okay? Can you do that for me, baby?
I gave him a small nod that seemed to please him because he smiled.
I want you to lay on the bed with your legs spread. Can you do that?
I hesitated for a moment before moving back to the bed and doing as he requested. My nerves taking over, making my legs tremble.
Relax, baby. This is the fun part, I promise. Spread your legs for me so I can see that pretty pink pussy.
I felt the heat sweep over my body, but I spread my legs wider for him.
There you go. I like that.
I watched as he pulled his dick out and stroked it slowly, his green eyes filled with want.
Do you have any idea what I want to do to you right now?
I shook my head, not sure what I would even say if I could say anything. He chuckled as he continued to stroke himself.
Touch yourself for me.
His words sent a shiver up my spine. Nervously, I let my fingers wander between my legs and gingerly slid my fingers through the folds, noting the wetness.
Fuck, you're a real sweet girl, aren't you?
His deep voice sent goosebumps popping along my skin.
Taste yourself for me.
I blinked, nervous about doing such a thing.
What's wrong? Scared? Don't be scared. I promise that pussy tastes like magic, baby. Do it. It'll make me so fucking turned on to see you do that for me.
I drew in a calming breath and put my damp fingers to my lips and sucked on them. The groan that slipped from his lips made me ache with want inside.
Fuck, what are you doing to me, Spectre?
He called out, stroking himself faster.
I want you to come with me, baby. Fuck your tight pussy with your fingers.
I'd never done anything like this before. Nearly deciding this was too much for me, I paused, the little bit of darkness peeking out to survey what I was doing. Maybe it wasn't darkness. Maybe it was bravery. Bravery that was angry and fed up with being who I was. I wanted to be more. I wanted people to know I couldn't be messed with. I couldn't be pushed around. I'd spent my life being a ghost. That needed to end. But fear was who I was right now.
Spectre.
Church's deep voice interrupted my confusing thoughts. I squeezed my eyelids closed and ran my fingers through my damp folds, the sparks of electricity soaring through me. With my breathing ragged, I touched myself for Church, earning his groan of approval.
Push a finger in your pussy for me. There you go. That's my girl.
Opening my eyes again, I slid my finger in and out for him, doing everything he demanded of me.
Fuck yourself for me, baby. 2 fingers. Perfect. There you go. God, you look so fucking perfect right now.
His movements had become faster, his breathing heavier.
Rub your clit now. Yeah, just like that. Go faster for me. Can you go faster?
I did as he instructed, the heat slowly taking hold of me.
Squeeze your tit, Spectre. Yes, perfect. Like that. You enjoy touching yourself for me?
I nodded, feeling breathless from the impending pleasure stirring between my legs.
Fuck, you look good like that. When I get home, I'm going to fuck you so hard you'll scream for me. I love it when you scream.
I worked my fingers quicker, continuing to squeeze my breast before I rolled my nipple between my fingers.
Look at me. Eyes on me, Spectre.
He grunted, his hand moving like a blur along his cock.
When you come, I want me to be the one you see. Understand?
I let out a soft whimper of confirmation that made him groan. It hit me like a ton of bricks. The heat, the pleasure. It rolled through my body. I came hard, my eyes on him, my release gushing free from me in a wet mess, soaking his sheets. His feral groan followed, letting me know he'd gotten off with me. We both sat panting for several long moments before Church let out a soft laugh.
Oh, Spectre, you are so full of surprises.
I sat and pulled his sheet over my body. He'd moved the phone so it was focused on his handsome face, his green eyes illuminated in the light from the screen. I brought the phone closer to my face and stared at him. Missing him so much, my heart hurt.
I'm coming home soon. I'm sorry I don't call as much as I should. Honestly, Spectre, it pains me to see you and know I'm not there. Seeing you makes me want you even more, and that's dangerous when I'm here. But fuck, baby, I miss you. Oh, I love you more than life itself, Serena. I'm always watching over you. I'll be home soon, okay?
I nodded, my eyes burning with unshed tears.
Thank you for tonight. Soon I will hold you in my arms again and make love to you in our cemetery. Be my sweet, strong girl. Keep the guys happy, but give them hell when you need to. I like knowing they're scrambling.
He smiled at me as I wiped at my eyes.
I would slay the entire world for you, Serena. Sweet dreams, my little ghost.
The feed cut off, leaving me in silence and sadness. The call should have made me feel better, but it made me feel worse. All I wanted was to hold him, love him, be with him. All of us together. But as long as his father and the monsters were calling the shots, it would be this way. What I needed to do was find Adam and just start the fight here and now. The darkness ebbed through me, making me inhale deeply. I focused on it, feeling it taint the edges of my light. Someday I'd have to be brave enough to embrace it. Today wasn't that day, though. Today, I curled around Church's pillow and closed my eyes, wishing I could change things and knowing that without strength, I'd never get to. Wishing I could love the men I loved. All of them. Even the ones I dare not whisper their names. Maybe tomorrow would change it all. It was the best I could hope for.
Chapter 28. Sin.
Sin! Hey, wait up!
Ashes called out, trotting down the hallway toward me. I stopped and waited for him, taking in how he seemed exhausted with the dark circles around his blue eyes and the way his smile wasn't quite as bright as I was used to seeing. It felt like too long since I'd been alone with Serena. When they didn't need me, I kept my distance as promised, but it was eating me up inside to be a silent bystander. Hey, I greeted him. What's up? I winced at the gnawing ache on my side. I'd whipped myself earlier that morning, and the wounds were tender on my broken skin.
I was wondering if you could hang out with Serena tonight. I need to burn, and I don't want to take her out into the cold. Plus, I don't want her to freak out since we'll be in the woods. I think her being home in the warmth would be best.
So, just you and Stitches would be going out?
And me.
Mirage joined us, his rabbit mask in place. Ashes raised his brows at Mirage.
You want to come with us?
Yes. I already know that I will, so there's no sense fighting it.
He winked at Ashes, who didn't even look interested in fighting it. Instead, we stopped our walk and made a small circle to converse.
You look different today,
Ashes said, narrowing his eyes at Mirage. Mirage grinned.
Do I? How so? Same mask, same smile.
I don't know. Did you cut your hair or something?
No, I brushed it though.
Ashes chuckled.
Do you not brush your hair?
Some of us aren't responsible like that, Asher. I'm lucky if I can find my carrot in the morning.
He means the vegetable I cut in, not his dick. He always has that in his hand.
Fuck you, asshole. You're one to talk.
I caught the small smile on Ash's face at our bantering, and fixed one on my face that, for once, didn't feel so forced.
I lived with Sin. I know too much about his carrot issues,
Ashes said, bumping his shoulder with mine. It almost felt like the old days when I was still a watcher. The smile faltered on my lips at the thought that now I was just the odd man out looking in.
So, Serena?
Ashes looked to me. Yeah, I can do that.
Awesome. Thanks, man. I set Stitch's homework on fire in the sink this morning.
I winced at that. It wasn't often Stitches even bothered with homework, so for Ashes to have burned it on him.
Hey.
Stitches rounded the corner with Serena and joined us, his arm around her waist. Her colorful eyes met mine for the briefest moment, making my heart lurch with want. I inhaled deeply to calm myself before watching her gaze move to Mirage. I studied them, noting Ashes and Stitches weren't paying attention as they talked. Mirage's blue eyes sparkled, a tiny smirk on his lips as he stared back at her. Her cheeks darkened a pretty pink color, and her bottom lip pulled between her teeth. I wondered if he was doing some head shit with her. He told me he couldn't read minds, but that didn't make me believe anything because he still always knew things. It wasn't a secret to me that Mirage and Asylum wanted her and wouldn't stop until she was theirs. Sometimes I wished I had their stamina for getting their lives fucked up by Church and the guys, and their hearts, because I wasn't so sure any of this was going to work out for anyone, especially once Church figured out she had room in her heart for the psycho.
Faith Sinclair.
Mirage's voice pulled me out of my thoughts. What? I blinked at him, stopping Stitches and Ash's conversation.
Faith is what you lack. Have some, okay?
Mirage's voice was gentle, but he was the gentler one if I had to label him. He was also more unpredictable than Asylum was. Sometimes, though, it was hard to tell where one ended and the other began. I pushed my hand into my pocket and felt the rosary Serena had given me. I'd prayed with it every night since I'd gotten it. I'd even gone to the lake and sat in the cold, looking out at the frozen water, making wishes and saying prayers I hoped were heard. I offered Mirage a brittle smile and looked to my feet.
Okay, well, that was weird. But what did I expect?
Stitches called out.
Asylum man, you're nuts. Anyone ever tell you that?
I'm Mirage, not Asylum.
Stitches rolled his eyes.
You're nuts.
I don't disagree.
Mirage shrugged, still smiling.
So, heard your homework got torched.
Stitches let out a sigh.
Ash just set it on fire this morning in the kitchen.
It wasn't like you did it.
Ashes shot back.
Dude, I did like 3 questions on there.
Malachite, you literally wrote, fuck this, fuck that, fuck you. That doesn't qualify as doing your homework.
Asher, I was going to finish it.
I looked to see what Serena's take on the entire thing was. She was watching, the tiniest smile teasing her plump lips. I licked mine, remembering what it was like to kiss her. She'd been so out of it when I'd last kissed her. Drugged, hadn't even kissed me back. How I wondered what it would be like for her to kiss me the way she kissed the guys. But I knew it wasn't going to happen. Church made it abundantly clear there was no way in hell. But the Mirage/Asylum ordeal told me to get in there and play anyway, that she chose. I tightened my hand around the rosary in my pocket, my thoughts getting progressively more morose, until I felt Serena shift beside me, the guys continuing their bantering. It took me a moment to realize she'd slid a note into my pocket. My heartbeat thundered in my ears at the prospect of what she'd written to me. I cast a quick glance to her, only to see her watching the guys with a hint of amusement on her pretty face.
Hey, Asslicks.
Katie came into the fray.
And Rena.
Cadence, never a pleasure.
Stitches said, no venom in his words.
Haha, douche nozzle.
Katie rolled her eyes at him before looking to Ashes.
It's Friday. That means burning.
Ashes smiled and nodded at her.
You want in?
Does Seth Kane creep you out? Hell yeah, I want in.
She proclaimed, jerking her thumb in Mirage's direction.
Easy, Katie Cat.
Mirage said easily.
You're not exactly giving off wholesome vibes with all the trash you've been dragging back to your room.
Katie stiffened and turned on Mirage.
I know everything,
He simply said with a shrug.
What are you doing? Stalking me?
Katie countered, a curious look on her face.
Well, I know you brought a certain someone to your room last night, someone you don't want Serena to know about.
Serena's eyes widened before she looked to Cadence, whose face had gone red.
We were just talking. He was apologizing for being a dick that night.
Why hasn't he been in classes? Seen on campus?
Mirage countered. I frowned, watching the exchange. Apparently, Stitches and Ashes were just as confused about what was going on because they watched with narrowed eyes and crinkled brows.
Adam has a note. He's taking a mental health break,
Katie said, her voice shaking. I didn't give a shit about that, though. It was Serena I cared about because her hand brushed the side of my leg before she turned tail and ran.
What the fuck?
Stitches said, looking confused for a moment before he hauled ass after her. She was fast, I'd give her that.
Sorry, I gotta go.
Ashes muttered before he loped off behind Stitches to get to Serena, who had disappeared around a corner already. I stood, looking between Katie and Mirage, wanting some context.
Adam was a dick one night,
Katie explained, frowning.
He said some nasty shit about Serena, like extremely nasty. The guys kicked his ass and left him on the side of the road. He's been in and out of it since. It wasn't him,
She continued, her blue eyes bright, her words making me think she was begging us to believe her.
He has different personalities. The one that night was one he hates. He wanted to apologize for what was said. He's been in the med facility and his dorm, trying to get his mental health back on track.
I'd heard Adam Larson was a real prick. We all had mental health shit going on here, so it was hard to discern when people were truly being pricks or when it was something going on with them mentally. I supposed there was an argument for both sides of that coin, one I didn't have the desire to debate. All I knew was if he got his ass kicked by the Watchers, he must have fucked up badly. Church didn't typically beat you to near death unless you really pissed him off. He was level-headed like that. And Ashes certainly didn't. He was the calm, collected one. If he was angry enough to beat a motherfucker, chances are it was deserved.
Why are you trying to convince me?
Mirage asked.
I'm not. I'm just saying we talked. He told me what happened.
Cadence, I say this to you as someone who cares about Serena, but fuck that guy. He's not worth it.
You don't even know him, Seth.
I know her. And if it makes her uncomfortable, why would you want him around? Clearly the shit he did bothered her. It bothered the guys enough to beat his ass. Did it bother you?
She stared up at him for a moment.
Yes.
Then why entertain his excuses? Mental health or not, it upset her. He could snap and do it again. Why risk it?
She chewed her bottom lip nervously, a look of defeat on her face.
Cadence,
Mirage called out, moving into her space and resting his hands on her biceps.
Look at me.
She forced her gaze to his.
He's not worth it. She's come a long way. She's been through a lot.
I know. I'm always living my life around hers. I love her so much, but
We're being selfish, I said. Both she and Mirage looked at me, her eyes wide. It's okay to be selfish, I explained, my voice soft. As long as it doesn't hurt anyone. When it starts to hurt those we love, we need to examine the reasons we're doing it. If those reasons don't align with who we are deep in our hearts, then it's time to back away from them.
Sinclair, I didn't think you had it in you.
Mirage said, a smile working its way onto his lips.
You know what you've experienced?
I crinkled my brows in confusion at him. What?
Personal growth. Nice.
I blinked at his words, rolling over what I'd said. It had been like some forgotten part of my soul had spoken those words.
Cadence.
Mirage focused on her again.
Sin is right. You can forgive the guy for his mistake, but that doesn't mean you need to let him occupy your time. Okay?
She nodded.
okay.
Now smile for me.
Go to hell.
I already live there.
He murmured, chucking her in the jaw before backing away.
Go on now. Get.
I'm not a dog.
She said, scowling at him. He unearthed a carrot from his back pocket and bit into it, chewing as he considered her.
No, you're more like a cat, aren't you, kitten?
You're so weird.
Like a mangy kitten.
She gave him the finger and turned to leave.
Cadence.
What, psycho?
She stopped and turned to look at him. Mirage bit into his carrot again.
There are better men out there than Adam.
Like you?
She smirked at him.
You want my sister. Are you doing it because you love her? Or are you selfish?
Both.
Her lips parted as she stared at him, apparently surprised at his honest, direct answer.
You're not good enough for my sister.
No, but sometimes the bad guy wins.
He offered her a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. She shook her head at him and left us. We didn't say a word until she'd rounded the corner and disappeared.
I wonder what little old Adam said to upset Church and the Watchers. I wonder what he did to scare Rennie.
Mirage stared at the space where Katie had disappeared. We could always just ask the guys, I said, knowing Ashes would be the one to go to. He'd answer without dancing around it. The edge of Mirage's lips curled up.
We could, or...
Or what?
We could pay a visit to Adam. I get a much better feeling from people when I'm near them.
Yeah? Or do you mean when you're choking them?
Same thing, right?
I shook my head. In your world, I suppose it is. We didn't find Adam. He wasn't on campus or in his room. His name wasn't registered as the day's patients in the med facility, so we simply returned to classes. I was bored out of my head in some Bible course when I remembered Serena's note. Eagerly, I pulled it out from my pocket and stared at the perfect square in my hand, before glancing around to make sure no one was watching me. Satisfied no one was, I carefully unfolded the paper, my heart bumping a hard rhythm in my chest. Her words were scrawled perfectly across the page.
Sinful. I had a good time with you the other day. I know it's been quite some time since then, but I needed to tell you how I felt. I'm trying to be a stronger person, a better person. It's not only for myself, but for everyone who has to be around me. I don't like being me sometimes, and I get the feeling you don't like being you sometimes either. Stitches told me they were going to ask you to stay with me tonight. I hope I'm not out of line when I say I'm looking forward to seeing you. I want to get over the trauma of our past and move forward. I hope you want the same. I feel like we've both changed a lot since then and are better for it. Hopefully, I'll see you later. Maybe we could watch another movie? Or we could talk like this. I really enjoyed it. Yours, Serena. P.S. You make the best macaroni and cheese.
I swallowed hard and reread her note before scrawling a reply back to her on it. Siren. I would love to watch a movie with you. And if you're feeling up to it, I could teach you how to make that macaroni and cheese. I want to move forward too. It's just a lot. I struggle. It's easier writing that rather than saying it. It doesn't hurt so much that way. Anyway, I look forward to seeing you tonight. I'll bring a notebook with me so we can talk if you'd like. Yours, Sinful. I stared down at my note to her, my heart in my throat. I knew it was only a note, but I'd never even remotely opened up like that to anyone before. I hope it didn't come back to bite me in the ass. The bell rang then, signaling the end of class, and I got up. When I reached the door, I spotted Bryce in the hall. Quickly, I pushed my way through to him and tapped him on the shoulder. He turned, a copper-colored curl bouncing on his forehead, his hazel eyes wide. Maybe he expected to get punched or something. I had no idea. In fact, I didn't even know why he was here. He seemed rather normal and boring. Hey, I need you to do something for me, I said, clutching the note tightly in my hand.
What?
He visibly tensed. You're in Serena's class next, right?
Yeah. Why?
I held out the note to him. Make sure she gets this. Don't fucking open it or I'll break your pretty face. Got it?
Yeah, I got it.
He took the note from me and put it into his pocket.
That it?
Yes, just make sure she gets it. He nodded, and I stepped aside from him to pass through. I watched him go, really hoping I wouldn't have to kick his ass.
Chapter 29. Bryce. I clutched the note Sin had given me and went to class to find Serena already seated. Carefully, I moved past the throng of standing students all chatting and went to the seat next to her. "Hey," I greeted her. She turned and offered me a smile, which made me relax. After the events at the Watcher's house with her freaking out, I hadn't been able to talk to her. She'd avoided me, or I'd been out of class doing mundane office things. My grades were the highest at Chapel Crest, so it was nothing for me to randomly be pulled out to do office work for the lazy women who should have been doing it. I licked my lips. "Serena? Sin gave me a note for you." I pulled it out of my pocket and handed it to her. Not wanting to get Sin's fist implanted in my face, I hadn't read it. She took the note, her face brightening. My heart fell. She was going to give him the time of day after he'd screwed up with her and that damn mausoleum shit. But I didn't know why I thought differently. Serena was a sweet girl, plain and simple. Of course, she had forgiveness within her. I cleared my throat, watching as she read the note, her lips curling up higher. My curiosity was getting the best of me now. She never spoke to anyone, so seeing her writing notes to a guy who tried to hurt her made me frown. And if I were being truthful, it made me have a little self-loathing because she certainly wasn't giving me the time of day. She'd really gotten beneath my skin and had gone straight to my damn heart since she'd arrived here. I cared about her more than I ever cared for anyone before in my life. I didn't know how to get her to see that, to even give me a damn chance. I knew my competition. There was simply no way in hell I was going to make the cut. Instead, I'd just be here for whatever she needed. I'd rather have her as my friend than nothing at all, even if it hurts. She finished her letter and turned to me with hopeful eyes, like I could say no to her. Sighing, I held out my hand, and she was quick to place the note back into it. After stuffing it in my pocket, Sister Hazel began her droning, so I sat still in my seat, tuning her out. The damn note was burning a hole in my pocket, though. I wanted to know what was going on. If nothing else, as a way to protect her. I knew church was gone. It made sense Sin would try to wiggle his way back in. By the end of the class, I was beside myself. My decision had been made. I was going to see what was going on. If it was bad, I'd reach out to church and let him know. Because I'd seen Ashes and Stitches chumming around with both Asylum, or Mirage as was the current name, and Sin on campus recently. I knew they were both slowly working their way in. I was tired of being the odd man out. My whole life was spent on the outside looking in. Damn it, I wanted in this time. Even if I didn't fit in with any of them except her. It was all that mattered. Her. We got up when the bell rang, and I walked next to her out of the room like we used to do. "So, do you want to talk?" I asked, feeling dumb as shit. She pulled me to a stop and stared up at me, making my heart tumble awkwardly. "Serena?" My throat was tight. She gave me a sweet smile and squeezed my hand, moves that all but broke me before leaving me alone in the hall and disappearing into another class. Sighing, I stared at where she'd gone before my phone buzzed in my pocket. Figuring it was one of my friends, I pulled it out and saw her name on my screen. I blinked in surprise at it before fumbling to check the message from her.
I do want to talk. Soon, okay? I'm trying to work through some stuff. It's a lot for me.
I stared at her message for a moment before quickly thumbing out my reply to her. "Okay, I'm here if you need me. Cupcake?" I didn't want to push her on it, so I tried to play it cool and add a little nickname for her like the guys had. It was a feeble attempt at connecting with her on a different level. After I hit send, however, I felt like an idiot. I let out a groan at calling her Cupcake. We'd eaten cupcakes a few times in her room since her arrival. She always seemed to really like them. It felt right to call her that, but Now that it was out there in the wild, I wanted to kick myself. Chocolate, cherry icing, pink cupcake wrapper. The memory of our first cupcake together flashed through my mind. Every detail recalled in perfect recollection, right down to the soft sound she made when she took her first bite, and the damn fly that walked along her windowsill that had driven me nuts. I had ignored it, not wanting to ruin our evening, but man, I hated flies. I didn't expect a reply from her, but one came just moments later.
I still think about that chocolate cupcake with the cherry frosting.
It wasn't her words that got me. It was the little heart emoji after them that swept me off. It probably didn't mean anything, but it came from her, so it meant something to me. Smiling, I tucked my phone back into my pocket, vowing to get her another cupcake before I headed out to where I figured I could find Sin. I didn't open the note. As much as I wanted to, I was still high on Serena's little heart emoji. Instead, when I reached him sitting in one of the quiet rooms I'd seen him go into a lot lately, I walked right up to him. I took a seat beside him in one of the overstuffed chairs and took out the note. Here. I handed it back to him. She replied. He took it wordlessly and opened it, a smile blooming on his lips. I shifted in my seat, my guts tight. Must be good, I said softly, if it has made you smile. Sin folded the note and placed it into his leather jacket pocket before going back to staring at the wall. He didn't say anything to me, but I couldn't let it go. She's a good person. Don't hurt her again. He dragged his gaze to me, his face expressionless.
I won't.
I nodded, not knowing what else to say. Instead of sticking around feeling like an idiot, I got up to leave.
Right.
I turned to look at him.
In another life, she could have used someone like you.
I let out a soft, sad laugh. Yeah, but here we are, in hell.
Here we are.
And now she has you, I added.
Does she? What she has is a dreamer. I'm not with her. Probably won't get the chance to be. But I do dream of it. It's all I have at this point.
I adjusted my backpack on my shoulder, getting what he was saying. I'm a dreamer too, I guess.
Welcome to hell, friend. You can sit next to me.
He looked pointedly to the chair beside him. To hell with it. May as well join another demon in this hellhole. Wasn't like I had anywhere else to be.
Chapter 30. Serena.
Sin is going to hang out with you tonight while we're gone,
Ashes said, coming into the room wearing all black. He matched Stitches, whose arms were wound tightly around me on the couch.
You're going to be good, right?
Stitches murmured in my ear. I nodded for him, earning a kiss. Truth be told, I was excited to see Sin tonight. I felt like we'd had a major breakthrough the last time we'd been together. I wasn't so scared to be around him now. I wasn't sure when that had happened. Perhaps it was when I realized I was afraid of nearly everything and needed to prioritize what I needed to truly be fearful of. He didn't make my list. Maybe it was because I knew my watchers would take care of him again if he towed out of line. Or maybe it was because I saw more than the sinner before me. I saw someone who was struggling and hurting like I was. I saw someone broken and scared. Sin was all of us. He just screamed it louder than we did. And for that, I wanted to hold him close and let him know everything could be okay if he'd let it. Like I was one to talk. I was terrified of Adam, Everett, Sully, all the monsters hiding in the dark here. I'd been waking up nearly every night with a nightmare of it all. Ashes was always so sweet over it, but it was Stitches who was the one to offer me the comfort. Not that Ashes didn't. It was simply that Stitches had lived through many of the horrors with me, and I knew he still struggled with them. We were sort of bonded in that darkness. with Asylum. I sighed, thinking of him. It was weird for him to not be around. But Mirage, I smiled at that. Mirage was everything. They all were, though. Even Bryce. I didn't really know when the transformation happened in my heart, but it was there. I felt for him. For Asylum, for Mirage, for Sin, for the Watchers. It was a lot, and it made me feel overwhelmed. I didn't like to think about it, so I focused on one thing at a time. Right now, it was getting Sin sorted so he could come home. Even if Church was angry, I knew Ashes was already past it, and Stitches was working on it. I just needed to get them all to see that even if Sin decided he wasn't interested in me, he was still a part of our family. Or his family, since they were his way before they were mine. I knew what love did to Sin. It made him feel. It made him crazy. It made him kill. I breathed out, untangled myself from Stitches, and went to Ashes, who hugged me against his body.
I'll miss you, Heaven.
I kissed his soft lips before pulling away and taking his hand in mine. I'll miss you too. He smiled at my words as the doorbell rang. Stitches answered it, and Sin stepped into the room a moment later, snowflakes in his blonde hair and a notebook in his hand. His gaze swept over me briefly, with no emotion on his face, before he focused on the guys.
We won't be gone long,
Ashes said, breaking away from me to go all business.
Take your time. Get it out of your system, or you'll end up needing to go midweek.
Sin said knowingly. Stitches nodded.
He's right. You do it every damn time you cut a burning short, or you set something on fire in here.
Ashes grumbled out something before sighing.
You're right. Fine. Call if you need anything. We worry.
She's in good hands. I have Katie's number. The psycho I live with, Bryce, Church. I don't have a shortage of people to call if I need something.
Speaking of that psycho you live with.
Stitches started.
How's that going? Is he that weird all the time?
He's weird in different ways. Always. It's tiring.
Sin looked to me. I knew what he meant. The switch probably made his head hurt. Always the same, yet always different. Unless you knew, you didn't know shit. Then again, I'd always known something was up. It took nearly dying and seeing my monster again to put the pieces together to get the full picture. I didn't hate Asylum, though. I didn't even fear him anymore. Not really. I mean, he was terrifying, but so was Mirage. And Sin. And all the guys. But I decided I didn't want to hate any of them, so I didn't. There were far more important people out there who deserved my wrath than a couple of guys trying to get their heads in the right space.
Does he watch you sleep at night? He reminds me of some creep who would watch you sleep.
Stitches continued.
Like Church?
Sin smirked at Stitches.
You've got a point there. And to be fair, Church only watches Serena at night.
Stitches winked at me.
But something tells me baby girl likes that about him.
I winked back at him, making his grin bigger.
He actually called me today.
Ashes said after putting his boots on.
Church. He's been busy dealing with Everett's bullshit.
Ashes moved his gaze to me quickly. I had no idea what he'd been doing. I tried to not dwell on it because I was scared of what Church was capable of in the hands of his father.
Is everything okay?
Sin asked. Stitches shrugged.
Is it ever?
Good point.
Sin let out a sigh.
Everett has him following around some people, learning about them. I think at some point Everett's going to call on him to do some real damage. Aside from what he's already doing in the underground.
Sin nodded and rubbed the back of his neck.
I see. Well, I'll be here to watch over Siren if that happens. Just text me.
Ashes and Stitches exchanged looks. It was Ashes who spoke, though.
Maybe Church and you could talk when he gets back.
It's fine, Asher. I'm good, really. I'm not going to bother him with my shit. I know what I did was fucked up. I'm making peace with the consequences. Even if they fucking hurt.
He glanced at me, his Adam's apple bobbing. He'd changed so much. He was still grouchy, but that exterior had become cracked and worn, and I was able to see the man beneath it. The one who wanted to love and be loved. The one I could even... Damn. I smiled at him, making the sadness in his gray eyes recede. Stitches cleared his throat.
We should get going. It's getting late. Angel baby, don't do anything I wouldn't do. Keep Sin in line, okay?
He kissed me, lowering his voice.
I'm serious. I worry about you. Alone.
I squeezed his hand, letting him know I would be safe with Sin. It seemed Stitches still had his reservations despite the niceties happening between the three of them. Stitches released me, and Ashes took his spot, kissing me slowly.
I love you.
He whispered against my lips.
We'll be back soon.
I nodded at him before going up on my toes for another kiss. He gave it freely before pulling his lighter out and flipping it open and closed 5 times, the flame burning bright for a moment before he snapped it closed and did it all over again.
Sin, take care of our girl.
Stitches called out once he got to the door.
I will.
Sin answered, inclining his head at them before they opened the door and left, leaving just me and Sin alone. We stood staring at one another for a moment before Sin cleared his throat and gave me a nervous smile.
I brought a notebook.
He held up a black notebook for me to see.
And a pen.
I said nothing as I went to the couch to sit and looked over the back at him. He shuffled from foot to foot for a moment before he came over. Do you want me to sit next to you? He seemed so bashful about it all, and it made me smile. I'd have never thought Sinclair Priest could be this nervous guy. He was always so cold, withdrawn, and rough. I patted the cushion next to me. He moved forward and sat before he opened the notebook. I watched while he wrote quickly in it. I wasn't sure why he didn't want to just speak to me, but I didn't hate that he wrote the notes. In fact, I rather liked the effort he put in.
What do you want to do?
I took the notebook from him and answered. Talk? I like doing this. He smiled at me, and I wrote another note. How are classes? He frowned and took the pen.
Lame. I'm not a fan of school. I can't wait until I'm done.
I studied his answer, wondering what he planned next in his life. The possible answer made me nervous because, ultimately, I hoped it had to do with me and the guys. What will you do after you graduate from the program? He took the pen back from me and poised it over the paper for a long time before he finally wrote.
I honestly don't know. I guess I never thought past Chapel Crest. I like building things, so maybe I'll work in construction or something. What about you?
I bit my bottom lip for a moment before writing my plans. Hopes, dreams. I want to paint. Mayfair has an excellent art program. When I was younger, I dreamed of attending there to learn to sing better. Now, I'd be happy to go so that I can paint with some of the best. He stared at the page for a moment.
Do you sing?
I hesitated before writing my response. I used to sing and dance. I did ballet for many years. I even tried after I was hurt. I just couldn't anymore. My body didn't want to move like it used to. I loved ballet. I always wondered if maybe I could grow up to be a famous ballet dancer/singer. Silly, huh? He took the pen back from me.
It's not silly, Siren. It's a wonderful dream. When I was a kid, I wanted to be a professional hockey player. My dad loved hockey. Maybe I thought if I played, it would make him proud of me and create some semblance of happiness in his life, since he seemed so angry about everything. I played for a few years and did good, but then shit happened to me too. So here I am.
His words saddened me. I hadn't known he played hockey and had loved it. Do you think you'd play again? For you, this time? He quietly contemplated my words before snagging the pen from me and writing his answer.
Maybe. I don't really have a reason to do it anymore, even if I do still love it.
That made me sad. I even said as much. What about doing it for you and not worrying about anyone else? He let out a soft chuckle.
In case you didn't know, one of my toxic traits is that I'm always doing things for myself. I'm trying to do things for others as a means to an end to the noise in my head. I'm trying to be better for those around me.
I paused before writing my answer because I wanted to get it just right for him. You're better than you think, Sinclair. I wish you could see what I see. His bottom lip quivered for a moment as he held the pen. I wasn't even sure he was going to write back before he finally put the pen to the page.
I'm so fucking sorry I hurt you, Siren. I will punish myself every day for my sins against you and the guys. Until my dying breath. I pray every night it's my last night in this perpetual hell. And each day I awaken, forced to bear the pain another day. I only hope someday you can forgive me. If you can never do that, then I accept it.
I watched him finish writing. He wiped quickly at his eyes before handing the notebook and pen to me. Quickly, he got to his feet and walked away. My chest clenched at his words, and my heart filled with pain. I didn't want him to punish himself. He was sick like the rest of us, and it wasn't a good enough reason to be punished. It wasn't our fault. It was the monsters before us. Everything fell into place in that moment. I was seeing him, the real Sinclair priest, the lost boy who was struggling to find his way out of despair. Carefully, I got to my feet and went to him in the kitchen, where he was banging around, pulling pots and pans out to cook the macaroni and cheese. I went straight to him and took his hand in mine. He paused what he was doing and looked at me, his blonde hair hanging in that shaggy way I liked around his face. It was the look in his eyes that sealed the deal. He was a man with very little hope or happiness in the world. He wasn't a danger to me, not really. Maybe he'd stomp on my heart someday, but I didn't see that day being today.
Siren?
He started, a pained look on his face. I forgive you, sinful. A breath whooshed out of him, and he stared me down. So much turmoil on his face.
You shouldn't have to. I fucked up. I shouldn't have done what I did. If I'd have just given you a chance, or given myself a chance.
He let out a breath and stared up at the ceiling before looking back at me.
Bells fucked me up. I loved her. Or believed I did. It was the only kind of love I knew, I guess. The love from my mother seemed to have come to an end after my dad tried to kill us. I was violent and unpredictable, angry. I pushed her away, and I guess it probably worked because she walked away from me one day, and now I'm here.
I watched him, wishing there was something I could do to make him feel better.
What I felt for Bells wasn't what I thought it was.
He visibly swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing with emotion.
I thought that was love. She was my entire world. We were going to have a kid.
He rubbed his eyes.
I still deal with that, knowing my kid was killed by her out of her anger and sickness. She betrayed me and worked for Church's old man. She never even loved me, even though she told me she did. Led me on, made me feel like I had a chance at happiness, only to rip it away from me and leave me like this.
He looked away from me, his hands trembling. I stepped forward and reached for him, taking his face gently in my hands and steering his attention back to me.
I'm a fuck-up siren. I'm afraid it's all I'll ever be. I even ruined my family. I want to come home. I'm not the same person I was then. I swear I'm not. Church doesn't believe me, but it's not like I blame him after the shit I did.
You're just lost, I murmured.
Who would even care to look?
His gray eyes flashed with his pain, making me hurt even more for him. I went for it. I wrapped my arms around him, earning a soft cry from him, his body jerking. Quickly, I pulled away, feeling like I'd done something wrong. The twisted look of agony on his face made my heart jump.
Sorry. I punished myself. I'm just a little sore.
His words sickened me. I'd heard he was doing that, but I didn't realize it was to the extent that he couldn't even be hugged. I reached for him again, but he jerked away. My words failed me, so I tried again, backing him into the corner of the kitchen counter. My words didn't work, but my body sure as hell did. I reached out and began unbuttoning his top. He stopped fighting me on it, his breathing shaky. I'd never had the chance to take Sin's shirt off, but when it finally fell open, it was to see beautiful plains of corded, thick muscles and bruises. So many painful bruises and different levels of healing. And the cuts. They were deep and weeping with little trickles of blood. He hadn't even bothered to bandage them. My nostrils flared as I took him in. My name was etched deep into his chest.